Book of Heaven, Volume 20, JMJ, Fiat, always and eternally. September 17th, 1926. How each thing created by God has its place, and one who goes out of the divine will loses his place. Importance of the kingdom of the divine fiat. My Jesus, I invoke your holy will, that it itself may come to write on paper the most penetrating and eloquent words, the most fitting terms, to make itself comprehended, in such a way as to portray the kingdom of the supreme fiat with the most beautiful colors, with the most refulgent light, with the most attractive characteristic, so as to infuse a magnetic force and a powerful magnet in the words that you shall make me write, such that no one shall be able to resist letting himself be dominated by your most holy will. And you, my mamma, true sovereign queen of the supreme fiat, do not leave me alone. Come to guide my hand. Give me the flame of your maternal heart. And while I write, keep me under your azure mantle, that I may fulfill all that my beloved Jesus wants of me. I felt all invested by the supreme volition that, drawing me into its immense light, made me see the order of creation, how each thing remained at the place assigned by its creator. My mind wandered and was enraptured at seeing the order, the harmony, the magnificence, the beauty of the whole creation. And my sweet Jesus, who was with me, told me, "My daughter, everything that came out of our creative hands, each created thing, was assigned its place and its distinct office, and all of them remain at their place, magnifying with incessant praises that eternal fiat that dominates them, preserves them, and gives them new life. So there, preserving themselves ever beautiful, whole, and new, is the motion of the supreme fiat dominating in them. Man also was assigned his place, his office of sovereign over all created things, with the difference that while all other things created by us remained just as God had created them, without ever changing, neither increasing nor decreasing, my will, giving man supremacy over all the works of our hands, and wanting to show off even more with him in love, gave him the office to grow continuously in beauty, in sanctity, in wisdom, in richness, to the point of raising him to the likeness of his Creator, always provided, however, that he would let himself be dominated and guided, to give the supreme fiat free field in order to form its divine life in him, so as to be able to form this continuous growth of goods and of beauty, with happiness without end. In fact, without my will dominating, there can be neither growth nor beauty, nor happiness, nor order, nor harmony. Since my will is origin, master, and beginning of the whole work of creation, wherever it reigns, it has the virtue of preserving its work beautiful, just as it issued it. But where it does not exist, the communication of its vital humors, in order to preserve the work that came out of our hands, is missing. Do you see, then, what great evil it was for man to withdraw from my will? So, all things, even the smallest ones, have their place. It can be said that they are in their home, secure, and no one can touch them. they possess abundance of goods, because that will that flows in them possesses the source of all goods. They are all in the order, the harmony, and the peace of all. On the other hand, by withdrawing from our will, man lost his place. He remained without our home, exposed to dangers. All can touch him to harm him. The very elements are superior to him, because they possess a supreme will, while he possesses a degraded human will that can give him nothing but miseries, weaknesses, and passions. And because he lost his origin, his place, he remained without order, disharmonized from all. And he enjoys no peace, not even within himself. So it can be said that he is the only being wandering in the whole creation, to whom nothing is due by right, because we give everything to the one who lives in our will, for he is in our home. He is one from our family. The relations, the bonds of sonship that he possesses by living in it, give him the right to all our goods. On the other hand, one who does not live of the life of my will has broken, as though all at once, all the bonds, all the relations. Therefore he is held by us as something that does not belong to us. Oh, if all knew what it means to break up with our will, and into what abyss they fall, all would tremble with fright, and would compete in order to return into the kingdom of the eternal Fiat, to take their place again, assigned to them by God. Now, my daughter, since my eternal goodness wants to give my kingdom of the supreme Fiat once again, after man had so ungratefully rejected it, don't you think that this is the greatest gift I can give to the human generations? But in order to give it, I must form it, constitute it, and make known that which up to now is not known about my will, and such knowledges about it as to win those who shall know them to love, appreciate, and desire to come and live in it. The knowledges shall be the chains, but not imposed. Rather, they themselves, willingly, shall let themselves be bound. The knowledges shall be the weapons, the conquering arrows that shall conquer the new children of the supreme Fiat. But do you know what these knowledges possess? The changing of one's nature into virtue, into good, into my will, in such a way that they shall possess them as their own property. On hearing this, I said, My love, Jesus, if these knowledges on your adorable will contained so much virtue, why did you not manifest them to Adam, so that by making them known to posterity, they would have loved and appreciated more a good so great? And this would have disposed the hearts for the time when you, divine repairer, would decree to give us this great gift of the kingdom of the supreme Fiat. And Jesus, resuming his speaking, added, My daughter, as long as he remained in the terrestrial Eden, living in the kingdom of the supreme will, Adam knew all the knowledges, as much as it is possible for a creature, of that which belonged to the kingdom he possessed. But as soon as he went out of it, his intellect was obscured. He lost the light of his kingdom, and could not find the fitting words in order to manifest the knowledges he had acquired on the supreme will, because that very divine volition that would hand to him the necessary terms to manifest to others what he had known was missing in him. This on his part, more so since every time he remembered his withdrawal from my will and the highest good that he had lost, he felt such a grip of sorrow as to become taciturn, engrossed in the sorrow of the loss of a kingdom so great, and of the irreparable evils that, as much as Adam might do, it was not given to him to repair. Indeed, that very God whom he had offended was needed in order to remedy them. On the part of his Creator, he received no order, and therefore he was not given enough capacity to manifest it. Why manifest a knowledge if it would not give him the good it contained? I only make a good known when I want to give it. However, even though Adam did not speak extensively about the kingdom of my will, he taught many important things on what regarded it, so much so that during the first times of the history of the world, up to Noah, the generations had no need of laws, nor were there idolatries, no diversity of languages, but all recognized their one God, one single language, because they cared more about my will. But as they kept moving away from it, idolatries arose and degenerated into worse evils. And this is why God saw the necessity of giving his laws as a preserver for the human generations. So, the one who does my will has no need of laws, because my will is life, is law, is everything for man. The importance of the kingdom of the Supreme Fiat is immense, and I love it so much that I am doing more than in a new creation and redemption. In fact, in creation, my omnipotent Fiat was pronounced only 6 times, in order to dispose it and issue it all ordered. In redemption I spoke, but since I did not speak about the kingdom of my will, that contains infinite knowledges and immense goods, I did not have a very extensive subject with many words to say, because everything I taught was of limited nature, and a few words were enough to make it known. But in order to make my will known, it takes much, my daughter. Its history is extremely long. It encloses an eternity, with no beginning and no end. Therefore, as much as I speak, I have always something to say. This is why I am saying, oh, how much more. Being more important than anything, it contains more knowledges, more light, more greatness, more prodigies. Therefore more words are needed. More so, since the more I make known, the more I expand the boundaries of my kingdom to be given to the children who shall possess it. Therefore, everything I manifest about my will is a new creation that I make in my kingdom, to be enjoyed and possessed by those who shall have the good of knowing it. And so, great attention is required on your part in manifesting them. September 20th, 1926. One who does not do the will of God is like a celestial constellation that goes out of its place. She is like a dislocated member. For the one who does the will of God, it is daylight. For one who does not, it is nighttime. Having finished writing one book and having to start another one, I felt the weight of writing, and almost embittered, I sighed. And my sweet Jesus, moving in my interior, made himself seen shaking his head, and sighing, he told me, "My daughter, what is it? What is it? You don't want to write?" And I, almost trembling in seeing him sigh because of me, said, "My love, I want what you want. It is true that I feel the sacrifice of writing, but for love of you I shall do everything." And Jesus added, "My daughter, you have not comprehended well what it means to live in my will. While you were sighing, the creation and everyone, and even myself, have sighed together with you, because for those who live in it, one is the life, one the act, one the motion, one the echo. They cannot help doing the same thing together, because God is the prime motion. And since all created things have come out of a motion full of life, there is nothing that does not possess his motion, and all turn around the prime motion of their Creator. So the whole creation is in my will. Its round is incessant, rapid, orderly, and the one who lives in it has her place of order in their midst, turning rapidly, together with everyone, without ever stopping. My daughter, that sigh of unwillingness of yours has formed its echo in everyone. And do you know what they felt? As if a constellation wanted to go out of its place, out of the order, out of making its rapid round around their Creator. And on seeing this celestial constellation as though going out of their midst, all were shaken, and as though hampered in their round, but were immediately restored by your prompt adhesion, continuing their rapid round with order, magnifying their Creator, who keeps them clasped to himself, to make them turn around himself. What would you say if you saw a star going out from among the others and descending down below? Would you not say, "It has gone out of its place. It no longer lives a communal life with the others. It is a lost star"? Such is one who, living in my will, wanted to do her own. She moves away from her place. She goes down from the height of the heavens. She loses the communion of the celestial family. She gets lost away from my will. She gets lost away from light, from strength, from sanctity, from the divine likeness. She gets lost away from order, from harmony, and she loses the rapidity of making the round around her Creator. Therefore, be attentive, because in the kingdom of my will there are no unwillingnesses or bitternesses, but everything is joy. There are no strains, but all is spontaneity, as if the creature wanted to do what God wants, as if she herself wanted to do it. I was frightened in hearing this from my sweet Jesus, and I comprehended the great evil of doing one's own will. And I prayed him from the heart to give me so much grace as not to let me fall into an evil so grave. But while I was doing this, my beloved good came back. But he made himself seen with almost all of his members dislocated. That gave him unspeakable pain. And throwing himself into my arms, he told me, "My daughter, these dislocated members that give me so much pain are all the souls who do not do my will. By coming upon earth, I constituted myself head of the human family, and they are my members. But these members were formed, joined, bound, by means of the vital humors of my will. As it flows in them, they are placed in communication with my body, and they are strengthened, each one at its place. My will, like compassionate doctor, not only makes its vital and divine humors flow in order to form the necessary circulation between head and members, but it forms its perfect bandaging in order to keep the members bound and firm under their head. Now, since my will is missing in them, that which gives the heat, the blood, the strength, and the command from the head in order to render the members operative, is missing. That which does the bandaging, if they are dislocated, is missing. Everything is missing. It can be said that all communications between the members and the head are broken, and they remain in my body to give me pain. It is my will alone that places the Creator and the creature, the Redeemer and the redeemed ones, the Sanctifier and the sanctified ones, in accord and in communication. Without it, it is as if creation and redemption were nothing for them, because that which makes flow the life and the goods that they contain is missing. The very sacraments shall serve them as condemnation, because since my will is missing in them, that which breaks the veil of the sacraments so as to give them the fruit and the life they contain is missing. Therefore, my will is everything. Without it, our most beautiful works, our greatest prodigies, remain extraneous to the poor creatures, because it alone is the depository of all our works, and therefore only through it can these be given birth for creatures. Oh, if all knew what it means to do or not to do my will, they would all place themselves in accord with it, in order to receive all possible and imaginable goods, and the transmission of the very divine life. Then after this, I was doing my usual acts in the supreme will, and since the day was almost dawning, I was saying, "My Jesus, my love, the day is now beginning, and in your will I want to make my round through all creatures, so that in rising from their sleep, they may all rise in your will, to give you the adoration of all intelligences, the love of all hearts, the rising of all their works and of all their beings, into the light that this day shall make shine over all generations." While I was saying this and other things, my sweet Jesus moved in my interior and told me, "My daughter, in my will there are neither days nor nights, nor dawns nor sunsets, but one is its day, always in the fullness of its light. And the one who lives in it can say, 'There are no nights for me, but it is always daylight. Therefore one is my day.' And as she operates in order to do my will, and to carry out her life in it, she forms as many more lights, most refulgent, within the day of her life, that render more glorious and more beautiful the day of my will in which they live. Do you know for whom day and night, dawn and sunset are formed? For the one who now does my will, now her own. If she does mine, she forms the day. If she does her own, she forms the night. The one who lives fully in it forms the fullness of the day. The one who does not live fully in it, but does my will only with strain, forms the dawn. The one who laments about what it disposes and wants to withdraw forms the sunset. And for one who does not do my will at all, it is always perennial nighttime, the beginning of that eternal night of hell that shall never end. September 23rd, 1926. How the one who must do universal goods must make up for all. The three planes of the will of God. I was fusing all of myself in the holy divine volition, with the piercing in my soul of not having seen my sweet Jesus. While trying to do my acts in his will, since I did not feel him together with me, oh, how I felt a piece of myself being torn away. So I felt my little and poor existence being torn to shreds without Jesus, and I prayed that he would have pity on me and come back quickly to my poor soul. And then, after much struggling, he came back, but so very afflicted because of the human perfidy. It seemed that nations upon nations were brawling among themselves, to the point of preparing deposits of weapons in order to fight against one another, preparing unexpected things to make battles arise. What madness! What human blindness! It seems that they no longer have sight to see good, order, harmony, but they have sight only to see evil. And this blindness makes them go off their heads, and so they do crazy things. So in seeing him so afflicted because of this, I said to him, "My love, leave this sadness. You shall give them light, and they shall not do it. And if my pains are needed, I am ready, as long as they all remain in peace." And Jesus, with dignity and severity, told me, "My daughter, I keep you for myself, to form in you my kingdom of the supreme Fiat, not for them. I have made you suffer even too much to spare the world, but because of their perfidy, they do not deserve that I keep making you suffer for their sake." And while he was saying this, it seemed that he was holding an iron stick in his hands, in the act of casting it over the creatures. I was frightened, and I wanted to relieve Jesus from his affliction. So I said to him, "Jesus, my life, for now let us occupy ourselves with the kingdom of your will, so that you may be relieved. I know that giving you feel to let you speak about it is your joy, your feast. Therefore, your acts flow with me, within mine, so that with the light of your will, more than sun, they may invest all creatures, and I may constitute myself act for each act, thought for each thought. I shall enclose everything. I shall take all of their acts as though in my power, in order to do everything that they do not do for you. And in this way you shall find everything in me, and your affliction shall depart from your heart. And Jesus, condescending to my yearnings, went around together with me, and then told me, "My daughter, what power my will contains! It penetrates everywhere as light. It expands. It gives itself to each act. It multiplies itself to infinity. But while it does so many things and multiplies in each thing, it remains always one, as it is, keeping all of its acts without dispersing even one of them. See, my daughter, the first plane done in my will, in the name of and for all creatures, was done by the Sovereign Queen, and she obtained for all creatures the highest good of making the longed-for Redeemer descend upon earth. The one who acts for all, in the name of all, and makes up for all, earns universal goods that can serve all. The second plane done in my supreme will was done by my humanity. I embraced everyone and everything as if all were one. I satisfied for all. I left not even one active creature without constituting my act in it, so that the glory, the love, the adoration to my celestial Father might be complete for each active creature. And this impetrated the fruit of my coming upon earth. It earns salvation and sanctity for all. And if many do not take it, it is their fault, not the fault of the giver. Therefore my life impetrated universal goods for all. I opened the gates of heaven for all. The third plane in my will shall be done by you, and this is why, in everything you do, I make you act for all, embrace all, make up in the name of each of their acts. Your plane must be equal to mine. It must be unified to that of the Celestial Empress. And this shall serve to impetrate the kingdom of the Supreme Fiat. Nothing must escape the one who must do a universal good, so as to bind to all creatures the good she wants to give. In order to make up for all, the acts done in my will form double chains, but chains of light that are the strongest, the longest, not subject to breaking. No one can have the ability to break a chain of light. It is more than solar ray that no one can shatter, and even less bar its way to whatever place the length and width of the ray wants to reach. And these chains of light bind God to give universal goods, and the creature to receive them. September 26, 1926. The mere word, will of God, contains an eternal prodigy. How everything converts into love and prayer. I was feeling all immersed in the supreme volition, and my poor mind was thinking about the many admirable effects it produces. And my always lovable Jesus told me, "My daughter, The mere word will of God contains an eternal portent that no one can equal. It is a word that embraces everything, heaven and earth. This Fiat contains the creative font, and there is nothing good that cannot come from it. So the one who possesses my will, by virtue of it, acquires by right all the goods that this Fiat possesses. Therefore, she acquires the right to the likeness of her Creator. She acquires the right to divine sanctity, to His goodness, to His love. By right, heaven and earth are hers, because all came into existence from this Fiat. With reason, her rights extend over everything. So, the greatest gift, the greatest grace I can give to the creature, is to give her my will, because all possible and imaginable goods are bound to it, and by right, because everything belongs to it. Then afterwards my sweet Jesus made himself seen coming out from within my interior, and he was looking at me, but he fixed his gazes on me so much as if he wanted to portray himself, engrave himself within my poor soul. On seeing this, I said to him, "My love, Jesus, have pity on me. Don't you see how ugly I am? Your privation during these days has rendered me even uglier. I feel I am good at nothing. Even the rounds in your will I make with difficulty. Oh, how bad I feel. Your privation is like a consuming fire for me, that burning everything in me takes away from me the life of doing good. It leaves me only your adorable will, that binding me all to itself, makes me want nothing but your Fiat, and see and touch nothing but your most holy will." And Jesus, resuming his speaking, added, "My daughter, wherever my will is present, everything is sanctity, everything is love, everything is prayer. So since its font is in you, your thoughts, your gazes, your words, your heartbeat, and also your movements, everything is love and prayers. It is not the form of the words that form prayer. No, it is my operating will, that dominating all of your being, makes of your thoughts, words, gazes, heartbeats, and movements as many little fountains that spring from the supreme will, and rising up to heaven in their mute language. Some pray, some love, some adore, some bless. In some, my will makes the soul do what is holy, what belongs to the divine being. Therefore, the soul who possesses the supreme will as life is the true heaven, that, be it even mute, narrates the glory of God and announces itself as the work of his creative hands. How beautiful it is to see the soul in whom my will reigns, as she thinks, looks, speaks, palpitates, breathes, moves. She forms the stars to adorn her heaven, to narrate more the glory of he who created her. My will embraces everything as though in one breath, and lets nothing of all that is good and holy escape the soul. September 28th, 1926. Luisa's great affliction because of the printing of the writings. Jesus wants that they be entrusted to his care. Jesus pushes the Father who must occupy himself with the printing. I was feeling oppressed and as though crushed under the weight of a profound humiliation, because I had been told that not only what regards the will of God must be printed, but also what regards all the other things that my lovable Jesus has told me. My pain was such as to take away from me even the words, to be able to say something, so that they would not do it. Nor was I able to pray my beloved Jesus that he would not allow it. Everything was silence, inside and outside of me. Then my lovable Jesus, moving in my interior, clasped me to himself to infuse in me courage and strength. And he told me, "My daughter, I do not want you to look at what you have written as your own, but to look at it as mine, and as something that does not belong to you. You must not enter into it at all. I shall take care of everything. Therefore, I want you to entrust it to my care, and as you write, I want you to give it to me as gift, that I may be free to do whatever I want, and you may be left only with what you need in order to live in my will. I have given you as many precious gifts, for as many knowledges as I have manifested to you. And you want to give me no gift? And I, my Jesus, forgive me. I myself would not want to feel what I feel. Thinking that what has passed between me and you must be known to others makes me restless and gives me such pain that I myself cannot explain. Therefore give me strength. In you I abandon myself, and I give everything to you." And Jesus added, "Good, my daughter. It is my glory, the triumph of my will, that requires all this. But it wants, it demands that its first triumph be over you. Aren't you happy to become the victory, the triumph of this supreme will? Do you not want, then, to make any sacrifice, so that this supreme kingdom may be known and possessed by creatures? I too know that you suffer very much in seeing that after long years of secrecy between me and you, in which I have kept you hidden with so much jealousy, our secrets are now coming out. You feel your strong impressions. But when it is I who want it, you too must want it. Therefore let us be in agreement, and do not worry." Then after this he made me see Reverend Father, and Jesus, being near him, placed his holy right hand on his head to infuse in him firmness, help, and will, saying to him, "My son, hurry, do not lose time. I shall help you, I shall be near you, so that everything may go well, and according to my will. Just as I care that my will be known, and just as I have dictated the writings about the kingdom of the supreme Fiat with paternal goodness, so shall I help with the printing. I shall be in the midst of those who shall occupy themselves with it, so that everything may be regulated by me. Therefore hurry, hurry. October 2nd, 1926. How the generations are linked to one another, and therefore there are some that pray, some that receive, and some that possess. How Jesus gives according to our dispositions. His word is a new creation. How in heaven there are no secrets. I was feeling embittered to the summit because of the privation of my sweet Jesus. Oh, how bad I felt! I could not take any more. But when I reached as though the extremes of pain, he moved in my interior, and all afflicted told me, "My daughter, I am looking at how much I have to expand the boundaries of the kingdom of my will to give possession of it to creatures. I know that they are unable to grasp the endlessness that the kingdom of my will contains, because it is not given to them, as creatures, to cross and embrace a will that corresponds to a kingdom that has no boundaries. In fact, since they are created beings, they are always restricted and limited. But even though they are limited, I dispose more or less goods, and the extension of the expanses that they must possess, according to their dispositions. And so I am looking at posterity, at the dispositions that they shall have. And I am looking at those in the present, to see the dispositions that they have, because those in the present must pray, impetrate, and prepare the kingdom of the supreme Fiat for posterity. And according to the dispositions of posterity, and to the interest of those present, so do I keep expanding the boundaries of my kingdom, because the generations are so linked to one another that it always happens this way. One prays, another prepares, another impetrates, another possesses. The same happened with my coming upon earth in order to form the redemption. It was not those who were present that prayed, sighed, and cried to obtain its goods. They are the ones who enjoy them and possess them, but those who lived before my coming. And according to the dispositions of those in the present, and the prayers and dispositions of those in the past, so did I expand the boundaries of the goods of redemption. In fact, only when a good can be useful for creatures, then do I give it. But if it brings them no utility, why give it? And this utility is taken by them if they have more dispositions. But do you know when I expand its boundaries? When I manifest to you a new knowledge that regards the kingdom of my will. This is why, before manifesting it to you, I cast a glance over all to see their dispositions, whether it shall be useful for them, or it shall be for them as if it had not been spoken. And in seeing that I want to expand my boundaries more in order to give them more goods, more joys, more happiness to possess, but they are not disposed, I feel afflicted, and I wait for your prayers, for your rounds in my will, for your pains, in order to dispose those present, as well as posterity. And then I return to the new surprises of my manifestations about my will. This is why I am afflicted when I do not speak to you. My word is the greatest gift, It is a new creation, and being unable to issue it from myself, because creatures are not disposed to receive it, I feel within me the weight of the gift I want to give, and unable to give it, I remain afflicted and taciturn. And my affliction grows even more in seeing you afflicted because of me. If you knew how I feel your sadness, how it all pours into my heart. My will brings it deep into my inmost heart, because I do not have two wills, but one. And since it reigns in you, as a consequence, it brings your afflictions deep inside of me. Therefore, pray, and let your flight be continuous in the supreme Fiat, that you may impetrate that creatures would dispose themselves, and I may return to speak once again. Having said this, he kept silent, and I remained more afflicted than before. I felt all the weight that Jesus felt, because of the lack of dispositions of creatures. I felt as if Jesus would no longer speak to me for now. But Jesus, wanting to cheer me from my affliction, and also cheer himself, told me, "My daughter, courage. Do you think that everything that passed between me and you shall be known? No, my daughter. I shall make known that which is necessary, that which regards the kingdom of the supreme Fiat. Or rather, I shall be even more generous, compared to what creatures shall take of this kingdom of mine, to give them free field in order to advance more and more, so as to let them expand their possession in the supreme Fiat, that they may never say, 'Enough, we have no place else to reach.' No, no, I shall use such abundance that man shall always have something to take and to extend his journey. But in spite of such abundance, not everyone shall know our secrets, just as not everyone knows what passed between me and my mamma in order to form the kingdom of redemption, the surprising graces, the innumerable favors. They shall know them in heaven, where there are no secrets, while on earth they have known only that which I gave in superabundance for their good. So I shall do with you. If I looked, it was for those who want to come to live in the kingdom of my will. But for you, for the little daughter of my will, for the one who has formed this kingdom together with me with so much sacrifice, shall my love ever be able to say enough, or deny my word to you, or not pour in you the continuous flow of my graces? No, I cannot, my little daughter. This is not in the nature of my heart, nor of my will, that contains a continued act, never interrupted, of giving, and giving always new surprises to the one who knows no other life but the life of my will. If you see me taciturn, it is not because of you, because between me and you there is no need of words in order to understand each other. To see each other is to understand each other. I pour all of myself in you, and you in me. And in pouring myself, I pour new graces in you, and you take them. Because what is necessary for you, who must be the primary cause in order to form the kingdom of the eternal Fiat, shall not be necessary for those who only have to live in it. With you, it is not only about living in it, but about forming it. Therefore your Jesus must abound very much with you, to give you the raw materials for the formation of a kingdom so holy. This happens also in the low world. One who must form a kingdom has need of many means, of many raw materials, while one who must form only one city needs much less, and one who only moves to live in it, with very few means, can live in this city. The sacrifices that one who has to form a kingdom must make are not necessary for those who come to the decision of wanting to live in that kingdom. Therefore, I just want you to work in the formation of the kingdom of the Supreme Fiat, and your Jesus shall take care of all the rest. October 6, 1926. New Martyrdom. One who does not do the divine will cuts off the divine life within oneself. Luisa is deprived of the writings. Jesus consoles her, showing her how everything is written in the depth of her soul. I was all immersed in the intense pain of the privation of my sweet Jesus, and I said to myself, "My Jesus, how can you not have compassion on this little daughter of yours, who, feeling without you, feels life being snatched away from her? It is not just a pain that I feel. That would be more bearable. But it is life itself that I feel missing in me. I am little. I am weak. And if for nothing else, at least because of my excessive littleness, you should have had compassion on this poor little one, who is almost in continuous act of feeling life missing in her, and of taking it back only to feel herself dying again. My Jesus, my love, what kind of new martyrdom is this? Never before felt. To die times upon times, and yet never dying. To feel life missing in me, without the sweet hope of taking flight toward my celestial fatherland. Now, while I was thinking of this, my always lovable Jesus moved in my interior, and with a tender tone told me, "Little daughter of my will, courage. You are right that it is life that you feel missing in you, because being deprived of me, you feel the life of your Jesus missing, ending within you. And with reason. Tiny little one as you are, you feel the hard martyrdom of life ending in you. But you must know that my will is life, and every time creatures do not do it, and reject it, it is a divine life that they reject and destroy within themselves. And do you think that the pain, the continued martyrdom of my will is something trivial? In feeling so many acts of life that it wants to make rise in creatures with so much goodness, being cut off from itself, as though by a deadly sword? And in place of this divine life that was cut off within them, they make arise the life of passions, of sin, of darkness, of weaknesses. Not doing my will is divine life that creatures lose. And this is why, since it reigns in you, by depriving you of me, it makes you feel the pain of the many divine lives that creatures cut off from it, to be repaired and compensated in you for the many acts of life that they make it lose. Don't you know that in order to form the kingdom of the divine Fiat, it must find in you as many of its acts, for as many as it has lost? And this is the reason for the alternation of my presence and my absence, to give you the occasion to form many acts of submission to my will, to make these acts of divine life that others have rejected enter into you. And then, don't you remember that when I manifested to you your mission regarding the eternal Fiat, I asked of you the sacrifice of suffering as many deaths for as many creatures as were coming out to daylight, for as many as had rejected the life of my will? Oh, my daughter, not doing my will is divine life that creatures reject. It is not like not practicing the virtues, where they reject gems, precious stones, ornaments, garments, that if one does not want them, one can't do without. Rejecting my will instead is to reject the means in order to live. It is to destroy the font of life. It is the greatest evil that can exist. Therefore, one who does so great an evil does not deserve to live. On the contrary, he deserves to die to all goods. Do you not want, then, to compensate my will for all these lives that creatures have cut off from it? And in order to do this, you must suffer, not a pain, but a lack of divine life. That is my privation. In order to form its kingdom in you, my will wants to find in you all the satisfactions that creatures have not given to it, all of its lives that it was to make arise in them. Otherwise, it would be a kingdom without foundation, without giving it the rights of justice, and without the due reparations. Know, however, that your Jesus shall not leave you for too long, because I too know that you cannot live under the press of such a hard martyrdom. In addition to this, I felt afflicted, because when the Reverend Father came, who must occupy himself with the printing of the writings on the most holy will of God, he wanted to have all the writings delivered to him, leaving me not even those whose copies he already had. So the thought that the most intimate things between me and Jesus were out, and being unable even to go over again what Jesus had told me about his holy will, tormented me. And Jesus, coming back, told me, "My daughter, why do you afflict yourself so much? You must know that what I made you write on paper, I myself first wrote in the depth of your soul, and then I made you put it on paper. Even more, there are more things written in you than on the paper. Therefore, when you feel the need to go over again what regards the truths on the Supreme Fiat, just take a look into your interior, and immediately you shall see again what you want. And so that you may be sure of what I am telling you, look right now into your soul, and you shall see, all in order, what I have manifested to you." Now, as he was saying this, I looked into my interior, and in just one glance I could see everything. I could also see that which Jesus had told me, and I had neglected to write. So I thanked my beloved good, and I resigned myself, offering all to him, my heart's sacrifice, and asking in return to give me the grace that his will be known, loved, and glorified. October 9th, 1926. The kingdom of the will of God is like a new creation. Delight of Jesus in hearing one speak about his will. I was making my round in the Supreme Volition according to my usual way, and my sweet Jesus showed a globe of light within my interior. And as I repeated my acts in the divine Fiat, it became larger, and the rays that came out of it became longer. And my always beloved Jesus told me, "My daughter, the more often you make your round in my will, in order to repeat your acts, the larger the sphere of this globe of light becomes. And the more power of light it possesses, the more its rays can extend, that must illuminate the kingdom of the eternal Fiat. Your acts, fused, dissolved in my will, shall form the special sun that must illuminate a kingdom so holy. This sun shall possess the creative strength, and as it extends its rays, it shall leave the mark of its sanctity, of goodness, of light, of beauty, and of divine likeness. Those who shall let themselves be illuminated by its light shall feel the power of a new continuous creation of joy, of contentment, and of goods without end. Therefore, as my will dominates all the acts of those who live in it, the kingdom of my will shall be a continuous creation. So the creature shall remain under a new continued act of this supreme volition that shall keep her so absorbed as to leave no field of action to her own self. This is why I love so much that the kingdom of my will be known, for the great good that creatures shall receive, and for the free field of action it shall have. In fact, the supreme will is now hindered by their own self, but when it becomes known, its rays, vivifying, penetrating, and full of vivid light, shall eclipse the human will, which shall be dazzled by its refulgent light, and in seeing the great good that comes to it, it shall give freedom of action to my will, giving it total dominion. So, in this kingdom, a new era, a new continuous creation, shall begin for my will. It shall put out everything which it had established to give to creatures, had they always done its will, and which it had to keep within itself for many centuries, as though in deposit, to then release them for the good of the children of its kingdom. After this I continued to pray, but while I was praying, I saw that my highest good, Jesus, was coming out in a great hurry from the depth of my interior, pushing a bundle of light that was above him, and kept him as though eclipsed under it, inside of me, preventing me from seeing him. So pushing it hurriedly, he came out, and I said to him, "My Jesus, what is it that you are in such a hurry? Is it perhaps something that interests you very much?" And Jesus, "Certainly, my daughter, it is indeed the thing that interests me the most. You know, even from within you, I heard the Father who took our writings with him speak about my will to those who surrounded him, with so much love that I felt wounded deep into my heart. So I wanted to come out of you in order to listen to him. Those are my own words that I have spoken about my will, that resound to my hearing. I hear my own echo, and therefore I want to take all the delight in listening to him, and I want to let you take it as well, as a reward for the sacrifices you have made." At that moment, I saw a ray of light coming out of Jesus that extended so much as to reach the place where the Reverend Father was, and investing him, it made him speak. And Jesus was all consoled in hearing him speak about his adorable will. October 12th, 1926. What it means to be firstborn daughter of the divine will. How Jesus feels drawn by his will to visit the soul, disposing her to be with him. I felt immersed in the sea of pain, of the privation of my highest good, Jesus, and as much as I asked for him, making my round around heaven and earth, it was not given to me to find him, whom I so much longed for. So the waters of pain, swelling more and more, drowned me with sorrows and with pain. But that pain that only Jesus can give, and knows how to give, to a poor and little heart that loves. And because it is little, it cannot sustain all the immensity of the bitter waters of the pain of his privation. Therefore it remains drowned and oppressed, waiting for him whom I so much yearn and long for. Then, while I was all oppressed, my always lovable Jesus made himself seen in my interior, in the midst of a cloud of light, and told me, "Firstborn daughter of my will, why are you so oppressed? If you think of your great fortune, your oppression shall depart from you. Do you know what firstborn daughter of my will means? It means first daughter in the love of our celestial Father, and first among all to be loved. It means first daughter of grace, of light, first daughter of glory, first daughter, possessor of the riches of her divine Father, first daughter of creation. As firstborn daughter of the Supreme Will, she contains all the bonds, all the relations, all the rights that befit a firstborn daughter, bonds of daughtership, relations of communication to all the dispositions of her celestial Father, rights of possession of all his goods. But all this is not all. Do you know what first daughter delivered by my will means? It means not only to be first in the love and in all the things of her Creator, but to enclose within herself all the love and all the goods of the other children. So, if the others shall possess each one his own part, she, as the firstborn, shall possess altogether the goods of the others, and this by right and with justice, because as firstborn, to her did my will entrust everything, gave everything. Therefore, in her is the origin of all things, the cause for which creation was created, the purpose for which the divine action and love entered the field. She who was to be the firstborn daughter of our will was the primary cause of all the works of a God. Therefore, as a consequence, from her derive all goods. From her do they come, to her do they return. See then How fortunate you are! You cannot fully comprehend what it means to have primacy in love and in all the things of your Creator. On hearing this, I said to him, "My love, what are you saying? And besides, what good comes to me from such great fortune you are talking about, when you deprive me of yourself? All goods convert for me into bitternesses without you. And then I have told you many times that you alone do I want, because you are enough for me in everything. And if I had everything, without you, everything changes for me into martyrdom and indescribable pain. Love, grace, light, the whole creation speak to me about you. They make me know who you are. And not finding you, I become delirious. I go into mortal agonies. Therefore, the primacy, the rights of firstborn, give them to whomever you want. I don't care about them. If you want to make me happy, remain with me. You alone. This is enough for me." And Jesus added, "My daughter, I alone must not be enough for you, nor do I want you to say that you do not care about everything else. No, no. If it is not enough for me to give you myself alone without giving you all of my things, if I care that you have the primacy and be the firstborn daughter, you too must care about it. Don't you know that my frequent coming is bound to your being my firstborn daughter? Don't you know that as long as Adam remained the firstborn son of my will, having therefore primacy over everything, I visited him often? My will, reigning in him, administered to him all the manners necessary in order to be with me, as the son who forms the consolation of his father. So I spoke to him as to a son, and he to me as to his father. As he withdrew from my will, he lost his primacy, the rights of firstborn, and along with them he lost all of my goods. And he no longer felt the strength to sustain my presence, nor did I feel drawn by a divine force and will to go to him. So all his bonds with me were broken. Nothing was due to him by right any more, nor did he see me unveiled any longer, but amidst lightnings and eclipsed within my light, that light of my will that he had rejected. Now, don't you know that the primacy that Adam lost as firstborn son of my will has passed on to you, and that in you I must enclose all the goods that I was to enclose in him, had he not withdrawn from my will? Therefore, I look at you as the first creature come out of our hands, because the one who lives in my will is always the first before her Creator. And even if she is born later in time, this says nothing. In our will, the one who has never gone out of it is always first. See then You must care about everything. My coming itself is the irresistible force of my will that draws you to me and disposes you. Therefore, I want highest gratitude at your fortune of being the firstborn daughter of my will. I did not know what to answer. I remained confounded, and in my inmost soul I said, Fiat, Fiat. October 13th, 1926. How the divine will shall form the eclipse for the human will. I was fusing all of myself in the holy divine volition, and while I was making my round in it, doing my acts, my beloved Jesus moved in my interior and told me, My daughter, each act, prayer, and pain that the soul makes enter into the light of my will becomes light and forms one more ray in the sun of the eternal volition. These rays form the most beautiful glory that the creature can give to the divine fiat, in such a way that, seeing itself so glorified by its own light, it invests these rays with new knowledges that, converting into voices, manifest to the soul more surprises about my will. But do you know what these knowledges of mine form for the creature? They form the eclipse for the human will. The stronger the light is, the more rays there are, and the more strongly the human will remains dazzled and eclipsed by the light of my knowledges, in such a way that it almost feels impotent to act, and it gives the field to the action of the light of my will. The human will remains occupied within the action of my will, and it lacks the time, the place, to make its own will act. It is like the human eye when it stares at the sun. The strength of the light invests the pupil, and lording over it, it renders it impotent to look at other things. But in spite of this, the eye has not lost its vision. It is the strength of the light that has this power. It takes away any other object from the one who looks at it, and allows him to look at nothing but light. I shall never take free willing away from the human will, a great gift given to man in creating him, that makes creatures distinguishable as to whether they want to be my true children or not. But rather, with the light of the knowledges about my will, I shall form more than solar rays, and whoever wants to know them and look at them shall be invested by this light in such a way that, eclipsed, the human will shall take delight and love in looking at this light, and shall feel fortunate that the action of the light takes the place of its own, and it shall lose love and delight for other things. This is why I am saying so much about my will, to form the strong light, because the stronger it is, the greater is the eclipse it forms, in order to occupy the human will. Look at the sky. It is an image of this. If you look at it at night, you see it studded with stars. But if you look at it during the day, the stars no longer exist for the human eye. However, they are still at their place in the sky, just as at nighttime. Who had this strength to make the stars disappear, though they are present in the full daylight. The sun, with the strength of its light, it eclipsed them, but did not destroy them. And this is so true, that when the sun begins to set, so do they return to make themselves seen in the vault of the heavens. It seems that they are afraid of the light, and they hide to give field to the action of the light of the sun, because in their mute language they know that the sun contains more effects of goods for the earth, and it is right that they give field to the great action of the sun. And so, as homage to it, they let themselves be eclipsed by its light. But as the eclipse ends, so do they make themselves be seen, present at their place. So it shall be between the sun of the knowledges about the supreme Fiat and the human wills that shall let themselves be illuminated by these rays of light of my knowledges. These shall bring the eclipse to the human wills, that in seeing the great good of the action of its light, shall feel ashamed and afraid to act with the human will, and shall give free field to the action of the light of the divine will. Therefore, the more you pray and suffer in it, the more knowledges you draw to be manifested to you, and the stronger the light becomes, so as to be able to form the sweet eclipse for the human will. In this way, I shall be able to establish the kingdom of the supreme Fiat. October 15th, 1926. How the soul shall possess as much glory, beatitude, and happiness in heaven, for as much divine will as she has enclosed on earth. Continuing to make my usual round in the supreme will, I was saying to myself, "My Jesus, your will embraces and encloses everything. And I, in the name of the first creature who came out of your creative hands, up to the last one who shall be created, intend to repair for all the oppositions of the human wills made against yours, and to take within me all the acts of your adorable will that creatures have rejected, in order to requite them all in love and adoration, in such a way that there may be no act of yours without the correspondence of one act of mine, so that in finding my little act as though bilocated in each one of your acts, you may be satisfied and may come to reign triumphantly upon earth. Is it perhaps not upon the human acts that your eternal Fiat wants to find the support on which to dominate? Therefore, in each one of your acts, I offer you mine as the field on which you can lay your kingdom. Now, while I was thinking and saying this, my always lovable Jesus moved in my interior and told me, "Little daughter of my will, it is just, it is necessary, it is a right of both sides, both yours and of my will, that the one who is its child follow the multiplicity of the acts of my will, and that my will receive them into its acts. A father would be unhappy if he did not feel his child at his side, so as to be followed by his child in his acts, nor would the child feel loved by the father, if, putting him aside, the father would not let himself be followed by his child. Therefore, daughter of my will and newborn in it means precisely this: to follow all of its acts as its faithful daughter. In fact, you must know that, in creation, my will entered the field of action in the human acts of the creature. But in order to act, it wants the act of the creature within its own, so as to carry out its operating and be able to say, "My kingdom is in the midst of my children, and right within their inmost acts." In fact, as much as the creature takes of my will, so much do I extend my kingdom in her, and she extends her kingdom in my will. But according to how much she lets me dominate in her acts, so does she expand her boundaries in my kingdom, and I give, and she takes, more joy, more happiness, more goods, and more glory. In fact, it is established that in the celestial fatherland they shall receive as much glory, beatitude, and happiness for as much of my will as they have enclosed in their souls on earth. Their glory shall be measured by that very will of mine that their souls shall possess, nor shall they be able to receive more, because their capacity and wideness is formed by that very divine will that they have done and possessed while living on earth. And even if my liberality wanted to give them more, they would lack the space to contain it, and it would overflow outside. Now, my daughter, of all that my will has established to give to creatures, of all of its acts, they have taken little. They have known little until now, because its kingdom has not only not been known, but not even possessed. Therefore, in heaven, it cannot give all its complete glory, or all the joys and happiness it possesses, because it finds itself in the midst of children who are incapable and of small stature. This is why it awaits the time of its kingdom with so much love and yearning, to have its total dominion, and to give from its fiat everything it had established to give to creatures, therefore forming children who are capable of receiving all of its goods. And only these children shall make the glory for all the blessed, for the children of the kingdom of my will be completed in the celestial fatherland, because they have enclosed what my will wanted, giving it free field of action and of dominion. Therefore, they shall have the essential glory, as they shall have the capacity and the space to contain it. And through them, the others shall have the accidental glory. And altogether, they shall enjoy the complete glory and the full happiness of my will. So, the kingdom of the supreme Fiat shall be the full triumph of heaven and of the earth. Then I was thinking to myself, in the Our Father, our Lord teaches us to say, to pray, "Your will be done." Now, why does he say that he wants us to live in it? And Jesus, always benign, moving in my interior, told me, "My daughter, your will be done, that I taught in the Our Father, meant that all were to pray that they might at least do the will of God. And this is for all Christians, and for all times. Nor can anyone call himself a Christian if he does not dispose himself to do the will of his celestial Father. But you have not thought of the other addition that comes immediately after. On earth as it is in heaven. On earth as it is in heaven means to live in the divine will. It means to pray that the kingdom of my will may come on earth in order to live in it. In heaven, they not only do my will, but they live in it. They possess it as their own thing, and as their own kingdom. And if they did it but did not possess it, their happiness would not be full, because true happiness begins in the depth of the soul. To do the will of God does not mean to possess it, but to submit oneself to its commands, while to live in it is possession. Therefore, in the Our Father, in the words, "Your will be done," is the prayer that all may do the supreme will. And in "On earth as it is in heaven," that man may return into that will from which he came, in order to reacquire his happiness, the lost goods, and the possession of his divine kingdom. October 17th, 1926. How the soul makes her round in all creation and redemption, keeping the divine will company in all of its acts, and asking for its kingdom in each one of them. How the Fiat is the foundation of the kingdom of the divine will. It seems I cannot do without continuing to make my round in the supreme will. I feel it is my true home, and only when I make my round within it, then am I content, because I find everything that belongs to my sweet Jesus. And by virtue of his will, all that belongs to him is also mine. Therefore, I have much to give to my beloved good. Even more, there is so much to give him that I never finish giving him everything. So I remain always with the desire to go back and continue making my round, to be able to give him everything that belongs to his adorable will. So, while making my round, thinking of the great good that the supreme volition brings to the soul, I prayed to Jesus that he would soon make it known to all, so that they might take part in such a great good. And in order to obtain this, as I reached each created thing, I said to him, "I come into the sun to keep company with your will reigning and dominating in it, with all the splendor of its majesty. But while I keep you company in the sun, I pray you that your eternal Fiat be known, and just as it reigns triumphantly in the sun, it may come to reign triumphantly in the midst of creatures. See, the sun also is praying you. All of its light turns into prayer. And as it extends over the earth and invests plants and flowers, mountains and plains, seas and rivers with its light, it prays that your Fiat may be one upon earth, harmonizing with all creatures. So I am not the only one who is praying, but it is the power of your very will reigning in the sun that is praying. the light is praying. Its innumerable effects, the goods, the colors it contains, are praying. All are praying that your fiat may reign over all. Can you resist such a great mass of light that prays with the power of your own will? And I, little as I am, while keeping you company in this sun, bless, adore, glorify your adorable will with that magnificence and glory with which your own will glorifies itself in its works. So only in the creatures is your will not to find the perfect glory of its works. Therefore come, may your fiat come. But while I am doing this, I feel all the light of the sun praying that the eternal fiat may come. Or rather, it is his very adorable will that, investing the light, prays. And I, leaving it there, praying, move on into the other created things, to make my tiny little visit, to keep a little company with the adorable will in each one of its acts that it exercises in each created thing. Therefore I go through the heavens, the stars, the sea, so that the heavens may pray, the stars may pray, the sea may pray with its murmuring, that the supreme fiat be known and reign triumphantly over all creatures, just as it reigns in them. Then, after making my round over all created things, to keep company with the divine fiat, and to ask within each thing that it may come to reign upon earth, how beautiful it is to see and to hear the whole creation praying that its kingdom may come into the midst of creatures. Then I descend into everything that my Jesus did in redemption. In his tears, in his baby moans, in his works, steps, and words, in his pains, in his wounds, in his blood, and even in his death, so that his tears may pray that his fiat come, his moans and everything he did, all in chorus, may supplicate that his fiat be known, and that his very death may make the life of his divine will rise again in the creatures. Then, while I was doing this and other things, I would be too long if I wanted to say everything. My sweet Jesus, clasping me to himself, told me, "Little daughter of my will, you must know that my will left itself reigning in all creation, to give the field to creatures, to make as many visits to it, for as many things as it created. It wanted the company of the creature in the mute language of the whole universe. How hard is the isolation of this will so holy, that wants to sanctify, and finds no one with whom to share its sanctity. It is so rich and yearning to give, and finds no one to whom to give. So beautiful, and it finds no one to embellish. So happy, and it finds no one to make happy. Being able to give, wanting to give, and having no one to whom to give, is always a sorrow and an unspeakable pain. And then, to one's yet greater sorrow, being left alone. Therefore, in seeing a creature enter the field of creation to keep it company. It feels delighted, and it feels that the purpose for which it left itself reigning in each created thing is being fulfilled. But that which renders it more happy, more glorified, is that as you reach each created thing, you ask that its fiat be known and reign over everything. And you move my very will in the sun, in the heavens, in the sea, in everything, to pray that the kingdom of my will may come. In fact, since my fiat is in you, it can be said that it is my will itself that prays and moves all of my works, and even my tears and sighs, so that the kingdom of my will may come. You cannot understand what contentment you give me, what a breach it is into my heart and into my very will, to hear all our works praying, because they want our fiat. You see, then, my contentment, as I see that you seek nothing for yourself, neither glory, nor love, nor graces. And in seeing that your littleness cannot obtain a kingdom so great, you make your round in all my works, wherever an act of my will is present, doing its office. And you make my own fiat say, "Your kingdom come. Oh, please, let it be known, loved, and possessed by the human generations." A divine will that prays together with our works, and together with its little daughter, is the greatest portent. It is a power equal to our own that prays, and it is impossible for us not to grant what it asks. How holy, how pure, noble, and fully divine, without a shadow of the human, is the kingdom of our will. Our own fiat shall be its basis, its foundation, and its depth, that extending below, in the midst, and above these children of the celestial family, shall render their step firm, and the kingdom of my will unshakable for them. October 19th, 1926. The divine fiat possesses the source of novelty, and the soul who lets herself be dominated by it is under the influence of a new continued act, never interrupted, and receives the effects and the life of everything that the divine will has done. As I was in my usual state, my adorable Jesus made himself seen in my interior, with a sun that descended from heaven and was centered in his breast. And as I prayed, breathed, moved, and did my acts in his will, I acquired light, and Jesus expanded more within my soul, occupying more space. I remained surprised in seeing that everything I did acquired light from the breast of Jesus, and that Jesus became larger and extended more within me, and I was filled more with him. After this, he said to me, "My daughter, my divinity is a new continued act, and since my will is the regime of it, the carrying out of our works, the bearer of this new act, it possesses the fullness of this new act, and therefore it is ever new in its works, new in its happiness, in the joy, and ever new in the manifestations of its knowledges. This is why it tells you always new things about my Fiat, because it possesses the source of novelty. And if it seems that many things look alike and hold hands, this is the effect of the endless light it contains, that is indivisible, and therefore they seem to be lights that are all linked together. And just as in the light, there is the substance of colors, that are like many new and distinct acts that the light possesses, one cannot say that there is only one color, but all colors, with the variety of all shades, pale, strong, and dark. However, that which embellishes these colors and renders them more brilliant is the fact that they are invested by the power of light. Otherwise, they would be like colors without attractiveness and without beauty. In the same way, the many knowledges given to you about my will, because they start from its endless light, are invested with light, and therefore it seems that they hold hands, that they look alike. However, in their substance, they are more than colors, ever new in the truths, new in the way, new in the good they bring, new in the sanctification they communicate, new in the similes, new in the beauties, and perhaps even just one new and additional word contained in the different manifestations about my will is always a divine color, and it is a new eternal act that brings to the creature an act that never ends, in the grace, in the goods, and in the glory. And do you know what it means to possess these knowledges on my will? It is as if one possessed a coin that has the virtue of making arise as many coins as one wants. And if one possesses a springing good, poverty is over. In the same way, these knowledges of mine possess light, sanctity, strength, beauty, and riches that arise continuously. So, those who shall possess them shall have the source of light, of sanctity. Therefore darkness, weaknesses, the ugliness of sin, poverty in divine goods, shall end for them. All evils shall end, and they shall possess the source of sanctity. See, this light that you see as centered in my breast is my supreme will. As you emit your acts, light arises and communicates itself to you, bringing you new knowledges about my Fiat, that emptying you, enlarge the place for me, in which I can extend more within you. And as I keep extending myself, so do your natural life, your will, all of yourself, come to an end, because you give place to mine, and I occupy myself with forming and extending more and more the kingdom of the supreme Fiat in you. And you shall have a larger field, in order to make your round in it, and to help me in the work of the new formation of my kingdom in the midst of creatures. Then I continued my acts in the unending heaven of the divine volition, and I could touch with my own hand how in everything that came out of the eternal Fiat, both in creation and in redemption and in sanctification. There are many beings and innumerable things, all new and distinct among themselves. At the most they look alike, they hold hands, but not one being or thing can say, "I am the same as the other." Even the smallest insect, the littlest flower, carries the mark of novelty. So I thought to myself, it is really true that the fiat of the Divine Majesty contains the virtue, the source of a new continuous act. What happiness it is to let oneself be dominated by this omnipotent fiat, to be under the influence of a new act never interrupted. Now, while I was thinking of this, my sweet Jesus came back, and looking at me with unspeakable love, called everything around himself. At his wish, all creation and the goods of redemption found themselves around Jesus, and he bound my poor soul to all creation and redemption, to let me receive all the effects of everything that his adorable will has done. And he added, "My daughter, the one who lets herself be dominated by my will is under the influence of all its acts, and receives the effects and the life of what I did in creation and redemption. Everything is in relationship with her and bound to her. October 22nd, 1926. The great good that the kingdom of the divine fiat shall bring. How it shall be the preserver from all evils. Just as the Virgin, while she made no miracle, made the great miracle of giving a God to creatures, so it shall be for the one who must make the kingdom known. She shall make the great miracle of giving a divine will. I was thinking to myself about the holy divine volition, and I said to myself, but what shall be the great good of this kingdom of the supreme fiat? And Jesus, interrupting my thought, moved in my interior, and as though hurriedly, telling me, "My daughter, what shall be the great good? What shall be the great good? The kingdom of my fiat shall enclose all goods, all miracles, the most sensational prodigies. Even more, it shall surpass them altogether. And if miracle means to give sight to a blind one, to straighten up a cripple, to heal one who is sick, to raise a dead man, and so forth, the kingdom of my will shall have the preserving nourishment, and for whomever enters into it, there shall be no danger that he might become blind, crippled, or sick. Death shall no longer have power in the soul, and if it shall have it over the body, it shall not be death, but transit. Without the nourishment of sin, and a degraded human will that produced corruption in the bodies, and with the preserving nourishment of my will, the bodies also shall not be subject to decomposing and becoming so horribly corrupted as to strike fear even into the strongest ones, as it happens now. But they shall remain composed in their sepulchres, waiting for the day of the resurrection of all. Do you think it is a greater miracle to give sight of a poor blind one, to straighten up a cripple, to heal one who is sick, or to have a preserving means, so that the eye may never lose its sight, so that one may always walk straight, so that one may always be healthy? I believe that the preserving miracle is greater than the miracle after a misfortune has occurred. This is the great difference between the kingdom of redemption and the kingdom of the supreme Fiat. In the first, the miracle was for the poor unfortunate, as it is today, who lie, some in one misfortune, some in another. And this is why I gave the example, also externally, of giving many different healings, that were the symbol of the healings that I gave to the souls, and who easily returned to their infirmity. The second shall be a preserving miracle, because my will possesses the miraculous power that whoever lets himself be dominated by it shall be subject to no evil. Therefore, it shall have no need to make miracles, because it shall preserve them always healthy, holy, and beautiful, worthy of that beauty that came out of our creative hands in creating the creature. The kingdom of the divine Fiat shall make the great miracle of banishing all evils, all miseries, all fears, because it shall not perform a miracle at time and circumstance, but shall keep the children of its kingdom with itself, with an act of continued miracle, to preserve them from any evil, and let them be distinguished as the children of its kingdom. This in the souls, but also in the body there shall be many modifications, because it is always sin that is the nourishment of all evils. Once sin is removed, there shall be no nourishment for evil. More so, since my will and sin cannot exist together. Therefore, the human nature also shall have its beneficial effects. Now, my daughter, having to prepare the great miracle of the kingdom of the supreme Fiat, I am doing with you, firstborn daughter of my will, just as I did with the sovereign queen, my mamma, when I had to prepare the kingdom of redemption. I drew her so close to myself, I kept her so occupied in her interior, as to be able to form together with her the miracle of redemption, for which there was such great need. There were so many things that, together, we were to do, to redo, to complete, that I had to hide from her outward appearance anything that might be called miracle, except for her perfect virtue. By this I rendered her more free, so as to let her cross the endless sea of the eternal Fiat, and that she might have access to the divine majesty, in order to obtain the kingdom of redemption. What would be greater, that the celestial queen had given sight to the blind, and speech to the mute, and so forth, or the miracle of making the eternal Word descend upon earth? The first would have been accidental, passing, and individual miracles. The second, instead, is a permanent miracle, and it is for everyone, as long as they want it. Therefore, the first would have been as though nothing compared to the second. She was the true sun, who, eclipsing everything, eclipsed the very word of the Father within herself, letting all the goods, all the effects and miracles that redemption produced, germinate from her light. But as sun, she produced goods and miracles without letting herself be seen or pointed at as the primary cause of everything. In fact, all the good I did upon earth, I did because the Empress of Heaven reached the point of holding her empire in the divinity. And by her empire, she drew me from heaven to give me to creatures. Now, I am doing the same with you, in order to prepare the kingdom of the Supreme Fiat. I keep you with me. I make you cross its endless sea, to give you access to the Celestial Father, that you may pray him, conquer him, have empire over him, to obtain the fiat of my kingdom. And in order to fulfill and consummate in you all the miraculous power that is needed to form a kingdom so holy, I keep you continuously occupied in your interior with the work of my kingdom. I make you make your round continuously, in order to redo, to complete everything that is needed, and that all should do, in order to form the great miracle of my kingdom. Externally, I let nothing miraculous appear in you, except for the light of my will. Some might say, how can this be? Blessed Jesus manifests so many portents to this creature about this kingdom of the divine fiat, and the goods it shall bring shall surpass creation and redemption. Even more, it shall be the crown of both one and the other. But in spite of so much good, nothing miraculous can be seen in her, externally, as confirmation of the great good of this kingdom of the eternal fiat. While the other saints, without the portent of this great good, have made miracles at each step. But if they turn back to consider my dear Mamma, the holiest of all creatures, and the great good that she enclosed within herself, and that she brought to creatures, there is no one who can compare to her, as she made the great miracle of conceiving the divine word within herself, and the portent of giving a God to each creature. And in the face of this great prodigy, never before seen or heard, of being able to give the eternal word to creatures, all other miracles together are like tiny little flames before the sun. Now, the one who must do the greatest has no need to do the lesser. In the same way, in the face of the miracle of the kingdom of my will restored in the midst of creatures, all other miracles shall be tiny little flames before the great sun of my will. Each saying, truth, and manifestation about it is a miracle that has come out of my will as preserver from all evils. It is like binding the creature to an infinite good, to a greater glory, and to a new beauty, fully divine. Each truth about my eternal fiat contains more power and prodigious virtue than if a dead man were resurrected, a leper were healed, a blind one could see, or a mute could speak. In fact, my words on the sanctity and power of my fiat shall resurrect the souls to their origin. They shall heal them from the leprosy produced by the human will. They shall give them the sight to be able to see the goods of the kingdom of my will, because until now they have been like blind. They shall give speech to many mute, who, while they were able to say many other things, only for my will were like many mute without speech. And then the great miracle of being able to give to each creature a divine will that contains all goods. What shall it not give them when it shall be in possession of the children of its kingdom? This is why I keep you all occupied with the work of this kingdom of mine. And there is much to do in order to prepare the great miracle that the kingdom of the Fiat be known and possessed. Therefore, be attentive in crossing the endless sea of my will, so that the order between creator and creature may be established. In this way, through you, I shall be able to make the great miracle that man returned to me into the origin from which he came. Then I was thinking of what is written above, especially that each word and manifestation on the supreme will is a miracle come out of it. And Jesus, to confirm in me what he had told me, added, "My daughter, what do you think a greater miracle was when I came upon earth? My word, the gospel I announced, or the fact that I gave life to the dead, sight to the blind, hearing to the deaf, and so forth?" Ah, my daughter, my word, my gospel was a greater miracle. More so, since the very miracles came out of my word. The foundation, the substance of all miracles, came out of my creative word. The sacraments, creation itself, a permanent miracle, had life from my word. And my very church has my word, my gospel, as regime and foundation. So, my word, my gospel, was a miracle greater than the miracles themselves, that if they had life, it was because of my miraculous word. Therefore, be sure that the word of your Jesus is the greatest miracle. My word is like mighty wind that runs, pounds on the hearing, enters into the hearts, warms, purifies, illuminates, makes its round and round from nation to nation. It covers the whole world. It wanders throughout all centuries. Who could ever give death and bury one word of mine? No one. And if sometimes it seems that my word is silent and is as though hidden, it never loses its life. When least expected, it comes out and makes its round everywhere. Centuries shall pass in which everything, men and things, shall be confounded and disappear. But my word shall never pass away, because it contains life, the miraculous power of He who issued it. Therefore, I confirm that each word and manifestation I make to you about my eternal fiat is the greatest miracle that shall serve the kingdom of my will. And this is why I push you so much, and I care so much that not a word of mine be not manifested and written by you, because I see a miracle of mine coming back to me that shall bring so much good to the children of the kingdom of the supreme fiat. October 24th, 1926. How there is nothing more holy and bearer of every happiness than the divine will. How all the acts of creation and redemption have the purpose of establishing the kingdom of the supreme fiat. I was making my usual round in the divine volition, and in each thing I placed my I love you, and I asked that the kingdom of the fiat come and be known upon earth. And reaching all the acts that my sweet Jesus did in redemption, asking in each act, your kingdom come, I thought to myself, before, in making my round so much, both in all creation and in redemption, I used to place only my I love you, my adoration, my thank you. And now, why can I not do without asking for the kingdom of the fiat? I feel I would want to overwhelm everything, the smallest and the greatest thing, heaven and earth, the very acts of Jesus and Jesus himself, and force them so that everything and everyone may say together with me, we want the kingdom of the supreme fiat. We want it reigning and dominating in our midst. More so, since all want it, the very acts of Jesus, his life, his tears, his blood, his wounds, say from within, may our kingdom come upon earth. And so I enter into the act of Jesus, and I repeat along with it, may the kingdom of the divine fiat come soon. Now, while I was thinking of this, my beloved Jesus came out from within my interior, and with unspeakable tenderness told me, my daughter, the one who is born in my will, feels its life flowing within her, and as though naturally, she wants for everyone that which she possesses. And since my will is immense and encloses everything and everyone, the one who possesses it makes her round through all the things it encloses, to pray it and win it, to descend upon earth, to form its kingdom. However, you must know that in order to have dominion and make them say what you want in all the things that came out of my will and enclose it, first, you had to know them, and then love them, so that love might give you the right to possess them, and to make them do and say whatever you want. Here is the reason why, before, in making your round through all of my works, you would impress your I love you, I adore you, I thank you. It was the knowledges of my works that you were acquiring, and the possession of them that you were taking. Now, after the possession, what greater, holier, and more beautiful thing, more bearer of all happinesses to the human generations, can you ask in the midst of my works, and together with them, than the coming of the kingdom of my will? More so, since in creation, just as in the kingdom of redemption, it was the kingdom of the fiat that I wanted to establish in the midst of creatures. All of my acts, my very life, their origin, their substance, deep within them. It was the Fiat that they asked for, and for the Fiat were they made. If you could see inside each one of my tears, each drop of my blood, each pain, and all of my works, you would find within them the Fiat that they were asking for, and how they were directed toward the kingdom of my will. And even though apparently they seemed to be directed to redeeming and saving man, that was the way that they were making in order to reach to the kingdom of my will. This happens also to creatures. When they decide that they want to take possession of a kingdom, of a house, of a land, they do not just find themselves in it and in possession of it immediately in one instant, but they have to make their way. Who knows how much suffering, fighting, and climbing of stairs in order for them to be in it and then take possession of it. My daughter, if all the acts and pains that my humanity suffered did not have the restoration of the kingdom of my Fiat upon earth as their origin, substance, and life, I would have moved away from and lost the purpose of creation, which cannot be, because once God has set himself a purpose, he must and can obtain the intent. And if in everything you do, suffer, and say, you do not ask for my Fiat, and do not have my will as origin and substance, you move away from and do not fulfill your mission. And it is necessary that you make your round time and time again in my will, in the midst of my works, to ask, all in chorus, for the coming of the Supreme Fiat, so that together with all creation and with all my works, which I did in redemption, you may be filled to the brim with all the acts that are needed before the Celestial Father to make known and to impetrate the kingdom of my will upon earth. Now, you must know that all creation and all my works done in redemption are as though tired of waiting, and find themselves in the condition of a noble and rich family whose children are all of proper stature, good-looking, of uncommon intelligence, always well-dressed, and with marvelous neatness. They are the ones who make always the best impression among all others. Now, after such great fortune, this family has had a misfortune. One of these children, degrading himself, descends from his nobility and goes around always dirty. He does unworthy and vile acts that dishonor the nobility of the family, and as much as they do, so that he may appear together with the other brothers, they do not succeed. On the contrary, he keeps getting worse and worse, to the point of becoming the mockery and the laughingstock of all. The whole family has a constant sorrow, and as much as they feel the dishonor of this son, they cannot destroy him and say that he does not belong to them, and that he did not come from that same father to whom they belong. Such is the condition in which all creation and all the works of my redemption find themselves. They are all a celestial family. Their origin is divine nobility. All of them have the will of their celestial Father as their insignia, dominion, and life. and therefore they all maintain themselves in their nobility, beautiful, decorous, pure, of enchanting beauty, and worthy of that will that man, who came from their same Father, has degraded himself. And in the midst of such great glory and beauty of theirs, he is always dirty. He does foolish actions, unworthy and vile. They cannot deny that he belongs to them, but they do not want him in their midst, so dirty and foolish. Therefore, as though tired, they all pray that the kingdom of my will may come into the midst of creatures, so that one may be the nobility, the honor, and the glory of this family. And in seeing that the little daughter of my will comes into their midst, and animating them, asks and makes everyone ask for the coming of the kingdom of the supreme Fiat into the midst of creatures, they all feel delighted, because their sorrow is close to ending. October 26, 1926. How in all the acts that Jesus did, his purpose was the kingdom of the divine Fiat. Adam feels the honor he had lost being returned to him. As I continue to unite myself with the acts that Jesus did in redemption, my always lovable Jesus told me, "My daughter, see how all the acts I did in redeeming man, and even the miracles I performed during my public life, had no other purpose but to call back the kingdom of the supreme Fiat into the midst of creatures. And in the act of doing them, I asked my celestial Father to make it known, and to restore it in the midst of the human generations. If I gave sight to the blind, my first act was to put to flight the darkness of the human will, the primary cause of the blindness of the soul and of the body, so that the light of my will might illuminate the souls of many blind, and they might obtain the sight to look at my will in order to love it, and their bodies also might be exempt from losing the sight. If I gave hearing to the deaf, first I asked my Father that they might acquire the hearing to hear the voices, the knowledges, the prodigies of my divine will, so that it might enter into their hearts as the way in order to dominate them, and there might be no more death in the world, either in the soul or in the body. Also in the dead I resurrected, I asked that souls might rise again in my eternal will, even those that were putrefied and made more than cadavers by the human will. And when I took the ropes to drive the profaners out of the temple, it was the human will that I was driving out, so that mine might enter, reigning and dominating, and they might be truly rich in their souls, and no longer subject to natural poverty. And even when, triumphant, I entered into Jerusalem, in the midst of the triumph of the crowds, surrounded with honor and glory, it was the triumph of my will that I established in the midst of the peoples. There was no act I did while being on earth in which I did not place my will as prime act to be established once again in the midst of creatures, because that was the thing I most cared for. If it were not so, or if I did not do so, If in everything I worked and suffered, I did not have the kingdom of the supreme Fiat as prime act to be restored in the midst of creatures, my coming upon earth would have brought a half good to the generations, not a complete one. And the glory of my celestial Father would not have been completely reintegrated by me. In fact, since my will is the origin of every good and the only purpose of creation and redemption, it is, therefore, the ultimate fulfillment of all our works. Without it, our most beautiful works remain within a frame and without completion, because it alone is the crown of our works and the seal that our work is complete. Therefore, for the honor and glory of the very work of redemption, it was to have, as prime act, the purpose of the kingdom of my will. After this, I was beginning making my round in the divine will, and going into the terrestrial Eden, in which Adam had done the first act of withdrawal of his will from the divine, I said to my sweet Jesus, "My love, I want to annihilate my will in yours, that it may never have life, so that your will may have life in everything and forever, in order to repair for the first act that Adam did, and return to your supreme volition all the glory as if Adam had never withdrawn from it. Oh, how I wish to give back to him the honor he lost because he did his own will and rejected yours. And I intend to do this act for as many times as all creatures have done their own will, the cause of all evils, and have rejected yours, the origin and font of all goods. Therefore, I pray you that the kingdom of the supreme Fiat may come soon, so that everyone, from Adam up to all the creatures who have done their own will, may receive the honor and the glory that they lost, and your will may receive triumph, glory, and its fulfillment." Now, while I was saying this, my highest good, Jesus, was moved and touched, and making my first father Adam present to me, let him himself tell me, with emphasis of love all special, "Blessed daughter, finally my Lord God, after so many centuries, has delivered to the light of the day the one who was to think about giving me back the honor and the glory that I lost, alas, by doing my will. How I feel my happiness redoubled! Until now no one has ever thought of giving me back that honor that I lost. Therefore I thank God profoundly for having delivered you to the light, and I thank you, the daughter dearest to me, for taking on the commitment of giving back to God the glory as if his will had never been offended by me, and to me the great honor that the kingdom of the supreme Fiat be established once again in the midst of the human generations. It is right that I give you the place that had been destined to me, as the first creature that came out of the hands of our Creator." After this, my lovable Jesus, clasping me to himself, told me, "My daughter, not only Adam, but the whole of heaven awaits your acts in my will, in order to receive the honor that their human will has taken away from them. You must know that I have placed more grace in you than I placed in Adam, so that my will might possess you and dominate you with triumph, and yours might feel honored never to have life, and to give the place to my will. In him I did not place my humanity as his help and strength, and as cortege of my will, because I did not have it then. But I have placed it in you, to provide you with all the necessary helps, so that your will might remain at its place, and mine might reign, and together with you might follow your making your rounds in my eternal volition, in order to establish its kingdom. On hearing this, surprised, I said, "My Jesus, what are you saying? It seems to me that you want to tempt me and make fun of me. How is it possible that you have placed more grace in me than in Adam?" "Certainly, certainly, my daughter. I had to make it so that your will might be sustained by another divine humanity, so that it would not stagger, but remain firm in my will. Therefore, I am not making fun of you, but I am telling you this, so that you correspond to me and be attentive." October 29th, 1926. How in all created things God centralized his love toward man. Outpouring of love in creating him, and how the Fiat made him live in the reflections of his Creator. I was continuing to make my round in all creation, in order to follow each act of the supreme will in each created thing, and my always lovable Jesus came out from within my interior to accompany me through the whole space of the vault of the heavens. And as we reached each created thing, Jesus gave starts of joy and of love. Then pausing, he told me, "My daughter, I created the heavens, and I centralized my love for man in the heavens. And in order to give him greater delight, I studded them with stars. I did not love the heavens, but man in the heavens, and for him I created them. How strong and great was my love in extending this azure vault above the head of man, adorned with most refulgent stars, like a pavilion for him, such that neither kings nor emperors can have one like it. But I did not content myself with centralizing my love for man in the heavens that were to serve him as pure delight. Wanting to delight in love with him, I wanted to create the sun, centralizing so much love for man in the sun. I loved man in the sun, not the sun, and therefore I placed in it love of necessity, because the sun was necessary for the earth, having to serve the plants and the well-being of man. Love of light, that was to illuminate him. Love of fire, that was to warm him. And all the effects that this sphere produces, that are innumerable. A continuous miracle placed in the vault of the heavens, that descends with its light for the good of all. I centralized so many specialties of love toward man in the sun, for as many goods and effects as it produces. Oh, if the creature at least paid attention to my love that the sun brings to her, how happy I would feel, and repaid of the great love I placed in this divine relator of mine, and bearer of my love and of my light. While my supreme will operated, constituting itself life of each created thing, in order to give itself as life to the human generations also through them, my love, making its way in my eternal fiat, centralized itself to love man. So in each created thing, in the wind, in the sea, in the little flower, in the little bird that sings, in everything, I centralized my love, so that all things might bring him love. But in order to hear, comprehend, and receive this, my language of love, man was supposed to love me. Otherwise, all creation would remain as though mute and lifeless for him. Now, after I created everything, I formed the nature of man with my own creative hands. And as I formed the bones, extended the nerves, formed the heart, so did I centralize my love. And after I clothed him with flesh, forming as though the most beautiful statue that no other artisan could ever make, I looked at him, and I loved him so much that, unable to contain my love, it overflowed. And breathing on him, I infused life in him. But we were not content. In an excess of love, the sacrosanct Trinity wanted to endow him, giving him intellect, memory, and will. And according to his capacity of creature, we enriched him with all the particles of our divine being. The whole of the divinity was intent on loving man and on pouring itself into him. From the very first instant of his life, he felt all the strength of our love, and from the depth of his heart, he expressed, with his own voice, love for his Creator. Oh, how happy we felt in hearing our work, the statue made by us, speaking, loving us, and with perfect love. It was the reflection of our love that came out of him. This love had not been contaminated by his will, and therefore his love was perfect, because he possessed the fullness of our love. Until then, of all the things created by us, not one thing had said to us that it loved us. Now, in hearing that man loved us, our joy, our contentment, was so great that as the fulfillment of our feast, we constituted him king of all the universe, and the most beautiful jewel of our creative hands. How beautiful man was in the first times of his creation! He was our reflection, and these reflections gave him so much beauty as to enrapture our love and render him perfect in all of his acts. Perfect was the glory he gave to his Creator, perfect his adoration, his love, his works. His voice was so harmonious as to resound in the whole creation, because he possessed the divine harmony, and the harmony of that fiat that had given him life. Everything was order in him, because our will brought him the order of his Creator. It rendered him happy, and made him grow in our likeness, and according to our words, let us make man in our image and likeness. Each one of his acts, done in the unity of the light of the supreme Fiat, was a tint of divine beauty that he acquired. Each word of his was one more harmonious note that resounded. Everything was love in him. In everything he sang the praises of our glory, of our power, and infinite wisdom. And everything, heavens, sun, and earth, brought him the joys, the happiness, and the love of He who had created him. If you could form a statue the way you liked the best, and then you poured all of yourself into it, giving it all the vital humors, and with the empire of your love you gave life to it, how much would you not love it? And how much would you not want it to love you? What would your jealousy of love be, so that the whole of it would remain at your disposal, and such that you would not tolerate even one heartbeat that would not be done for you? In your statue you would look at yourself, and therefore at every little thing not done for you, you would feel a tearing made to your very self. So I am. Everything that the creature does not do for me are tearings that I feel. More so, since the earth that sustains her is mine. The sun that illuminates her and warms her is mine. The water that she drinks, the food that she takes, are mine. Everything is mine. She lives at my expense, and while I give her everything, she, the beautiful statue, is not for me. What must my sorrow be then, and the affront and the offense that this statue gives me? Think about it yourself, my daughter. Now, you must know that my will alone can give me back my statue, beautiful, just as I made it, because my will is the preserver of all our works, and the bearer of all our reflections, in such a way that the soul lives of our reflections, that if she loves, administer to her the perfection of our love. If she works, the perfection of our works. In sum, everything she does is perfect in her, and this perfection gives her so many tints of different beauties as to enamor the Maker who formed her. This is why I love so much that the Supreme Fiat be known, and form its kingdom in the midst of the human generations, to establish the order between Creator and creature, and to return to place our goods in common with her. And our will alone has this power. Without it, there cannot be much good. Nor can our statue return to us as beautiful as it came out of our creative hands. November 1st, 1926. What the Supreme Fiat does in each created thing, and the lessons it gives to creatures in order to come and reign in their midst. I was making my usual round in the whole creation, to be able to love and glorify as the divine Fiat itself loves and glorifies in all created things. But while I was doing this, I thought to myself, my sweet Jesus makes me make my round through the whole creation, as though to reach his will in all of its acts, so as to keep it company, to give him an I love you of mine, a thank you, and I adore you of mine, and to ask that his kingdom may come soon. But I do not know all that this divine volition does in each created thing. I would like to know it, so that my act may be one with its own. Now, while I was thinking of this, my always lovable Jesus, all goodness, came out from within my interior and told me, "It is right that the little daughter of my will know what he from whom her origin came does. You must know that my eternal Fiat not only fills the whole creation and is life of each created thing, but keeps all of our qualities spread out in the whole creation. In fact, the creation was to serve as terrestrial paradise for the human family, and therefore it was to be the echo of the beatitudes and happinesses of heaven. If it did not contain the joys and the contentments of the celestial fatherland, how could it form the happiness of the terrestrial fatherland? More so, since one was the will, both that which beatified heaven and that which was to make the earth happy. Now, if you want to know what my will does in the heavens, in that azure that appears always firm and stretched out above the heads of all, there is not one point at which heavens cannot be seen. Both at night and at daytime, they remain always at their place. So our will keeps our eternity, our firmness that never changes, spread out. It remains always in its perfect balance, nor does it ever change because of any circumstance. And while it loves and glorifies our eternity, our unshakable being, it makes the earth happy and says to man, "Look, take the heavens as model, that are always stretched out above your head. Be always firm in good, just as I am, always stretched out from here in order to protect you, so that you too, like a second heaven populated with stars, that to your eyes seem so bound to the heavens that it can be said that the stars are daughters of the heavens, so that you too shall be firm in good, and the heaven of your soul shall be populated with stars, like many births from you, and daughters of yours." So, in making your round in the creation, when you arrive at the heavens, you too, united with our will, love and glorify our eternity, our unshakable being that never changes, and pray that it may render creatures firm and good, that they may be the reflection of the heavens, and may enjoy the happiness brought by a good that is continuous and never interrupted. Then, continuing to make your round in the space of creation, you shall arrive at the sun, a sphere that is closer to the earth than the heavens, in order to bring to creatures the source of terrestrial happiness, and the similes of the beatitudes, and the flavors of the happiness of the celestial fatherland. Do you want to know, then, what my will does in the sun? It glorifies our endless light, our innumerable flavors. It loves and glorifies the infinity of our sweetnesses, the indescribable tints of our beauties. And with its heat, it echoes our immense love. Oh, how the sun sings our praises, and loves and glorifies our divine being. Just as our divinity, unveiled, beatifies the whole celestial fatherland with acts ever new, in the same way, the sun, faithful echo of its creator, celestial bearer of the supreme majesty, veiled by its light, in which my will dominates and reigns, brings terrestrial happiness to the earth. It brings its light and its heat. It brings sweetness and flavors, almost innumerable, to plants, to herbs, to fruits. It brings color and fragrance to the flowers, and so many different tints of beauty as to delight and embellish all nature. Oh, how the sun, or rather my will in the sun, through plants, fruits, and flowers, offers true terrestrial happiness to the human generations. And if they do not enjoy it fully, it is because they have moved away from that will that reigns in the sun, and the human will, placing itself against the divine, breaks its happiness. And my will, veiled in the light of the sun, while loving and singing the praises of our divine qualities from the height of its sphere, says to man, "In everything you do, be always light, just as I am, so that the light may convert you completely into heat, and you may become as one single flame of love for your Creator. Look at me. By being always light and heat, I possess such sweetness, so much so that I communicate it to the plants, and from the plants to you. You too, if you are always light and heat, shall possess the divine sweetness. You shall have no more bile and angers in your heart. You shall possess the flavors and the different tints of the beauties of the Supreme Being. You shall be sun like me, more so since God made me for you, and you were made for him. Therefore, it is right that you be more sun than I. See, my daughter, how many things you have to do united with my will in that sphere of the sun. You have to sing the praises, love, and glorify our light, our love, our infinite sweetnesses, our innumerable flavors, and our incomprehensible beauty. And you have to impetrate for creatures all the divine qualities that the sun contains, so that in finding the divine qualities in their midst, my will may come to reign unveiled, with its full triumph, into the midst of the human generations. And now, my daughter, let us descend into the lower part of the earth. Let us go into the sea, in which immense masses of crystal clear waters are piled up, symbol of divine purity. These waters are always moving. They never stop. They are without voice, and they murmur. They are without life, yet so strong as to form waves so high that they overwhelm and shatter ships, people, and things, to then descend into their shore after having knocked down the things which they invested, peaceful, as if they had done nothing, continuing their usual murmuring. Oh, how my will in the sea sings the praises, loves and glorifies our power, our strength, our eternal motion that never stops. And if our justice forms its just roaring waves, such as to knock down cities and peoples, like peaceful sea after the storm, our peace is never disturbed. And my will, veiled by the waters of the sea, says to man, "Be pure like these crystal clear waters. But if you want to be pure, move always toward heaven. Otherwise you would putrefy, just as these waters so pure would putrefy if they did not always move. Let the murmuring of your prayer be continuous, if you want to be strong and powerful like me. if you want to knock down the strongest enemies and your rebellious will, that prevents me from unveiling myself and going out of this sea to come to reign in you and extend in you the peaceful sea of my grace. Is it possible that you want to remain below this sea that glorifies me so much? You too sing the praises, love and glorify our purity, our power, strength, and justice, united to my will that awaits you in the sea as its own daughter, as well as our eternal motion towards creatures in order to do good to them, and the continuous murmuring of our love through the created things, that while it murmurs love, wants the continuous requital of the murmuring of the continuous love of the creatures, and pray my will to give them the divine qualities it exercises in the sea, so that it may come and reign in the midst of those who now keep it rejected in the whole creation. So, if you want to know what my will does in all creation, make your round in it, and my Fiat, finding its daughter in all created things, shall unveil itself, and shall tell you what it does toward the divine majesty, and the call and the lessons it wants to give to creatures. November 2nd, 1926. Hiding one's acts in the acts of the Celestial Mama, and how they stand in for her. How redemption shall serve no longer as food for the sick, but as food for the healthy. I continued my living in the divine Fiat, and while doing my acts in it, I absorbed light. And as it formed its reflections, as many threads of light came out, that formed a net of light, that extended over the earth, in order to catch the creatures. And Jesus, moving in my interior, told me, "My daughter, every time you make your round in my will, you take more light in order to form the net with which to catch the creatures. And do you know what this net is? It is my knowledges. The more knowledges I manifest to you about the eternal Fiat, the more I dispose and expand the net in order to catch the souls who must live in my kingdom. And this disposes the Lord to give them to you. When you make your round in our will, by virtue of it, your acts become light, and extend so much as to touch the divinity, and draw more light of truth into the midst of creatures." Then, while I continued making my round in everything that has been done in the Supreme Will, I arrived at everything that my celestial Mama had done in it, and I said to her, "Sovereign Queen, I come to hide my little love in the great sea of your love, my adoration toward God in the immense ocean of yours. I hide my thanksgivings in the sea of yours. I hide my supplications, my sighs, my tears and pains in the sea of yours, so that my sea of love and yours may be one. My adoration and yours may be one. My thanksgivings may acquire the vastness of your own expanses. My supplications, tears, and pains may become one single sea with yours, so that I too may have my seas of love, of adoration, and so forth. And just as your sovereign height impetrated with this the longed-for Redeemer, so I too may present myself before the divine majesty with all these C's, in order to ask, to beseech, to implore the kingdom of the supreme Fiat. My Queen Mamma, I must use your very life, your very seas of love and of graces, to conquer it, to make it concede its kingdom upon earth, just as you conquered it to let the eternal word descend. Don't you want to help your little daughter by giving me your seas, so that I may obtain that the kingdom of the supreme Fiat come soon upon earth? Now, while I was doing and saying this, I thought to myself, my celestial mamma did not occupy herself, nor did she have great interest in the kingdom of the supreme Fiat, that it might come soon to reign upon earth. She had interest in the longed-for Redeemer, and she obtained him. As for the divine Fiat, that was more necessary, and that was to put perfect order between creator and creature, she did not occupy herself with it, while it was up to her, as queen and mother, to reconcile the human will and the divine, so that the divine might reign with its full triumph. At that moment, my always lovable Jesus came out from within my interior, and all goodness told me, my daughter, the mission of my inseparable mamma was for the longed-for Redeemer, and she fulfilled it perfectly. However, you must know that everything that both she and I did, its substance, its source, and primary cause, was the kingdom of my will. But since redemption was necessary in order for this to come, though the kingdom of the Fiat was inside our acts, on the outside, we were all intent and occupied with the kingdom of redemption. On the other hand, your mission is exclusively for the kingdom of the supreme will, and everything that the sovereign queen and I did is at your disposal, to help you, to stand in for you, to give you access to the divine majesty, in order to impetrate and ask incessantly for the coming of the kingdom of the eternal Fiat. In order for you to receive the good of the longed-for Redeemer, you should have done your part. But since at that time you were not there, my mamma stood in for you. Now you must stand in for her in her part for the kingdom of my will. So the mamma stood in for the daughter, and the daughter stands in for the mamma. More so, since the Queen of Heaven was the first daughter of my will, and because she always lived within our expanse, she formed her own seas of love, of graces, of adoration, of light. Now, since you are the second daughter of my will, what is hers is yours, because your mamma keeps you as a birth from herself, and she enjoys that her daughter be inside her own seas, in order to impetrate the so longed-for kingdom of the divine Fiat upon earth. Therefore, see how abundantly your mamma makes up for you, giving you all that is hers. Even more, she feels honored that her immense seas serve you in order to impetrate a kingdom so holy. Then after this I was following in the divine will what Jesus has done in redemption. And my sweet Jesus coming back added, my daughter, My redemption came as remedy for man, and therefore it serves as remedy, as medicine, as food, for the sick, for the blind, for the mute, and for all kinds of maladies. And because they are sick, they do not enjoy nor receive all the strength that all the remedies that I came to bring them for their good contain. The Eucharistic sacrament that I left as food, in order to give them perfect health, many eat it over and over again, but they appear always sick. Poor food of my very life, hidden under the veils of the accidents of the bread! How many corrupted palates, how many undigesting stomachs, that prevent creatures from enjoying the taste of my food, and from digesting all the strength of my sacramental life. And so they remain infirm, and because they are members feverish and evil, they take it with no appetite. This is why I long so much for the coming of the kingdom of the supreme Fiat, because then everything I did in coming upon earth shall serve as food for those who enjoy perfect health. What is not the difference between a sick person who takes the same food and someone else who enjoys perfect health? The infirm one takes it without appetite, without taste, and it serves him to sustain himself and not die. The healthy one takes it with appetite, and because he enjoys it, he takes more, and preserves himself strong and healthy. So what shall not be my contentment in seeing that, in the kingdom of my will, everything I did shall serve no longer as food for the sick, but as food for the children of my kingdom, who shall be all full of vigor and in perfect health. Even more, by possessing my will, they shall possess my permanent life within them, just as the blessed in heaven possess it. So my will shall be the veil that shall hide my life in them. And just as the blessed possess me within themselves as their own life, because true happiness has its origin inside the soul, and so the happiness that they receive continuously from the divinity holds hands and exchanges the kiss with the happiness that they possess inside, and this is why they are fully happy. In the same way, the soul who possesses my will shall have my perennial life within her, that shall serve her as continuous food, not once a day, like the food of my sacramental life. In fact, my will shall make greater display, nor shall it be content with giving itself once a day, but it shall give itself continuously, because it knows that these have pure palates and strong stomachs, to be able to enjoy and digest in every moment the strength, the light, the divine life, and the sacraments, my sacramental life, shall serve as food, as delight, as new happiness for the life of the supreme Fiat that they shall possess. The kingdom of my will shall be the true echo of the celestial fatherland, in which, while the blessed possess their God as their own life, they receive him into themselves also from the outside. So, inside and outside of themselves, divine life they possess, and divine life they receive. What shall not be my happiness in giving myself sacramentally to the children of the eternal Fiat, and in finding my own life in them? Then shall my sacramental life have its complete fruit. And as the species are consumed, I shall no longer have the sorrow of leaving my children without the food of my continuous life, because my will, more than sacramental accidents, shall maintain its divine life always with its full possession. In the kingdom of my will, there shall be neither foods nor communions that are interrupted, but perennial. And everything I did in redemption shall serve no longer as remedy, but as delight, as joy, as happiness, and as beauty ever growing. So the triumph of the supreme Fiat shall give its complete fruit to the kingdom of redemption. November 3rd, 1926. The more the soul has done the divine will on earth, the more paths she has formed for herself in order to receive suffrages in purgatory. The more the soul possesses of the divine will, the more value her prayers, works, and pains contain. I continue to live all abandoned in the adorable will, and while I was praying, I thought to myself, how I would like to descend into the prisons of the purging souls, to release them all, and in the light of the eternal will, bring them all to the celestial fatherland. At that moment, my sweet Jesus, moving in my interior, told me, "My daughter, the more the souls who have passed to the next life have been submitted to my will, and the more acts they have done in it, the more paths they have formed for themselves in order to receive suffrages from the earth. So, the more they have done my will, forming for themselves the ways of communication of the goods that are present in the church and that belong to me, there is no path formed by them that does not bring to some a relief, to some a prayer, to some a diminution of pains. The suffrages walk within these royal paths of my will, to bring to each one the merit, the fruit, and the capital that one has formed for oneself in my will. Therefore, without it, there are no paths and no means in order to receive suffrages. Even though the suffrages and everything that the Church does always descend into purgatory, they go, however, to those who have formed paths for themselves. For the others, who have not done my will, the paths are closed, or do not exist at all. And if these were saved, it is because at least at the point of death, they have recognized the supreme dominion of my will. They have adored it, and have submitted themselves to it. And this last act has rescued them. Otherwise, they could not even be saved. For the one who has always done my will, there are no paths to purgatory. His path goes straight to heaven. And one who has recognized my will and has submitted to it, not in everything and always, but in great part, has formed for himself so many paths, and receives so much, that purgatory sends him quickly to heaven. Now, just as the purging souls had to form their paths to be able to receive suffrages, in the same way, the living, in order to send suffrages, must do my will in order to form their paths, so as to make their suffrages ascend into purgatory. If they make suffrages, but they are far away from my will, since the communication with my will is missing, that alone unites and binds everyone, their suffrages shall not find the way in order to ascend, the feet to be able to walk, the strength in order to give relief. They shall be suffrages without life, because the true life of my will is missing, which alone has the virtue of giving life to all goods. The more the soul possesses of my will, the more value her prayers, her works, her pains contain. And so she can bring more relief to those blessed souls. I measure and give value to everything that the soul can do, according to how much of my will she possesses. If my will runs in all of her acts, the measure I take is immense. Even more, I never stop measuring, and I put so much value into it that its weight cannot be calculated. On the other hand, if one does not care much about my will, the measure is scarce, and the value of little importance. And if one does not care at all, as much as the soul may do, I have nothing to measure, nor any value to give. Therefore, if they have no value, how can they bring relief to the souls who in purgatory recognize nothing, nor can they receive anything but what my eternal fiat produces? But do you know who can bring all reliefs? The light that purifies, the love that transforms? The one who possesses the life of my will in everything, and in whom it dominates triumphantly. This soul has not even need of paths, because by possessing my will, she has the right to all paths. She can go to all points, because she possesses within herself the royal path of my will, in order to go into that deep prison, to bring them all reliefs and liberations. More so, since in creating man, we gave him our will as his special inheritance, and we recognize everything he has done within the boundaries of our inheritance, with which we endowed him. Anything else is not recognized by us. It is not our thing. Nor can we allow anything to enter heaven that has not been done by creatures, either in our will, or at least in order to do it. Since creation came out of the eternal fiat, our will, jealous, allows no act to enter the celestial fatherland that has not passed through its fiat itself. Oh, if all knew what will of God means, and how all works, even those that appear to be good, but are empty of it, are works empty of light, empty of value, empty of life. And works without light, without value, and without life do not enter into heaven. Oh, how attentive they would be to do my will in everything and forever! November 4th, 1926. How the Most Holy Virgin was the faithful copy of her Creator and of all creation. How the divine will has the virtue of changing drops of water into sea. The divine will veiled within created things. I was in my continuous state in the supreme will, praying my Queen Mamma to help me to impetrate this kingdom of the eternal Fiat. And my sweet Jesus, moving in my interior, told me, "My daughter, the most perfect copy of the children of the kingdom of my will was my celestial Mamma. And because it had its first daughter in it, redemption could come. Otherwise, had we not had the first daughter of our will, I, the eternal Word, would never have descended from heaven." In order to descend upon earth, I would never have made use of, nor trusted, children who were extraneous to our will. So you see, a daughter of our will was needed for the coming of the kingdom of redemption. And because she was daughter of the kingdom of the eternal Fiat, she was the faithful copy of her Creator and the perfect copy of all creation. She was to enclose all the acts that the Supreme Will exercises in all created things, and because she had supremacy and sovereignty over all creation, she was to enclose within herself the heavens, the stars, the sun, and everything, so that the copy of the heavens, of the sun, of the sea, and also of the earth, all flowery, might be found in her sovereignty. So, in looking at my Mamma, one could see in her portents never before seen. One could see heavens. One could see most refulgent sun. One could see crystal clear sea, in which we reflected ourselves in order to see our daughter. One could see earth at springtime, always flowery, that attracted the celestial Maker to take his strolls on it. Oh, how beautiful was the celestial sovereign, as we saw in her not only our copy, but all of our works enclosed in her. And this, because she enclosed our will within herself. Now, for the coming of the kingdom of the supreme Fiat, another daughter of our will was needed, because if she were not its daughter, our will could entrust to her neither its secrets, nor its sorrows, nor its knowledges, its prodigies, its sanctity, its dominions. Just as a father and a mother enjoy making their goods known to their children, and making their children possess them, even more they would like to possess more in order to make them more rich and happy, so does my will enjoy making its goods known to its children, to make them rich and happy, of a happiness without end. Now, in the kingdom of the supreme Fiat, we shall have the copies of the sovereign queen. So she too longs for and awaits this divine kingdom on earth, in order to have her copies. What a beautiful kingdom it shall be! A kingdom of light, of infinite riches, a kingdom of perfect sanctity, and of dominion. Our children of this kingdom shall all be kings and queens. They shall all be members of the divine and royal family. They shall enclose all creation within themselves. They shall have the likeness, the physiognomy of our celestial Father, and therefore shall be the fulfillment of our glory and the crown of our head. Then I remained thinking about what Jesus had told me, and I thought to myself, Before she knew that she was to be the mother of the Word, my mamma had no pain or sorrow. More so, since by living within the expanses of the Supreme Will, she was happy. Therefore, among the many seas she possessed, she lacked the sea of pains. Yet, without this sea of sorrow, she impetrated the longed-for Redeemer. And Jesus, resuming his speaking, added, "My daughter, even before knowing that she was to be my mother, my dear mamma had her sea of sorrow. And this sea was the pain because of the offenses given to her Creator. Oh, how she grieved! And then this pain of hers was animated by a divine will that she possessed, and that contains the virtue of a font. It has the virtue of changing everything that is done in it, the littlest things, the drops of water, into unending sea. My will does not know how to do small things, but all great. And this is so true, that it was enough for us to open our mouth to say Fiat, in order to extend a heaven whose boundaries cannot be seen. One Fiat to form a sun that fills the whole earth with light, and many other things. This says, in clear notes, that if my will operates or invests an atom, a little act, that atom, that little act, becomes sea. And if it bends down to do small things, it makes up for them with its regenerative virtue, making of them such a great number that man cannot arrive at counting them all. Who can arrive at counting how many fish and how many species are in the sea? How many birds, how many plants fill the earth? Therefore, the little I love you in my will becomes sea of love. The little prayer turns into sea of prayer. The I adore you into sea of adoration. The little pains into sea of pains. And if the soul repeats her I love you, her adoration, her prayers in my volition, and suffers in it, my will rises, forming gigantic waves of love, of prayers, and of pains, that go to unload themselves into the unending sea of the Eternal One, in such a way as to place the love of God and that of the creature in common, because one is the will of both one and the other. Therefore, the one who lets herself be dominated by my will possesses as many seas for as many acts as she does in it. And while she does little, she has much. She has a divine volition that delights in making of the little act of the creature a sea. And only with these seas can she impetrate the longed-for kingdom of the divine Fiat. This is why our newborn, the little daughter of my will, was needed, so that turning her little pains, her I love you, and everything she does, into seas that communicate with the sea of the Eternal One, she can have ascendancy to impetrate the kingdom of my will. After this I was thinking to myself, when my sweet Jesus speaks about his will, he always touches upon creation, for the most part. How is it? And Jesus, moving again, told me, "My daughter, the one who must live in the kingdom of the Supreme Fiat must have as her beginning her origin, and everything that my will has done and is doing for love of her. In fact, My will is not loved because it is not known. Now, creation is the speaking life of my will. In all created things, my will is hidden like a noble queen, who in order to go out, wants to be known. Knowledge shall tear the veil that hides it, so as to go out and reign in the midst of its children. And who can make known what my will does for love of creatures better than creation, that is looked at and touched by everyone, with an act ever present? My daughter, look at the passionate love of this noble queen. She reaches the point of veiling herself with earth in order to render it firm, so that man may walk safely upon it. And as he walks over the veil of earth that hides her, she takes the soles of his feet in her noble and royal little hands, so that man may not stagger, in order to give him firm step. And while holding, through Mother Earth, the souls of man tightly to her noble breast, she would want to go out, unveiling herself of the veil of earth that covers her. But man walks over her without even paying attention to see who is sustaining his step, who maintains that great mass of earth so firmly for him, so that he may not stagger. And the noble queen continues to remain veiled with earth, and with unspeakable patience that only a divine will can possess, it waits to be recognized, in order to be loved, and to narrate her long story, what she has done for love of man, veiled by this earth. And her love is so great that many times she feels the necessity to tear that veil of earth that covers her, and making use of her dominion, she shakes the earth, and with her empire hides cities and peoples into her bosom, so that man may know that inside that earth, under his feet, there is a will ruling and dominating, that loves and is not loved, and that sorrowful shakes itself to make itself known. In the Gospel, one can read with wonder of when, prostrated at the feet of my apostles, I washed their feet, and I did not skip even the perfidious Judas. This act that the Church remembers was certainly very humble and of unspeakable tenderness, but I did this act only once. But my will descends even lower. It places itself under their feet with a continued act, in order to sustain them, to render the earth firm, so that they may not fall into the abyss. Yet no attention. This noble queen is waiting with invincible patience, veiled for so many centuries in all created things, for her will to be known. And when it becomes known, she shall tear the many veils that hide her, and shall make known what she has done for so many centuries for love of man. She shall say unheard of things, excesses of love that no one has ever thought of. This is why, in speaking to you about my will, I often speak about creation, because my will is life of all created things, and through them it gives life to all. And this life wants to be known, so that the kingdom of the eternal Fiat may come. Everywhere is my will veiled. It is veiled in the wind, and from within those veils it brings man its refrigerating freshness, as though caressing him, and its regenerative breath, in order to regenerate him continuously to new life, ever growing in grace. But the noble queen, veiled in the wind, feels her caresses being rejected into offenses, her freshness into ardors of human passions, and her regenerative breath being requited with a deadly breath against her grace. And she shakes her veils, and the wind turns into fury, and with its might it sweeps away peoples, cities, and regions as if they were feathers, making known the power of the noble queen hidden in the wind. There is not one created thing in which my will is not veiled, and therefore all of them are waiting for it to become known, and for the coming of the kingdom of the supreme Fiat, and of its full triumph. November 6th, 1926. Jesus promises to bring Luisa to heaven when he has completed his manifestation. The new apostles of the Fiat. How the one who lives in it centralizes the heavens, the sun, and everything within herself. I was feeling all oppressed under the weight of the privation of my sweet Jesus. How I longed for the celestial fatherland, in which I shall no longer lose sight of him. I shall no longer be subjected to the hard martyrdom of feeling myself dying without dying. Now, while I was tired and exhausted of waiting, my sweet life, my dear good, my sweet Jesus, moved in my interior, but all afflicted, as it seemed he was sending chastisements over the earth. And in order not to give me more pain, he did not want me to see them. But from the way I saw him, I understood the chastisements he was sending. And sighing, he told me, "My daughter, courage. Let me finish manifesting to you what is necessary regarding the kingdom of my will, so that nothing may be lacking in order to form it in the midst of the human family. And then, after I have completed everything, I shall quickly bring you into our fatherland. Do you think that you shall see the full triumph of the kingdom of the eternal Fiat before coming to heaven? It is from heaven that you shall see its full triumph. It shall happen to you as it happened to me with the kingdom of redemption. I did everything that was needed. I formed the foundation. I gave the laws and the counsels which were needed. I instituted the sacraments. I left the gospel as the norm of their life. I suffered unheard of pains unto death. But while being on earth, I saw little or almost nothing of the fruits and of the carrying out of redemption. After I had done everything, and had nothing left to do, I entrusted everything to the apostles, that they might be the criers of the kingdom of redemption, so that the fruits of the works I did for the kingdom of redemption might come out. The same shall happen for the kingdom of the supreme Fiat. We shall do it together, my daughter. Your pains, your long sacrifices, your incessant prayers that my kingdom may come soon, and my manifestations about it, I shall unite everything together with me, and shall form the foundations. And once I have completed everything, I shall entrust my kingdom to my ministers, so that, like second apostles of the kingdom of my will, they may be the criers of it. Do you think that the coming of Father de Francia, who shows so much interest, and who has taken to heart the publication of what regards my will, came by chance? No, no, I myself disposed it. It is a providential act of the supreme will that wants him as first apostle of the divine Fiat and proclaimer of it. And since he happens to be the founder of an order, it is easier for him to approach bishops, priests, and people, also within his own institute, in order to proclaim the kingdom of my will. This is why I assist him so much, and I give him special light, because in order to understand my will, it takes great graces, not little lights, but sun, to comprehend a divine, holy, and eternal will, as well as great disposition on the part of the one to whom this office is entrusted. And then, the daily coming of the priest, I myself also disposed, that I might find quickly the first apostles of the Fiat of my kingdom, so that they might proclaim what regards my eternal will. Therefore, let me finish first, so that after I have completed it, I may entrust it to the new apostles of my will. And you shall be able to come to heaven, to see from up there the fruits of the longed-for kingdom of the eternal Fiat. Then I continued to do my usual acts in the supreme volition, and I thought to myself, my poor mind makes its round through the sea, through the sun, through the heavens, everywhere, in order to follow the acts that the adorable will does in the creation. But once I finish making my round, I always find myself down below, in my hard exile. Oh, how I would like to remain, at least in the blue heavens, to do the office of a star for my Creator. But I would disappear in the midst of the stars, because I am neither beautiful nor shining like the stars. And so they would all put me out, hurling me down to the bottom, my long exile. But while I was thinking of this, my sweet Jesus moved in my interior and told me, my daughter, the one who lives in my will, lives in the unity of her Creator, who keeps with himself, in his unity, the whole creation. And just as he keeps the creation, so does he keep, in his unity, the soul who lives in the eternal Fiat. And this unity brings her all the reflections of her Creator, as well as his unity with all creation, in such a way that the living image of he who created her can be seen in the soul. And by maintaining his unity with all, he keeps her in the reflections of all the things created by him. And these reflections form the sea, the sun, the heavens, the stars, and all the enchanting varieties of nature in the depth of the soul. So the soul who lives in my will, placed in the azure heavens, would be the most beautiful ornament for this azure vault, such as to astonish heaven and earth. She would have, all within herself, her Creator, a heaven, a sun, a sea, everything as her own. Nor would she lack even the earth, all flowery, and the sweet singing of the birds, bearer of the joy and of the harmonious music of their Creator. Because each created thing contains a divine note. Therefore, instead of hurling you down, they would aspire to keep you in their midst. Because among the many prodigies that my will contains, it has the power to portray all of our works in the soul, and to centralize all of its acts in her. It is not content if it does not see its own beauty in the soul, if it does not find its echo, its joy, and all of itself. November 10th, 1926. How the one who lives in the divine will encloses all creation within herself and is the reflector of her Creator. 2 effects of sin. My days always alternate between the privations and the short visits of my sweet Jesus, and many times he is like a flash that escapes. And as he escapes, I remain with the piercing nail. When shall he come back? And sighing I call him, my Jesus, come. Come back to your little exiled one. Come back once and for all. Come back to bring me to heaven. Do not leave me in my long exile any longer, for I can bear no more. But as much as I called him, my calls were in vain. So abandoning myself in his holy divine volition, I did my usual acts, as much as I could, making my round through the whole creation. And my sweet Jesus, moved to compassion for my poor soul that could bear no more, put out an arm from within my interior, and all pity told me, my daughter, courage, do not stop. Let your flight in my eternal will be continuous. You must know that my will does its continuous office in all created things, and its act is distinct in each thing. It does not do in the heavens what it does in the sun, nor in the sun what it does in the sea. My will has its special act in each thing, and even though my will is one, its acts are innumerable. Now, the soul who lives in it comes to enclose within herself all the acts that my will does in all creation. So she must do what it does in the heavens, in the sun, in the sea, and so forth. She must enclose everything within herself, so that the soul may follow all the acts of my will. And not only this, but so that my will may receive the requiting act of the creature. Therefore, if your act is not continuous, my will does not wait for you. It follows its course, but it leaves in you the void of its acts, and a certain distance and dissimilarity remains between you and my will. Now you must know the great good that you enclose by enclosing within yourself all that my will does in the creation. While you follow its acts, you receive the reflection of the heavens, and the heavens are formed and extended in you. You receive the reflection of the sun, and the sun is formed in you. You receive the reflection of the sea, and the sea is formed in you. You receive the reflection of the wind, of the flower, of all nature, in some, of everything. And oh, how the heavens that protect, the sun that illuminates, warms, and fecundates, the sea that inundates and forms its waves of love, of mercy, of grace, and of strength for the good of all, the wind that purifies and brings rain over the souls burned by passions, the flower of the perpetual adoration to your Creator, arise from the depth of your soul. This is why it is the prodigy of prodigies. The living in my will is the true triumph of the supreme Fiat, because the soul becomes the reflector of her Creator and of all our works. In fact, only when it places in the soul what it can and knows how to do, then does our will triumph completely. It wants to see in her not only He who created her, but all of His works. It is not content if she lacks even the slightest thing that belongs to it. The souls of the supreme Fiat shall be our works, not incomplete, but complete. They shall be the new prodigies, never before seen or known, either by the earth or by heaven. What shall not be the enchantment, the surprise of the very blessed, when they see the first daughter of the divine Fiat enter their celestial fatherland? What shall their contentment, their glory not be, in seeing her carrying her Creator with her, with all of His works, the heavens, the sun, the sea, all the flowery earth with its varied beauties. They shall recognize in her the complete work of the eternal will, because it alone can make these prodigies and these complete works. Then I continued my abandonment in the eternal Fiat in order to receive its reflections. And my sweet Jesus added, "My daughter, my celestial mamma, was the first who occupied the first place in heaven as daughter of the supreme volition. And because she was the first, she has around herself the place for all the children of the supreme Fiat. So around the Queen of Heaven, many empty places can be seen that can be occupied by no one else but her copies. And since she was the first from the generation of my will, the kingdom of the Fiat shall also be called Kingdom of the Virgin. Oh, how the sovereignty over all creation shall be recognized in these children of ours. In fact, by virtue of my will, these shall enjoy indissoluble bonds with all created things. They shall be in continuous relations of communication with them. They shall be the true children, in whom the eternal Creator shall feel honored, glorified to have them as children, because He shall recognize in them His own divine will operating, that has reproduced His true images. After this I was thinking to myself, before sinning, my first father Adam possessed all these bonds and relations of communication with all creation, because by possessing the supreme will as whole, it was as though natural for him to feel within himself all the communications, wherever it operated. Now, in withdrawing from this will so holy, did he not feel the tearing he made from all creation? the snapping of all communications and of all bonds, broken from it as though in one single breath. If by just thinking of whether I must do an act or not, and by just hesitating, I feel that the heavens tremble, the sun withdraws, and all creation is shaken and is in the act of leaving me alone, so much so that I myself tremble together with them, and frightened immediately, without hesitating, I do what I must do. How could he do that? Did he not feel this tearing so harrowing and cruel? And Jesus, moving in my interior, told me, "My daughter, Adam felt this tearing so harrowing, but in spite of this he fell into the maze of his will that gave him no more peace, either to him or to his posterity. All creation withdrew from him as though in one single breath, and happiness, peace, strength, sovereignty, everything withdrew. He remained alone with himself. Poor Adam, how much it cost him to withdraw from my will. Just by feeling isolated, no longer surrounded by the cortege of the whole creation, he felt such fright and horror that he became the fearful man. He was afraid of everything, even of my very works, and with reason, because it is said, 'One who is not with me is against me.' Since he was no longer linked with them, by justice they were to put themselves against him. Poor Adam, there is much reason to have compassion for him. He had no example of anyone else who had fallen, and of the great evil that had occurred to him, so that he might be watchful in order not to fall. He had no idea of evil. In fact, my daughter, the evil, the sin, the fall of someone else has two effects. For one who is evil and wants to fall, it serves as example, as a spur, as an incentive to fall into the abyss of evil. For the one who is good and does not want to fall, it serves as antidote, as deterrent, as help and defense, so as not to fall. In fact, seeing the great evil, the misfortune of someone else, serves as an example in order not to fall and not to follow that same path, so as not to find oneself in that same misfortune. So, the evil of someone else causes one to be watchful and on guard. Therefore, the fall of Adam is for you a great help, a lesson, and a call, while he had no lesson from evil, because then evil did not exist. November 14th, 1926. How, by not following the divine will in the creation, the soul would lack the reflection of its works. How great graces are needed for the sanctity of living in the holy volition. I was doing my usual acts in the divine volition, and I thought to myself, if I spent one day without doing these acts, what would be the good I would lose? and the evil I would do. And my always lovable Jesus told me, "My daughter, do you know what you would do? By not doing your acts in my will, you would lack the reflection of all creation. And because you would lack its reflection, on that day the heavens would not extend within you. The sun would not rise. The sea would not flow within you. Your earth would not let the new flowering bloom. Nor would the joy, the music, the singing of the inhabitants of the air, the sweet symphony of the spheres, be heard in you. My will would not find its echo in you. Therefore it would feel the sorrow that, on that day, the little daughter of its volition has not given it the requital of a heaven for love of it, because she lacked the reflection of its heaven. She has not made the sun rise in return for its eternal light. She has not let it hear the sea flowing, nor its sweet murmuring, nor the darting of the mute inhabitants of the waves. My will would feel all of its acts, the reflection of its works, missing in you, nor could it form its echo in you. And in its sorrow it would say, today my little daughter has not given me a heaven as I have given to her, nor a sun, a sea, flowers, singing, music, and joy, as I have given to her. So she has gone out of my likeness. Her notes have not harmonized with mine. I have loved her with many manifestations and with incessant love. She did not. See what you would do. My will would not tolerate in you, its little daughter, the void of its works. On hearing this, I said, My Jesus, my love, may it never be that I give this sorrow to your adorable will. You shall help me. You shall give me more grace, and I shall be more attentive in order to receive this reflection, this echo, that your holy will produces in the whole creation, so that I may correspond with mine. And Jesus, resuming his speaking, added, You must know that great graces are needed in order to form in the soul the sanctity of living in my will. The other sanctities can be formed with small graces, because it is not an immense and eternal will that they must embrace and possess, but little particles of it, its commands, its shadow. On the other hand, in this sanctity, they must possess my will as their own life. They must form its cortege, and make its acts their own acts. Therefore, seas of graces are needed in order to form this sanctity. My will must bilocate itself in order to extend its sea in the depth of the soul, and then extend another sea of itself, so as to be able to receive what befits its sanctity, its unending light, its immensity without boundaries. The goodwill of the soul is nothing other than the bottom of the sea, that forming the shore, surrounds the waters in order to form the sea. My daughter, it takes much to sustain and preserve a divine will in the soul, and the divinity, knowing that the creature does not have equivalent things for a will so holy, holds nothing back. Everything is placed in her, at her disposal, in order to form the sanctity of living in my will. God himself acts as prime actor and spectator. My humanity gives everything. Everything it did, suffered, and conquered, that our endless seas, as help of this sanctity, fully divine. The Queen Mamma herself places her seas of grace, of love, and of sorrow at her disposal as help, and feels honored that they serve the supreme will in order to accomplish the sanctity of the eternal fiat in the creature. Heaven and earth want to give, and they give, because feeling all invested by this will, they desire, they yearn to help the fortunate creature to fulfill the purpose of creation, the origin of the sanctity that the supreme volition wanted from the creature. Therefore, nothing shall you lack on the part of your Jesus. More so, since this is my desire from of old, wanted, yearned for, and longed for as long as 6,000 years, wanting to see our image reproduced in the creature, our sanctity impressed, our will operating, our works enclosed in her, and our fiat fulfilled. I wanted the enjoyment and to take the pleasure of seeing our reflector in the creature. Otherwise, the creation would be without delight, without amusement, without harmony for us. Our echo would not find the way through which to resound, our sanctity the place in which to impress itself, our beauty the place in which to shine, our love the place in which to pour itself. Our wisdom and mastery would find no place in which to operate and unfold. So all of our attributes would remain hampered in their work, because they would not find the suitable material with which to form their work, so as to have their reflector. On the other hand, in the soul in whom my will reigns, my will disposes her to become suitable material, so that our attributes may carry out their delightful crafting. November 16th, 1926. How each act of the human will is a veil that prevents the soul from knowing the divine will. Jealousy of the divine will. How it takes on all the offices for the soul. Threat of wars and of chastisements. My usual state of abandonment in the supreme fiat continues, but at the same time I call He who forms all my happiness, my life, my all. And Jesus, moving in my interior, told me, "My daughter, the more you abandon yourself in the supreme volition, the more you advance along its ways, the more knowledges you acquire, and the more you take possession of the goods that are in the divine will, because in it there is always something to know and to take. Being the primary inheritance given by God to the creature, and possessing the eternal goods, my will has the task to always give to the one who lives in this inheritance. And only when it finds the creature within the boundaries of its volition, then is it content, and begins the activity of its office. And putting itself in feast, it gives new things to its heiress. So, the soul who lives in it is the feast of my will. On the contrary, those who live outside of it are its sorrow, because they put it in the inability to give, to exercise its office, and to fulfill its task. More so, since each act of the human will is a veil that the soul puts before her sight that prevents her from seeing with clarity my will and the goods contained in it. And since most of the creatures live continuously of their own will, they form so many veils as to become almost blind to knowing and seeing my will, their choicest inheritance, that was to render them happy in time and eternity. Oh, if creatures could comprehend the great evil of the human will, and the great good of mine, they would abhor their wills so much as to lay down their lives in order to do mine. The human will renders man a slave. It causes him to be in need of everything. He feels strength and light missing in him continuously. His existence is always in danger, and whatever he obtains is by dint of prayers, and with difficulty. So the man who lives of his will is the true beggar. On the other hand, the one who lives in mine has no need of anything. He has everything at his disposal. My will gives him the dominion of himself, and therefore he is the owner of strength, of light, and not of human strength and light, but of divine. His existence is always secure, and since he is the owner, he can take whatever he wants, nor does he need to ask in order to receive. This is so true that before Adam withdrew from my will, prayer did not exist. The word prayer has a footnote reading prayer of petition, so the full meaning would be prayer of petition did not exist. This is so true that before Adam withdrew from my will, prayer of petition did not exist. It is need that makes prayer arise. But he did not need anything. He had nothing to ask for or to impetrate. So he loved, he praised, he adored his Creator. Prayer had no place in the terrestrial Eden. Again, the word prayer here has a footnote referring back to the first footnote, meaning prayer of petition, that prayer of petition had no place in the terrestrial Eden. Prayer came. It arose after sin, as an extreme need of the heart of man. When one prays, it means that he needs something, and because he hopes, he prays in order to obtain. On the other hand, the one who lives in my will lives in the opulence of the goods of her Creator as the owner, and if she feels any need or desire, seeing herself in the midst of so many goods, it is that of wanting to give her happiness and the goods of her great fortune to others. As the true image of her Creator, who has given so much to her with no restriction at all, she would want to imitate him. by giving to others that which she possesses. Oh, how beautiful is the heaven of the soul who lives in my will! It is a heaven with no storms, with no clouds, with no rain, because the water that quenches her thirst, that fecundates her, that gives her growth and the likeness of He who created her, is my will. Its jealousy, so that the soul would not take anything if it is not its own, is so great that it does all the offices. If she wants to drink, it makes itself water, that while refreshing her, extinguishes all other thirsts, so that her only thirst may be its will. If she is hungry, it makes itself food, that while satiating her, takes away from her the appetite for all other foods. If she wants to be beautiful, it makes itself brush, giving her brush strokes of such beauty that my will itself remains enraptured at a beauty so rare, impressed by it itself in the creature. It must be able to say to the whole of heaven, "Look at her, how beautiful she is! It is the flower, it is the fragrance, it is the color of my volition that made her so beautiful." In sum, it gives her its strength, its light, its sanctity, and everything, so as to be able to say, "She is a work fully of my will. Therefore I want her to lack nothing, to be like me and to possess me." Look into yourself to see the work of my will, how your acts, invested by its light, have changed the earth of your soul. Everything is light that arises within you and turns to wound he who invested it. Therefore, the greatest affront I receive from creatures is to not do my will. After this, he transported me outside of myself, making me see the great evil of the human generations. And resuming his speaking, he added, "My daughter, look at how much evil the human will has produced. They have so blinded themselves that they are preparing fierce wars and revolutions. This time it shall not be just Europe, but other races shall unite together. The circle shall be more extensive. Other parts of the world shall participate. How much evil does the human will! It blinds man, it impoverishes him, and it makes of him the murderer of himself. But I shall use this for my highest purposes, and the reunion of so many races shall serve to facilitate the communications of the truths, so that they may dispose themselves for the kingdom of the supreme Fiat. So the chastisements that have occurred are nothing other than the preludes of those that shall come. How many more cities shall be destroyed? How many peoples buried under the ruins? How many places buried and plunged into the abyss? The elements shall take the part of their creator. my justice can bear no more. My will wants to triumph, and would want to triumph by means of love in order to establish its kingdom. But man does not want to come to meet this love. Therefore, it is necessary to use justice. And while he was saying this, he showed an immense brazier of fire coming out of the earth, and those who were near it were invested by that fire and disappeared. I was left frightened, and I pray and hope that my beloved good shall placate himself. November 19th, 1926. How the divine will is agonizing in the midst of creatures, and how it wants to go out of this state. My always lovable Jesus, drawing me into his adorable will, made me see and feel the painful conditions in which the ingratitudes of creatures put him. And sighing with sorrow, he said to me, "My daughter, the pains of my divine will are unutterable and inconceivable to the human nature. My will is in all creatures, but it is in the nightmare of a terrible and harrowing agony, because instead of giving it dominion, to let it carry out its life in them, they keep it repressed, giving it no freedom to act, to breathe, to palpitate. So the human will acts. It breathes freely. It palpitates as it wants, while mine is there only to serve it, to contribute to their acts, and to remain within their acts, agonizing, suffocated by the rattle of an agony of long centuries. My will writhes inside the creatures in the nightmare of an agony so harrowing, and its writhings are the remorses of conscience, the disillusions, the setbacks, the crosses, the tiredness of life, and everything that can bother the poor creatures. Because it is right that since they keep a divine will crucified and always in the rattle of agony, the divine will calls them with its writhing, unable to do otherwise, because it does not have dominion. Who knows whether entering themselves, in seeing the unhappiness that their bad will brings to them, they might give it a little breath and respite from its harrowing agony. This agony of my will is so painful that my humanity that wanted to suffer it in the Garden of Gethsemane reached the point of seeking help from my very apostles, and even that I did not obtain. And the spasm was such that I sweated living blood, and feeling myself succumbing under the enormous weight of the agony of my divine will, so long and terrible, I invoked the help of my celestial Father, saying to him, "Father, if it be possible, let this chalice pass from me." In all the other pains of my passion, as atrocious as they were, I never said, "If it be possible, let this pain pass." On the contrary, on the cross I cried out, I thirst. I thirst for pains. But in this pain of the agony of the supreme will, I felt all the weight of an agony so long, all the torment of a divine will that agonizes, that writhes in the human generations. What sorrow! There is no sorrow that can equal this. Now the supreme Fiat wants to get out. It is tired, and at any cost it wants to get out of this agony so prolonged. And if you hear of chastisements, of cities collapsed, of destructions, this is nothing other than the strong writhing of its agony. Unable to bear it any longer, it wants to make the human family feel its painful state, and how it writhes strongly within them, without anyone who has compassion for it. And making use of violence with its writhing, it wants them to feel that it exists in them. But it does not want to be in agony anymore. It wants freedom, dominion. It wants to carry out its life in them. What disorder in society, my daughter, because my will does not reign. Their souls are like houses without order. Everything is upside down. The stench is so horrible, more than that of a putrefied cadaver. And my will, with its immensity, such that it is not given to it to withdraw even from one heartbeat of creature, agonizes in the midst of so many evils. And this happens in the general order of all. In the particular order, then, it is even more. In the religious, in the clergy, in those who call themselves Catholics, my will not only agonizes, but is kept in a state of lethargy, as if it had no life. Oh, how much harder this is! In fact, in the agony at least I writhe. I have an outlet. I make myself heard as existing in them, even though agonizing. But in the state of lethargy, there is total immobility. It is the continued state of death. And so, only the appearances, the clothing of religious life can be seen, because they keep my will in lethargy. And because they keep it in lethargy, their interior is drowsy, as if the light, the good, were not for them. And if they do anything externally, it is empty of divine life, and it resolves into the smoke of vainglory, of self-esteem, of pleasing other creatures. And I, and my supreme volition, while being inside, go out of their works. My daughter, what affront! How I would want everyone to feel my tremendous agony, the continued rattle, the lethargy in which they put my will, because they want to do their own and not mine. They do not want to let it rain. They do not want to know it. And this is why it wants to burst its banks with its writhing, so that if they do not want to know it and receive it by ways of love, they may know it by way of justice. Tired of an agony of centuries, my will wants to get out, and therefore it prepares two ways. The triumphant way, that are its knowledges, its prodigies, and all the good that the kingdom of the supreme Fiat shall bring, and the way of justice, for those who do not want to know it as triumphant. It is up to the creatures to choose the way in which they want to receive it. November 20th, 1926. How all the divine attributes take on the office of forming the new little sea of their qualities in the soul. How everyone has emotion. I was making my round in the creation according to my usual way, in order to follow the acts of the supreme will in it. But while I was doing this, my always lovable Jesus, letting me hear his most sweet voice in each created thing, told me, "Who is calling, my love, so that either my love may descend into her, or her own may ascend into mine, so as to fuse themselves together, form one single love, and to give my love the field of action, in order to make arise in the soul the new little sea of her love. My love triumphs and celebrates, because it is given its outlet and its field of action." As I moved into the sun, into the heavens, into the sea, I kept hearing his voice saying, "Who is calling my eternal light, my infinite sweetness, my incomparable beauty, my unshakable firmness, my immensity, in order to form their cortege, and give them the field of action, to make arise in the creature as many seas of light, of sweetness, of beauty, of firmness, and so forth, to give them the contentment of not being kept idle, but of using the littleness of the creature in order to enclose all of their qualities in her." Who is she, then? Ah, it is the little daughter of our will. Then, after I heard him say to me, "And in each created thing, who is calling me?" my sweet Jesus came out from within my interior, and clasping me all to himself, told me, "My daughter, as you make your round in my will, to follow it in each created thing, all of my attributes hear your call, and enter the field in order to form, each one of them, the little sea of their qualities." Oh, how they triumph in seeing themselves active, being able to form each one its own little sea. But their highest pleasure and delight increases in being able to form in the little creature their seas of love, of light, of beauty, of tenderness, of power, and so forth. My wisdom acts as a talented artisan, and with marvelous ingenuity, in placing its immense and infinite qualities in the littleness. Oh, how the soul who lives in my will harmonizes with my attributes. Each one of them takes on its office in order to establish its divine quality. If you knew the great good that comes to you by following my will in all of its acts, and the crafting it carries out in you, you too would feel the joy of a continuous feast. Then after this, I continued to follow the creation, and I could see that eternal motion that never stops, flowing everywhere. And I thought to myself, how can I follow the supreme volition in everything if it runs so rapidly in all things? I do not have its virtue, nor its rapidity. Therefore I have to remain behind, without being able to follow its eternal murmuring in everything. But while I was thinking of this, my sweet Jesus moving in my interior told me, "My daughter, all things have a continuous motion, because having come out of a supreme being who contains a motion full of life, as a consequence, all things that came out of God were to contain a vital motion that never ceases. And if it ceases, it means that life ceases. See, you yourself have a murmuring, a continuous motion in your interior. Even more, the divinity, in creating the creature, gave him the likeness of the three divine persons. It placed in him three motions that were to murmur continuously, to unite themselves to that continuous motion and murmuring of love of their Creator. And these are the motion of the beating of the heart that never ceases, the blood circulation that always circulates without ever stopping, the breathing of the breath that never stops. This in the body. In the soul, then, there are three more motions that murmur continuously: the intellect, the memory, and the will. Therefore, everything is in keeping your motion bound to the motion of your Creator, in order to murmur together with His eternal motion. In this way, you shall follow my will in its motion that never stops, in its acts that never cease, and you shall make your motion return into the womb of your Creator, who awaits with so much love the return of His works, of His love, and of His murmuring. In creating the creatures, the divinity acts like a father who sends his children for their good, one to a town, one to a field, one to cross the sea, and some to a place nearby, some far away, giving each one of them a task to fulfill. But while he sends them, he anxiously awaits their return. He is always on the lookout to see if they are coming back. If he speaks about his children. If he loves, his love runs to his children. His thoughts fly to his children. Poor father, he feels crucified because he has sent his children far away from him, and he longs for their return more than his own life. And if, may this never be, he does not see all of them or part of them come back, he is inconsolable. He weeps and utters moans and cries of sorrow, such as to snatch tears even from the hardest. And only when he sees them return into his paternal bosom, to clasp them to his breast that burns with love for his children, then is he content. Oh, how our celestial Father, more than Father, sighs, burns, raves for his children, because he delivered them from his womb, and awaits their return in order to enjoy them in his loving arms. And the kingdom of the supreme Fiat is precisely this, the return of our children into our paternal arms. And this is why we long for it so much. Then after this I felt all immersed in the adorable will of God, and I thought to myself of the great good if everyone knew and fulfilled this Fiat so holy, and the great contentment that they would give to our Celestial Father. And my sweet Jesus, resuming his speaking, added, "My daughter, in creating the creature, as we were forming him with our creative hands, we felt a joy, a contentment come out of our womb, because he was to serve to maintain our amusement on the face of the earth and our continuous feast. So, as we formed his feet, we thought that they were to serve our kisses, because they were to enclose our steps and were to be our means of encounter, to amuse ourselves together. As we formed his hands, we thought that they were to serve our kisses and embraces, because we were to see in him the repeater of our works. As we formed in his mouth, his heart, that were to serve the echo of our word and of our love, and as we infused life in him with our breath, in seeing that that life had come out of us, it was a life completely our own, we clasped him to our womb and kissed him as the confirmation of our work and of our love. And so that he might maintain himself whole in our steps, in our works, in the echo of our word and love, and of the life of our image impressed in him, we gave him our divine will as inheritance, that it might preserve him just as we had delivered him, so as to be able to continue our amusements, our affectionate kisses, our sweet conversations with the work of our hands. When we see our will in the creature, we see in her our steps, our works, our love, our words, our memory and intellect, because we know that our supreme will shall let nothing enter that is not our own. Therefore, being our own, we give her everything: kisses, caresses, favors, love, tenderness more than paternal. Nor do we feel like remaining even at one step of distance from her. More so, since even the slightest distances cannot form the continuous amusements, nor exchange kisses, nor share the most intimate and secret joys. On the other hand, in the soul in whom we do not see our will, we cannot amuse ourselves, because we see nothing that is our own. Such a disharmony, such a dissimilarity of steps, of works, of words, of love, can be felt in her, that she herself puts herself at a distance from her Creator. And wherever we see that the powerful magnet of our will is not present, that makes us as though forget about the infinite distance that exists between the Creator and the creature, we disdain to amuse ourselves with her and to fill her with our kisses and favors. So, by withdrawing from our will, man interrupted our amusements and destroyed the designs we had in forming the creation. And only by the reigning of our supreme Fiat, by establishing its kingdom, shall our designs be realized, and our amusements resumed on the face of the earth. November 21st, 1926. Tenderness of Jesus at the moment of death. How the one who lives in the divine will has primacy over everything. I was feeling all afflicted because of the sudden death of one of my sisters. The fear that my lovable Jesus might not have her with himself tormented my soul. And as my highest good, Jesus, came, I told him of my pain, and he, all goodness, said to me, "My daughter, do not fear. Is there perhaps not my will that makes up for everything, for the very sacraments, and for all the helps that can be given to a poor dying one? Much more so, when there is not the will of the person of not wanting to receive the sacraments and all the helps of the Church, that, like Mother, she gives at that extreme moment. You know, in kidnapping her suddenly from the earth, my will made me surround her with the tenderness of my humanity. My heart, human and divine, placed my most tender fibers into the field of action in such a way that her defects, her weaknesses, her passions have been looked upon and weighed with such finesse of tenderness, infinite and divine. And when I place my tenderness into the field, I cannot help having compassion and letting her pass into a safe harbor as triumph of the tenderness of your Jesus. And besides, don't you know that where human helps are lacking, divine helps abound? You fear that there was no one around her, and that if she wanted help, she had no one from whom to ask for it. Ah, my daughter, in that moment the human helps cease. They have neither value nor effect, because the dying enter into the sole and prime act with their Creator, and to no one is it given to enter this prime act. And then, for the one who is not perverted, a sudden death serves in order to prevent the diabolical action from entering the field. His temptations and the fears that with so much art he strikes into the dying, because he feels them being snatched from him without being able to tempt them or follow them. Therefore, what by men is believed to be disgrace, many times is more than grace. After this I abandoned all of myself in the supreme volition, and my sweet Jesus, resuming his speaking, told me, "My daughter, the one who lives in my will has primacy over everything and over all the acts of creatures. She has her act as first in love before her Creator. So if the other creatures love, the soul who lives in my will is first in loving. The others come, some second, some third, some fourth, according to the intensity of their love. If the other creatures adore me, glorify me, pray me, the soul who lives in my will is first in adoring me, in glorifying me. in praying me. And this is natural, because my will is life and prime act of all creatures. Therefore the one who lives in it finds herself in its prime act, and she is first before God, above all creatures, in doing all of their acts, and in doing all the acts that they do not do. So the sovereign Queen of Heaven, who never gave life to her own will, but had her life fully in my will, holds as though the right of primacy. Therefore, she is first in loving us, in glorifying us, in praying us. If we see that the other creatures love us, it is behind the love of the celestial Queen. If they glorify us and pray us, it is behind the glory and the prayers of she who holds primacy, and therefore empire, over everything. How beautiful it is to see that as creatures love us, she never gives up her first place in love. Even more, she places herself as prime act. She makes her sea of love flow around the Majesty in such a way that the other creatures remain behind the sea of love of the celestial Mama with their little drops of love. And so with all the other acts. Ah, my daughter, to live in my will is one word, but it is a word that weighs as much as eternity. It is a word that embraces everything and everyone. November 23rd, 1926. Threats of chastisements. How the living in the divine will forms the true sun. What this sun is formed of. As I was in my usual state, my always lovable Jesus made himself seen in my interior, his face leaning out from within my breast, his eyes sparkling with light, looking far away. Within that light, I too looked, and I could see rivers overflowing, seas swelling and going out of their shore, ships being swept away, towns submerged by water, storms carrying away everything which they invested, and many other evils that, while they seemed to take respite in one point, regained their fury in other points. Oh, how frightening it was to see the water, the wind, the sea, the earth, armed by divine justice to strike the poor creatures. So I prayed my highest good that he would placate himself and withdraw the command to make justice, which he had given to these elements. And my sweet Jesus, throwing his arms around my neck and clasping me tightly to himself, made me feel his justice. I felt myself succumbing, and my sweet Jesus, sighing, told me, "My daughter, I can take no more. It is necessary that my justice follow its course. You do not become alarmed at what you see, but rather occupy yourself with the kingdom of the eternal Fiat. I remained in suffering, and afflicted because of the great evils that shall occur. And abandoning myself in the adorable will of my Jesus, I enclosed in it all thoughts, gazes, words, works, steps, and heartbeats, so that all might love and ask together with me that the kingdom of the supreme Fiat may come and be soon established in the midst of the human generations. And my beloved good, resuming his speaking, added, "My daughter, the living in my will forms the true sun between heaven and earth. Its rays, extending down below, invest each thought, gaze, word, work, and step, and binding them with its light, it forms with them a crown around itself, keeping it firm within itself, so that nothing may escape it. Its rays, extending up high, invest the whole of heaven, all the blessed, and binding them all within its light, it lets nothing escape it, so that triumphant the sun may say, 'I enclose everything. I lack nothing of the works of my Creator and of what belongs to him. With my wings of light, I extend over everything. I embrace everyone. I triumph over all, even over my eternal Maker, because in the light of his volition, there is nothing he wants that I do not bring to him. There is no act I do not do for him. There is no love I do not give him. With my wings of light, that my eternal Fiat administers to me, I am the true king, who, investing all, dominates everything. Who can ever resist the solar rays, or free oneself from them, when one is outside? The power of the light is irresistible. Wherever it extends, no one can escape its touch, that lapping up against them, gently impresses upon them its kisses of light and of heat, and triumphant, keeps them invested under the impression of its light. There might be some who, ungrateful, do not pay attention to it, nor say a thank you. But the light does not mind even this. Rather, it minds its office of light, and remains firm in giving the good it possesses. More so, since the sun of my will is not like the sun that can be seen in the vault of the heavens, whose sphere of light is limited. If that sphere were so large as to extend so much as to form a second heaven, the earth, in rotating, would keep finding its sun, and therefore darkness and night would not be able to invest the earth. And just as the earth never loses sight of the heavens that extend everywhere, so it would never lose sight of the sun, and it would always be daylight for the earth. Now the sun of my will, its sphere, is not limited, and therefore it possesses its full day. Therefore, the one who lives in it embraces all times, all generations, and investing the acts of all, she forms one single act, one single love, and one single glory for her Creator. But do you know what this sun of my supreme will is formed of? My attributes are the rays of this sun, that though different among themselves in their qualities and in the office they hold, are light in their substance. And my will, the combining light that assumes all these lights together, is the director of all my attributes. And so, when creatures deserve to be struck, I direct the ray of light of my justice, and defending my rights, it strikes the creatures. November 27th, 1926. How the one who fulfills a mission can be called mother, and in order to be called daughter, the one must be generated in it. How the other sanctities are light, while the sanctity of the divine will is sun. How the foundation of this sanctity is the humanity of our Lord. I was all abandoned in the arms of the adorable will, and I prayed my sweet Jesus to make use of an act of his power, so that the supreme volition might invest the human generations, and binding them to itself, it might form its first children, so longed for by it. And my highest good, moving in my interior, told me, my daughter, when one has a special mission, this person is called mother or father. Whoever originates from this fulfilled mission can be called daughter of this mother. True mother means to carry the birth from oneself within one's womb, to form it with one's own blood, to bear pains, sacrifices, and if needed, to expose one's own life in order to give life to the birth from one's womb. And when this birth has matured in one's womb and has come out to the light, then with justice, by right and with reason, this birth is called son, and she who generated him, mother. Therefore, in order to be mother, it is necessary to first form all the members in one's own interior, to generate them in one's own blood, and the acts of these children must be generated from the very heart of their mother. Now, my daughter, in order to be daughter of my will, you have been generated in it. In it you have been formed, and in forming you, the light, the love of my will, more than blood, has grafted in you its ways, its attitude, its operating, making you embrace everyone and everything. This is so true that you, being a birth from it, it calls you now newborn of my will, now its little daughter. Now, only the one who has been generated by it can generate the children of my will. Therefore, you shall be the mother of the generation of its children. And I, my Jesus, what are you saying? I am not good at being daughter. How can I be mother? and Jesus. Yet from you must come the generation of these children. What mother has suffered so much? Who has been confined in a bed for 40 years and more, for the love of forming a birth from herself, and of giving birth to the generation of her children? No one. What mother, as good as she might be, has sacrificed her whole entire existence to the point of enclosing within herself the thoughts, the heartbeats, the works, so that everything might be reordered in the birth that she carried, wanting to give life to it, not once, but as many times, for as many acts as her child does. No one. Do you yourself not feel within yourself the generations of these children? By following their thoughts, words, works, steps, to reorder them all in my will? Do you not feel yourself wanting to give life to each one, as long as they know my will and be regenerated in it? Everything that you do in your interior and that you suffer is nothing other than the formation and the maturation of this birth, all of heaven. This is why I have told you many times, your mission is great. There is no one who can equal it, and highest attention is needed. Then I was feeling oppressed, because it had been written to me that Reverend Father de Francia was having the memories of my childhood printed, as well as everything that follows. And in my sorrow I was saying to my beloved Jesus, my love, look a bit at what they are doing to me. From making known what you have told me about the virtues and about your adorable will, they are now putting what regards myself. At the most, they should be doing this after my death, not now. Only for me there was this confusion and this highest sorrow. For the others, no. Ah, Jesus, give me the strength to do your holy will also in this. And Jesus, clasping me in his arms to give me strength, all goodness, told me, my daughter, do not afflict yourself so much. You must know that the other sanctities are small lights that are formed in the soul, and these lights are subject to growing, to decreasing, and even to becoming extinguished. Therefore, it is not right to put it in print while one is still living in time, before the light is no longer subject to becoming extinguished by passing on to the next life. What impression would one make if it became known that this light no longer exists? On the other hand, the sanctity of living in my will is not light, but sun. Therefore, it is not subject either to becoming poor in light or to becoming extinguished. Who can ever touch the sun? Who can take a single drop of light away from it? No one. Who can extinguish one atom of its heat? Who can make it descend even by 1,000th below its place, from the height at which it reigns and dominates the whole earth? No one. If there were not the son of my supreme Fiat, I would not have allowed them to be printed. The footnote here is referencing Luisa's memories of childhood. But rather, I hasten, because the good that a sun can do cannot be done by a light. In fact, the good of a light is too limited, and neither is it a great good if it is displayed, nor a great harm if it is not permitted to rise. On the other hand, the good of the sun embraces everything. It does good to all, and not letting it rise as early as possible is a great harm. And it is a great good to let it rise even 1 day earlier. Who can tell of the good that a sunny day can produce? Much more so with the sun of my eternal will. So, the greater the delay, the more sunny days are taken away from creatures, and the more days are taken away from the sun, constraining its rays within our celestial fatherland. But in spite of all the saying of Jesus, my oppression continued, and my poor mind was made gloomy by the thought that my poor insignificant existence, that deserved to be buried without anyone noticing that I had been on earth, was to be placed under the eyes and in the hands of who knows how many. My God, what sorrow. But while I was thinking of this, my lovable Jesus made himself seen in my interior, lying flat, as if his holy humanity were acting as foundation in my poor and little soul. And resuming his speaking, he said to me, "My daughter, do not become distracted. Don't you see that the foundation of the kingdom of the eternal Fiat in you is formed by my steps, by my works, by my heart palpitating with love for the honor of my will, by my ardent sighs, and by the burning tears of my eyes? All of my life lies within you to form the foundation. Therefore, it is not befitting that your little work over this foundation, so solid and so holy, be done with distraction, or that praying your rounds in the supreme volition be done as shaded. No, no, my daughter, I do not want this in you. Do not fear. You shall remain buried in the sun of my will. Who, more than it, shall be able to eclipse you in such a way that no one may notice you? The son of the supreme Fiat shall have great care, so that as the little lamp of your soul is surrounded by its rays, the sun may appear in it, while keeping the lamp hidden within itself. Therefore, remain at peace if you want to make your Jesus content. Abandon everything in me, and I shall take care of everything. November 29th, 1926. How the Supreme Will, from Queen, acts as servant of the human will, because they do not let it reign. As my usual abandonment in the adorable will continued, all creation made itself present, in which the Supreme Will flowed, dominating and triumphant, as light and as primary life, in the great things just as in the smallest ones. What enchantment! What order! What rare beauty! What harmony among them! Because one is the will that dominates them, and flowing in them, binds them in such a way that one cannot be without the other. And my sweet Jesus, interrupting my amazement, told me, "My daughter, my will remained as operating life in each created thing, that it might dominate freely, with its full triumph. So it has the operating life of the light and heat of the sun, the operating life of its immensity, and of the multiplicity of its works in the heavens, the operating life of its power, and of its justice in the sea. In fact, my will is not like the will of the creatures, who, even if they want, if they do not have hands, they cannot work. If they do not have feet, they cannot walk. If they are mute or blind, they can neither speak nor see. My will, instead, does all the acts in one single act. While it operates, it walks. While it is all eyes to look, at the same time, it is all voice to speak, and with such eloquence that no one can equal it. It speaks in the roaring of the thunder, in the bolt of lightning, in the whistling of the wind, in the tumultuous waves of the sea, in the little bird that sings. It speaks everywhere, so that everyone may hear its voice, now strong, now sweet, now thundering. Will of mine, how admirable you are! Who can say he has loved the creatures as you have? My very humanity, oh, how it remains behind you! I remain eclipsed in you, and you remain in your operating, that has no beginning, nor does it ever end. You are always at your place, giving life to all created things, in order to bring your life to creatures. Oh, if all knew what it does for them, how much it loves all, how its vital breath gives life to all. Oh, how they would love it, and all would remain there, pressed around my eternal Fiat, to receive the life it wants to give them. But do you know, my daughter, why my supreme volition left itself in all created things, dominating, and as life, and doing its distinct office in each thing? Because it was to serve itself, its own will, that was to have life and dominion in the creature, for whom it had created all things. It acted like a king, who, wanting to form a residence for himself, in which to reign and have his dwelling, forms in it many rooms. He puts many lights, so that darkness may not reign in it. He puts little fountains of most fresh waters. For his amusement, he puts music. He has his residence surrounded by delightful gardens. In some, he puts everything that can render him happy, and that is worthy of his royalty. Now, as king, he must have his servants, his ministers, his soldiers. And what happens? These deny the king. And so, instead of the king being the one who dominates, the servants, the ministers, the soldiers dominate. What would not be the sorrow of this king in seeing that his works do not serve him, but with injustice they serve his servants, and he himself is forced to act as the servant of his servants, because when a service, a work, serves oneself, one cannot be called servant. Now, my will was to serve itself in the creatures, and therefore it left itself, as more than noble queen, in all created things, so that nothing might be lacking to its royalty of queen in the creature. There could be no one else who would be able to serve my will worthily, other than my will itself, nor would it have adapted itself to being served by servants, because no one would have had its noble and divine manners in order to serve it. Now, listen to the great sorrow of my supreme will. It is right that you, who are its daughter, know the sorrows of your mother, of your queen, and of she who is your life. There is a footnote here indicating that the word she means the divine will. In the creation, it acts as the servant of servants. It serves the human will, because mine does not reign in the creatures. How hard it is to serve servants, and for many centuries. As the soul withdraws from my will to do her own, she puts my will in servitude in the creation. Therefore, its sorrow is great. From queen, acting as servant. Nor is there anyone who can soothe the sorrow so bitter. And if it continues to remain in the creation, serving the servants, it is because it is waiting for its children. It is waiting for the time when its works shall serve the children of its eternal Fiat, who, letting it reign and dominate within their souls, shall let it serve its own nobility. Oh, only these children shall soothe a sorrow so long and bitter. They shall dry its tears of so many centuries of servitude. They shall return to it the rights of its royalty. This is why it is so necessary to make my will known, what it does, what it wants, how it is everything, and contains all goods, and its continuous sorrow, because they do not let it reign. After this, my mind remained so compenetrated by the sorrow of the Supreme Will, that as the whole creation kept standing before my mind, to my highest sorrow, I could see this noble queen veiled in each created thing, serving all creatures. It acted as servant in the sun, serving them by giving them light and heat. It acted as servant in the water, by offering it to their lips to quench their thirst. It acted as servant in the sea, to offer them the fish. It acted as servant in the earth, by giving them fruits, food of every kind, flowers, and many other things. In some, I could see it in all things, veiled with sadness, because it was not decorous for it to serve the creatures. On the contrary, it was unbefitting for its nobility of queen to act as servant of ungrateful and perverted creatures who were using its servitude without even looking at it, without saying a thank you, or remunerating it with any retribution, as is normally done with servants. Who can say what I comprehended about this sorrow of the eternal Fiat, so long and intense? But while I was swimming in this sorrow, my adored Jesus came out from within my interior, and pressing me to himself, all tenderness told me, "My daughter, it is very sorrowful and humiliating for my supreme volition to act as servants of creatures who do not let it reign within them. But it shall feel much more glorified and happy in those who shall let it reign. Look at it within yourself. How happy it is to serve you! It reigns in you while you write, and it feels honored and happy to serve you by guiding your hand as you write, that you may write on paper the words for it to make itself known. It places its sanctity at your service within your mind in order to administer to you the ideas, the terms, the most tender examples that regard my supreme will, in order to make its way into the midst of creatures, so as to form its kingdom. It serves your sight in order to let you look at what you write, your mouth to feed you the words, your heart to let it palpitate with its own volition. What difference? It is happy to serve you, because it serves itself. It serves to form its life. It serves the knowledge of itself, its own sanctity. It serves to form its kingdom. My will reigns in you while you pray, and it serves you by making you fly within itself, to let you do its acts, and to let you take possession of its goods. This way of serving of my will is glorious, is triumphant, is dominant. And it would suffer only if the soul did not let herself be served by it completely and in everything. December 3rd, 1926. how the divine will eclipses the humanity of Jesus within the soul, how the human will puts distance between God and the soul, how we are rays of light that came out from God, how the imprisonment of Jesus is symbol of the prison of the human will. Continuing in my usual abandonment, in my adorable supreme Fiat, I anxiously longed for my highest good, Jesus. In that endless light of the eternal volition, whose boundaries cannot be seen, either where they begin or where they end, I was all eyes to see if I could catch sight of him whom I had so much longed for. And Jesus, to calm my restlessness, came out from within my interior, and on seeing him I said to him, "My love, how you make me struggle and sigh for your return. You are really waiting for the moment when I can take no more. How clearly it shows that you no longer love me as before. Yet, you told me that you would love me more and more, and that you would never be without me. And now you leave me, maybe even for one entire day, prey to pain and under the press of your privation, abandoned and all alone." And Jesus, interrupting my speaking, said to me, "My daughter, courage, do not lose heart. I do not leave you. And this is so true, that it is always from within your interior that I come out to spend time with you. And if you do not always see me, I do this to give you the field, in order to follow that single act of my will that contains all acts together. Do you not see that the light of my supreme volition flows from within your heart, from your mouth, from your eyes, from your hands, from your feet, from all your being? And as it eclipses me within you, you do not always see me, because being endless, which my very humanity is not, it has the strength to eclipse me. And I enjoy this eclipse of my supreme volition. And from within you, I see your flight, your acts in the divine Fiat. If I made myself seen always, in order to spend time with me and to enjoy my sweet and lovable presence, you would occupy yourself with my humanity. You would pour out your love with me, and I with you. And you would not have the heart to leave me, in order to follow the flight of my will in the creation, and in the very acts that my humanity did in redemption. Therefore, in order to make you fulfill the mission entrusted to you, to render you more free, I remain within you, as though hidden, to follow your very acts in the eternal Fiat. Do you not remember that this was said to my very apostles, that it was necessary for them to detach themselves from my humanity, which they loved very much and could not be without it? This is so true that as long as I lived on earth, they did not depart from me, in order to go throughout the whole world to preach the gospel and make my coming upon earth known. But after my departure for heaven, invested by the divine Spirit, They received this strength to leave their region in order to make known the goods of redemption, and to lay down even their lives for love of me. So my humanity would have been a hindrance to the mission of my apostles. I am not saying that happens to you, because between you and me there isn't this hindrance. In fact, a hindrance occurs when two beings are separable. But when two beings have identified themselves with each other so much that one lives within the other, the hindrance ends. Because wherever one goes, the other is as well. So, since they are together, no efforts are needed in order to go wherever one wants, because the beloved is within her, to follow her everywhere. I am only saying that often the eclipse occurs because of the strong light of my will, that dominating you and my very humanity in you eclipses us and makes us follow its acts. This does not mean that I no longer love you as before, and that I can be without you. Not at all. On the contrary, my will gives you the eternal and complete love of your Jesus, and placing itself around me like a wall with its light, it does not allow that even for one instant I may move away from you. Do you know what puts distance between God and the soul? The human will. Each act of it is one step of distance between the Creator and the creature. The more the human will operates, the more man moves away from He who created him. He loses sight of Him. He decays from His origin. He breaks every bond with the celestial family. Suppose that a sun's ray could detach itself from the center of its sphere. As it moves away from the sun, it feels itself dispersing light. And if it moves so far away as to completely lose sight of the sun, this ray disperses all of its light and turns into darkness. This ray, converted into darkness, feels a motion, a life within itself, but it is no longer capable of giving light, because it possesses none. Therefore, its motion, its life, is only capable of spreading thick darkness. Such are the creatures, rays of light which came out from the sphere of the Son of the Divinity. As they move away from my will, they empty themselves of light, because it was given to my will to preserve the light in these rays. And so they turn into darkness. Oh, if all knew what it means not to do my will. Oh, how attentive they would be not to let the poison of the human will, destroyer of every good, enter into them. After this, I was following my passionate Jesus in his sorrowful prison, bound to a column. In the barbarous way in which they had bound him, he could not stand firm, leaning against the column, but dangled, with his legs bent and bound to it. And so he oscillated now to the right, now to the left. And I, clinging to his knees to make him stand firm, reordered his hair, all disheveled, that even covered his adorable face, on which not even the spittle with which they had so dirtied him was missing. Oh, how I would have wanted to untie him, to free him from that position, so painful and humiliating. And my prisoner, Jesus, all afflicted, said to me, "My daughter, do you know why I allowed myself to be put in prison during the course of my passion? To free man from the prison of the human will. Look at how horrible is my prison. It was a narrow place which served to contain the rubbish and the excrements of creatures. So the stench was unbearable. The darkness was thick. They left me not even a little lamp. My position was excruciating. Dirtied with spit, my hair disheveled, suffering in all of my members, bound, not even erect, but bent. I could help myself in no way, not even to remove the hair from my eyes that bothered me. This prison of mine is the true image of the prison formed by the human will of creatures. The stench that emanates from it is horrible. The darkness is thick. Many times, not even the little lamp of reason is left to them. They are always restless, deranged, dirtied with most wretched passions. Oh, how much should this prison of the human will be wept over! How vividly I felt in this prison the evil it had done to creatures. My sorrow was so great that I shed bitter tears, and I prayed my celestial Father to free the creatures from this prison, so ignominious and painful. You too, pray together with me, that creatures may release themselves from their will. December 6th, 1926. Pact between Jesus and the soul. How an act can only be called perfect when the divine will reigns in it. This morning it seemed that my always lovable Jesus did not make me struggle so much for his coming. Even more, he even spent a long time with me, which he had not done for so long. In fact, if he comes now, his little visit is always very short, nor does he give me time to tell him anything. He alone says what he wants to tell me, or he speaks and speaks with the endless light of his volition. So much so that Jesus himself remains eclipsed in this light, and I with him. And so we both lose sight of each other, because that light is so strong and dazzling that the littleness and weakness of my sight cannot sustain it. Therefore I lose everything, and also Jesus. Now, while he was with me, the fidgets of his love were such and so many that his heart was beating very strongly. Leaning his chest upon mine, he made me feel his ardent heartbeats, and drawing his lips close to mine, he poured into me part of that fire that was burning him. It was a liquid that, while being like liquid fire, was so very sweet, but of a sweetness that cannot be described. However, among those rivulets that poured into my mouth, coming out of his mouth like many little fountains, there were some bitter rivulets that the human ingratitude was sending deep into the heart of my sweet Jesus. Jesus had not done all this for a long time, while before he used to do it almost every day. Now, after pouring himself out with me, after pouring into me what he had in his most holy heart, he said to me, "My daughter, we must make a pact, that you must do nothing without me, and I must do nothing without you." And my love, it is beautiful. I like this pact, to do nothing without you. And when you do not come, what shall I do? So I must remain idle and without doing anything? And then you place your will in me? And I am unable to will anything but what you want? So you shall always win, and shall do whatever you want, and without me. And Jesus, all goodness, resumed his speaking. "My daughter, when I do not come, you must not remain without doing anything. No, no, you must continue doing what we have done together, what I have told you that I want you to do. This is not doing things without me, because it has already passed between me and you, and it remains as if you were always doing it together with me. And besides, don't you want me to always win? The winning of your Jesus is your gain. So if you win, you lose. If you lose, you win. However, be certain that I shall do nothing without you. This is why I placed in you my will, and with it my light, my sanctity, my love, my strength, so that if you want my light, my sanctity, my love, my strength, you may dominate in them, and take the light you want, and the sanctity, the love, the strength that you want to possess. How beautiful it is to see you possess my dominions, that make me reach the extent of doing nothing without you. These pacts I can only make with the one in whom my will dominates and reigns. Then after this I was doing my usual acts in the supreme Fiat, and I thought to myself that I wanted to hide my little love, my meager adoration, and everything I could possibly do, within the first acts that Adam did when he possessed the unity of the light of the divine will, and within those of the Queen Mamma, that were all perfect. And my adored Jesus added, "My daughter, only when an act encloses within itself all other acts together, then can it be called perfect. And my will alone encloses this perfect act, that while it does one act alone, all possible and imaginable acts that exist in heaven and on earth, gush forth from this single act. This single act of my will is symbolized by a font. While the font is one, from it gush seas, rivers, fire, light, heaven, stars, flowers, mountains, and earth. Everything comes out of this one font. Now, Adam in the state of innocence and the height of the sovereign queen, by possessing my will, if they loved, in that love they enclosed adoration, glory, praise, blessing, prayer. Nothing was missing in their littlest act. In it flowed the multiplicity of the qualities of the single act of my supreme volition that made them embrace everything. And so in one act, they gave to their Creator whatever befitted him. So, if they loved, they adored. If they adored, they loved. Isolated acts that do not embrace all acts together cannot be called perfect. They are meager acts that give of human will. And therefore, only in the Fiat can the soul find true perfection in her acts and offer a divine act to her Creator. December 8th, 1926. How the one who lives in the divine will is the echo and the little sun. How these writings come from the heart of our Lord. The works of our Lord are veils that hide the noble queen of the divine will. I was doing my usual acts in the eternal volition, and my always lovable Jesus, moving in my interior, told me, "My daughter, you are our echo. As you enter into our will, in order to love, to praise, to ask for the coming of our kingdom, we hear in you the echo of our love, the echo of our glory, the echo of our Fiat that wants to come upon earth in order to reign, that wants to be prayed and prayed again, and pressed to come to reign on earth as it does in heaven. And as you pray your round through the whole creation to follow the acts of the supreme will in it, we hear your echo in the sea, in the valleys, on the mountains, in the sun, in the heavens, in the stars, in everything. How beautiful is this echo! It is our echo that resounds in all our things. In this echo, we hear the echo of our voice, the motion of our works, the treading of our steps, the motions, the pulsation of our heartbeat. And we greatly delight in seeing your littleness, as you, while echoing, try to imitate our voice, try to copy the motions of our works, to make the same sound as our steps, and to love with our own heartbeat. Then sighing, he added, "My daughter, if the sun had reason, and saw a plant, a being, that wanted to become sun, the sun would increase all of its light, its heat, and all of its effects over this being, so as to make it become sun. And even though it would not deny its light and its effects to the other beings, because it is in the nature of light to diffuse and to do good to all, wherever it is. The fortunate being which received altogether all the reflections and all the goods that the sun contains would become sun. What glory, what contentment would the sun not receive in being able to form another sun? The entire earth, for many centuries, has never attested to it so much glory, so much love, by receiving its many effects, as this one being that has turned into sun. By living in our Fiat, the soul does nothing other than imitate her Creator, and the eternal sun concentrates all of its reflections upon her in such a way that she becomes the little sun in the likeness of the divine sun. Was this not precisely our purpose and our saying, "Let us make man in our image and likeness"? To make him without his having to be like us and carry within himself the image of he who had created him would be neither decorous nor worthy of a work of our hands, nor would it be power of that regenerative breath that came out of our womb to generate a being dissimilar from us. What would be said of a mother who generated not a child who had eyes, mouth, hands, feet, and would be similar to her in all members, at most smaller than her in all members, but lacking nothing of all the organs of the mother, but generated a plant, a bird, a stone, things that are dissimilar from her? It would be incredible. Things against nature and unworthy of a mother, who was not able to infuse her image and all of her members in her newborn. Now, if all things generate and form things similar to themselves, much more so does God, first generator, whose honor and glory in forming the creatures was to form them as similar to himself. Therefore, my daughter, let your flight in my will be continuous, that it may concentrate its rays upon you, and darting through you, it may make of you its little sun. After this I was feeling as though tired, and could not make up my mind to write what my adored Jesus had told me. And Jesus, surprising me, to give me will and strength in order to do it, told me, "My daughter, don't you know that these writings of ours come from the depth of my heart, and in them I make flow the tenderness of my heart, to touch those who shall read them, and the firmness of my divine speech, to strengthen them in the truths of my will? In all the sayings, truths, examples, that I make you write on paper, I make flow the dignity of my celestial wisdom, in such a way that those who read them, or shall read them, if they are in grace, shall feel within themselves my tenderness, the firmness of my speech, and the light of my wisdom, and as though in between magnets, they shall be drawn into the knowledge of my will. Those who are not in grace, then, shall not be able to deny that it is light, and light always does good. It never does harm. It illuminates. It warms. It makes one discover the most hidden things, and moves one to love them. Who can say he does not receive good from the sun? No one. More than sun, I am issuing these writings from within my heart, that they may do good to all. This is why I have so much interest that you write, because of the great good I want to do to the human family. So much so that I look upon them as my own writings, because it is always I, he who dictates, and you are the little secretary of the long story of my will. Then I was following in the divine will everything that my sweet Jesus had done while being on earth in his humanity, and I asked in each one of his acts that his fiat be known, and that it come triumphantly to reign in the midst of creatures. And my highest and only good, moving in my interior, told me, "My daughter, just as all creation is veil that hides my will, in the same way, my humanity and all of my works, tears, and pains, are as many veils that hide my supreme fiat. It reigned in my acts, triumphant and dominating, and it laid the foundations in order to come to reign in the human acts of creatures. But do you know who tears these veils to let it come out to dominate in her own heart? The one who recognizes it in each one of my acts and invites it to come out. She tears the veil of my works. She enters into them. She recognizes the noble queen, and she prays it. She presses it to no longer remain hidden. And opening her heart to it, she invites it to enter. She tears the veil of my tears, of my blood, of my pains, the veil of the sacraments, the veil of my humanity, and giving her subjection to it, she implores it to no longer remain veiled, but to make itself known as queen, that it is, in order to take its dominion and form the children of its kingdom. From here the necessity that you pray year-round in our volition and in all our works, to find the noble queen of our will hidden in them, so as to pray it to unveil itself, to come out of its apartments, so that all may know it, and let it reign. December 10th, 1926. How the divine will is a continued act that never ceases. How the Virgin let herself be dominated by this act, and formed its life within herself. How in heaven, in the feasts of the Virgin, they celebrate the divine will. My poor mind was swimming in the unending sea of the eternal volition, and my adorable Jesus showed as the greatest prodigy how his most holy will, while being so immense, would restrict itself within the creature, though remaining immense, in order to dominate her and form its life in her. The creature who would remain immersed under a continued act of this divine will was the miracle of miracles, and the prodigy never before seen. And lovable Jesus, all goodness, told me, "Dearest daughter of my will, you must know that only my volition possesses a continued act that never ceases. This act is full of life, and therefore it gives life to everything. It preserves everything, and it maintains balance within itself and in all things. It alone can boast about possessing this continuous act of always giving life, of loving always, always, without ceasing for one instant. My humanity itself, if it possesses this continued act, it is because in it flowed this continued act of the supreme Fiat. How long did the life of my humanity last upon earth? It was extremely short. As soon as I fulfilled what was necessary for the redemption, I departed for my celestial fatherland, though my acts remained. But these remained because they were animated by the continued act of my will. On the other hand, my will never departs. It is always at its place, pre-existing, without ever interrupting its act of life over everything that came out of it. Oh, if my will departed from earth and from all created things, all things would lose their life and would resolve into nothing. Because my will created all things from nothing, if it withdrew, they would all lose their existence. Now, do you want to know who is she who let herself be dominated by this continuous act of my supreme will, and never giving life to her own, received this continuous act of life of divine will in such a way as to form within herself a life fully divine and in the likeness of her Creator? It was the celestial and sovereign Queen. From the very first instant of her immaculate conception, she received this act of life of divine will, to then receive it continuously during all of her life. This was the greatest prodigy, the miracle never before seen, the life of the divine will in the Empress of Heaven. In fact, one single act of life of this Fiat can issue heavens, suns, seas, stars, and everything it wants. So all the human acts placed before a single act of life of this will of mine are like many drops of water that dissolve within the ocean, like tiny little flames before the sun, like atoms in the great space of the universe. Imagine yourself what the height of the Immaculate Queen possesses, with this life of continuous act of divine will formed in her. This was the true miracle, the prodigy never before seen, that the littleness of the celestial sovereign enclosed within herself a divine life, a will immense and eternal, that possesses all possible and imaginable goods. Therefore, in all the feasts with which the Church honors my mamma, all heaven celebrates, glorifies, praises, and thanks the supreme will, because they see its life in her, the primary cause by which she obtained the longed-for Redeemer. And therefore, because this Fiat had life that dominated and reigned in her, they find themselves in possession of the celestial Jerusalem. It was precisely the divine will that formed its life in this excelling creature, who opened heaven that had been closed by the human will. Therefore, with justice, while they celebrate the Queen, they celebrate the supreme Fiat that made her Queen, reigned in her, formed its life, and is the primary cause of their eternal happiness. So, a creature who lets my will dominate and gives it free field in order to form its life in her is the greatest of prodigies. She can move heaven and earth, even God himself, as if she were doing nothing, while she does everything. And she alone can win the most important things, destroy all obstacles, face anything, because a divine will reigns in her. And just as all the power of the Fiat dwelling in the creature was needed in order to impetrate redemption, and my humanity, that possessed that power, was needed in order to form it, in the same way, in order to impetrate the coming of the kingdom of my Fiat itself, another creature is needed, who would let it dwell within herself, and give it free field, in order to form its life, so that my will itself, through her, may accomplish the one and most important prodigy, its coming to reign on earth as it does in heaven. And because this is the greatest thing that shall place divine balance in the human family, I do great things in you. I centralize in you everything that is necessary and decorous to know about this kingdom of mine. The great good it wants to give, the happiness of those who shall live in it, its long story, its long sorrow, and of many centuries. Because while it wants to come to reign in the midst of creatures, to make them happy, they do not open the doors to it. They do not long for it. They do not invite it. And while it is present in their midst, they do not know it. Only a divine will could bear with such invincible patience being in their midst, giving them life, and being not even known. My will is great, endless, and infinite, and wherever it reigns, it wants to do things worthy of its greatness, of its sanctity, and of the power it contains. Therefore, be attentive, my daughter. This is not about just anything, or about forming a sanctity, but it is about forming a kingdom for my adorable and divine will. December 12th, 1926. Lament of Jesus in his Passion, in seeing his garments being divided, and lots drawn for his tunic. How Adam, before sinning, was clothed with light, and as he sinned, he felt the need to cover himself. I was doing my usual acts in the supreme Fiat, and my adored Jesus came out from within my interior and told me, "My daughter, in my passion, there is a lament of mine that came out with immense sorrow from the depth of my tormented heart. They divided my garments and drew lots for my tunic. How painful it was for me to see my garments being divided among my very executioners, and my tunic being gambled away. It was the only object I possessed, given to me with so much love by my sorrowful mamma. And now they not only stripped me of it, but they made of it a game. But do you know who pierced me the most? In those garments, Adam became present to me, clothed with the garment of innocence, and covered with the indivisible tunic of my supreme will. In creating him, the uncreated wisdom acted as more than a most loving mother. More than with a tunic, it clothed him with the unending light of my will, a garment that is not subject to being either disarranged, or divided, or consumed. A garment that was to serve man, in order to preserve the image of his Creator and the gifts received from him, and that was to render him admirable and holy in all his things. Not only this, but it covered him with the overgarment of innocence. And Adam, in Eden, with his passions, divided the garments of innocence, and he gambled away the tunic of my will, a garment that is incomparable and of radiant light. What Adam did in Eden was repeated under my eyes on Mount Calvary. In seeing my garments being divided and my tunic gambled away, symbol of the royal garment given to man, my sorrow was so intense that I made of it a lament. It became present to me when creatures in doing their own will make a game of mine, and the so many times in which they divide the garment of innocence with their passions. All goods are enclosed in man by virtue of this royal garment of the divine will. Once this is gambled away, he remains uncovered. He loses all goods, because he lacks the garment that kept them enclosed within himself. So, among the many evils that creatures do by doing their own will, they add the irreparable evil of gambling away the royal garment of my will, a garment that cannot be substituted with any other garment. After this, my sweet Jesus showed me himself, placing my little soul inside a sun, and with his holy hands he held me still within that light, that was such that, as it covered me completely, inside and out, I could not see, nor was I able to see anything but light. And my adored good added, "My daughter, in creating man, the divinity placed him inside the Son of the divine will, and all creatures in him. This Son served as garment not only for his soul, but its rays were such as to cover also his body, in such a way as to serve as more than a garment for him, rendering him so adorned and beautiful that neither kings nor emperors have ever appeared so adorned as Adam appeared, with this garment of most refulgent light. Those who say that before sinning Adam went naked are wrong. False. False. If all things created by us are all adorned and clothed, he who was our jewel, the purpose for which all things were created, was he not to have the most beautiful garment and the most beautiful ornament of all? So to him befitted the beautiful garment of the light of the Son of our will. And since he possessed this garment of light, he had no need of material garments in order to cover himself. As he withdrew from the divine Fiat, so did light withdraw from his soul and from his body. He lost his beautiful garment, and in seeing himself no longer surrounded with light, he felt naked. Feeling ashamed in seeing that he was the only one to be naked in the midst of all created things, he felt the need to cover himself, and he made use of superfluous things, created things, to cover his nakedness. This is so true that after my highest sorrow of seeing my garments divided and my tunic gambled away, as my humanity rose again, I took no other garments, but I clothed myself with the most refulgent garment of the Son of my supreme will. That was the same garment as the one that Adam possessed when he was created, because in order to open heaven, my humanity was to wear the garment of the light of the Son of my supreme will, a royal garment. And as it gave me the insignia of king and dominion into my hands, I opened heaven to all the redeemed ones, and presenting myself before my celestial Father, I offered him the garments of his will, whole and beautiful, with which my humanity was covered, so as to make him recognize all the redeemed ones as our children. So, while it is life, at the same time, my will is the true garment of the creation of the creature, and therefore it holds all rights over her. But how much do they not do to escape from within this light? Therefore, be still in the sun of the eternal Fiat, and I shall help you to maintain yourself in this light. On hearing this, I said to him, "My Jesus and my all, how is this? If Adam in the state of innocence had no need of garments, because the light of your will was more than garment, the sovereign queen, however, possessed your will as whole, and you yourself were your will itself. Yet neither the celestial mamma nor yourself wore the garments of light, and both of you made use of material garments to cover yourselves. How is this?" And Jesus continued saying, "My daughter, both my mamma and I came to set fraternal bonds with creatures. We came to raise decayed humanity, and therefore to take up the miseries and humiliations into which it had fallen, in order to expiate for them at the cost of our lives. Had they seen us clothed with light, who would have dared to approach us and to deal with us? And in the course of my passion, who would have dared to touch me? The light of the sun of my will would have blinded them and crushed them to the ground. Therefore, I had to make a greater miracle, hiding this light within the veil of my humanity, and appearing as one of them, because it represented not Adam innocent, but Adam fallen. And so I was to subject myself to all of his evils, taking them upon myself as if they were my own, in order to expiate for them before divine justice. But when I rose again from death, representing Adam innocent, the new Adam, I ceased the miracle of keeping the garments of the refulgent sun of my will hidden within the veil of my humanity, and I remained clothed with most pure light. And with this royal and dazzling garment, I made my entrance into my fatherland, leaving the doors open that had remained closed up to that point, so as to let all of those who had followed me enter. Therefore, by not doing our will, there is no good that one does not lose, and there is no evil that one does not acquire. December 15th, 1926. The Little Note of Love. How each act of the will of God, done by the creature, is one more act of beatitude. I was continuing to make my round in the creation, in order to follow the supreme will in all created things. But while I was doing this, I thought in my mind, what good do I do? What glory do I give to this adorable Fiat by going through all created things, as though in review, to place in them even just one little I love you of mine? Who knows whether this might not be a waste of time that I do? Now, while I was thinking of this, my sweet Jesus moved in my interior and told me, "My daughter, what are you saying? With my will, one never wastes time. On the contrary, by following it, one gains the eternal time. Now, you must know that each created thing contains a delight, one distinct from the other. And these delights were placed by us, and were to serve us to delight ourselves and the creature. Now, in each created thing runs our love, and as you go through them, you make the little note of your love run. Don't you want, then, in the face of so much love of ours, to place your little notes, your dots, your commas, your little strings that say love, and harmonizing with our love, form the delight wanted by us for ourselves and for you? Only when there is company, then is a delight enjoyed more. Isolation makes the enjoyment die. So, the company you give us by praying your round in the creation makes us remember of our many delights that were placed by us in each created thing. It makes us live through our enjoyments again. And while you delight us, we delight you. And besides, perhaps you too want to leave our will isolated? No, it is befitting for the little daughter never to leave her mother alone, and to remain always on her knees, to follow her in all her acts. Then, after this, my poor mind was swimming in the immense sea of the eternal Fiat, and my lovable Jesus added, "My daughter, among the many qualities and properties that my will contains, it contains an act of beatitude that is never interrupted. And as many acts as the soul does in it, so many distinct acts of beatitude does she take into her soul. So, the more acts she does in this Fiat, the more she becomes the owner, and forms a greater capital of these beatitudes within herself, which give her highest peace on earth. And in heaven she shall feel all the effects and the enjoyments of these beatitudes that have formed within her. See, it is as though natural. While you are on earth, my will in heaven releases from itself an act ever new of infinite beatitude. Now, who takes this new act that never ceases? The saints, the angels, who live of divine will in heaven. However, it is not fair that the one who is in the exile and lives in my will loses all these acts of beatitude. Rather, with justice they are placed as though in reserve within her soul, so that when she departs for her celestial fatherland, she may enjoy them all together, to catch up with others in receiving that new act of beatitude that is never interrupted. Do you see, then, what it means to do one more act, or one act less, in my will? It is to have as many more acts of beatitude for as many more times as one has done my will, and to lose them for as many times as she has done her own. And she takes not only many acts of beatitude, but many acts of sanctity, of divine science, many distinct acts of beauty, of love, for as many times as she has done my will. And if she has been always in my eternal fiat, she shall have within herself the sanctity that resembles her Creator. Oh, how beautiful she shall be! In heaven, the echo of our beatitudes, the echo of our sanctity, the echo of our love, shall be heard in this fortunate creature. In sum, she has been our echo on earth, and she shall be our echo in the celestial fatherland. December 19th, 1926. How, in the creation, the divinity bilocated its will. The nature of the divine will is happiness. How it constituted itself act of everything. The possession it wants to give to the creature. I continued in my state of abandonment in the supreme volition, and while I was praying my round, with my mind in the whole creation, to follow it in all created things, and make my will one with its own, so as to form one single act with its own, my always lovable Jesus, making me pause, told me, "My daughter, in issuing the creation, the divinity bilocated its will, and one remained within us for our regime, joy, happiness, contentments, and innumerable and infinite beatitudes that we possess, because our will has the first place in all our acts. The other bilocated will of ours came out from us into creation, to give us also externally divine honors and glory, and innumerable happinesses and joys. In fact, our will possesses joys, happinesses, and beatitudes as its own qualities. This is its nature. And if it did not release from itself these innumerable beatitudes and contentments that it possesses, it would be for it something against its own nature. Now, the Supreme Majesty, by issuing our bilocated will into the whole creation, so that it might be constituted life and act of each created thing, issued from itself innumerable riches, countless beatitudes and joys, that only the power of the eternal fiat could preserve, maintaining their regime, so that they would never lose their integrity and beauty. Now, while all these properties issued by us glorified us giving us the glory of as many continuous and divine acts, for as many created things as came out to light. They were established as properties of creatures, who, unifying their wills with ours, were to have their act in each act of our will, in such a way that just as we were to have the divine act of our will in each created thing, we were to have the act of the creature transfused, as if they were one alone. With this, she would come to know its riches. By knowing them, she would love them, and she would acquire the right to possess them. How many divine acts does my supreme will not do in each created thing? And the creature has not even the most remote knowledge of these acts. And if she does not know them, how can she love them and possess them, if they are unknown to her? So, all the riches, the happinesses, the divine acts present in the whole creation are inactive and lifeless for creatures. And if they receive anything at all, it is not as property, but as the effect of the supreme goodness that always gives of its own. It gives as alms also to those who have no right of possession. Others, then, take them as usurpations. In fact, in order to possess these goods that the Celestial Father put out in the creation, the creature must make her way. She must elevate herself to union with that divine will, in order to work together with it, do the same acts, know them in order to do them, so as to be able to say, "What it does, I do." With this, she acquires the right of possession in all the acts of this supreme will. And when two wills form one single will, mine and yours no longer exist. Rather, by right, what is mine is yours, and what is yours is mine. And so, this is the reason why my supreme will calls you, awaits you in each created thing, to make known to you the riches that are in it, to make you repeat its divine acts together with it, and to give you the right of possession. You yourself become its own property. You remain dissolved within its immense riches, and within its very acts. And oh, how the divine Fiat enjoys making you the owner of its immense riches. Its desire of constituting its heiresses is so great that it feels twice as happy when it sees the one who knows its possessions and makes its divine act her own. So much so that even though it saw that man, by withdrawing from its will, lost his way to reach the possession of its dominions, it did not stop, but in the excess of its love and of its long sorrow of seeing its riches inactive for the good of creatures, as soon as the eternal Word clothed himself with human flesh, it constituted itself life of each of his acts, so as to form more goods for them, powerful aids and effective remedies, more within the reach of decayed humanity, so as to realize the purpose of making them possess what was issued in creation. There is nothing that comes from us that does not have this purpose, that the creature and everything return into our will, If it were not so, we would render ourselves extraneous to our own works. So, creation, redemption, my daughter, have the primary purpose that everything be our will, in heaven and on earth. Therefore, it flows everywhere. It is present in every place to make everything its own and to give everything that belongs to it. Therefore, be attentive in following our works. Satisfy this desire, so insistent, of my supreme will, that wants those who possess its goods. December 22nd, 1926. Signs that one belongs to the celestial family. How it is God's usual way to do his works first one-on-one with one creature. So he did with his mamma. The greater is the work that Jesus does, the more it carries within itself the image of the divine unity. I was thinking about the supreme Fiat, and was praying, my sweet Jesus, to give me the grace, so great, of making me fulfill his most holy will entirely and completely, and of making it known to the whole world, so that he might be reintegrated in the glory that creatures deny him. Now, while I was thinking of this and other things, sweet Jesus moved in my interior and told me, "My daughter, what is the purpose for which you want my will to be fulfilled in you and to be known by all?" And I want it because you want it. I want it so that the divine order and your kingdom may be established on earth. I want it so that the human family may no longer live as estranged from you, but it may be bound once again to the divine family from which it had its origin. And Jesus, sighing, added, "My daughter, your purpose and mine are one." When a son has the same purpose as his father, he wants what his father wants. He never dwells in somebody else's home. He works in the fields of his father. And if he finds himself with people, he speaks of the goodness, of the ingenuity, of the great purposes of his father. It is said of this son that he loves his father, that he is the perfect copy of him, that it shows clearly from all sides that he belongs to that family, that he is a worthy son who carries within himself, with honor, the generation of his father. Such are the signs that one belongs to the celestial family, to have the same purpose as mine, to want my same will, to dwell in it as in one's own home, to work in order to make it known. And if one speaks, one can say nothing but what is done and wanted in our celestial family. This creature is recognized in clear notes, and from all sides, and with reason, and with justice, and by right, as a daughter who belongs to us. as the one from our family who has not decayed from her origin, who preserves within herself the image, the manners, the bearings, the life of her father, of he who created her. So, you are the one from my family, and the more you make my will known, the more you are distinguished before heaven and earth as a daughter who belongs to us. On the other hand, when one does not have our same purpose, little he dwells, or not at all, in the royal palace of our will. He keeps making his round, now to some house, now to some vile hovel. He keeps wandering about in the outdoors of passions, doing acts unworthy of his family. If he works, it is in foreign fields. If he speaks, the love, the goodness, the ingenuity, the great purposes of his father never resound on his lips. So in all his bearing, he cannot be recognized at all as one who belongs to his family. Can this one be called a son of his family? And if he came from it, he is a degenerate son who has broken all the bonds and relations that bound him to his family. Therefore, only the one who does my will and lives in it can be called my child, a member of my divine and celestial family. All others are degenerate children, and as though foreign to our family. And so, when you occupy yourself with my divine fiat, if you speak, if you pray your round in it, you put us in feast, because we feel that it is the one who belongs to us. We feel that it is our daughter who speaks, who prays her round, who works in the field of our will. And for one's own children, doors are left open. No apartment is closed for them, because what belongs to the Father belongs to the children, and in the children is placed the hope of the long generation of the Father. In the same way, in you, I have placed the hope of the long generation of the children of my eternal fiat. My mind continued to think about the supreme will, and I said to myself, but how can it possibly be that by myself alone, this little being so insignificant, as I am good at nothing, I have neither dignity, nor authority, nor superiority, with which maybe I could impose myself? I may diffuse myself, and speak, in order to make this Son of the divine will known, and so be able to form the children of its generation? But while I was thinking of this, my sweet Jesus interrupted my thought, and coming out from within my interior, told me, "My daughter, it is my usual way to do my greatest works first, one-on-one with one creature alone. In fact, my mamma was one, and with her alone I carried out all the work and the great portent of my incarnation. No one entered our secrets, or penetrated into the sacrarium of our apartments to see what was passing between me and the celestial sovereign. Nor did she occupy any position of dignity and of authority in the world. In fact, when I choose, I never look at dignities and superiorities, but I look at the little individual within whom I can look at my will in its face, which is the greatest dignity and authority. Even though she had neither position, nor dignity, nor superiority in the low world, heaven and earth hung upon the height of the little young girl of Nazareth, because she possessed my will. In her hands was the destiny of mankind, and the destiny of all my glory that I was to receive from the whole creation. So it was enough that the mystery of the Incarnation be formed in my chosen one, the only one, in order for others to be able to receive the good of it. One was my humanity, and from it came the generation of the redeemed ones. Therefore, it is enough to form all the good that one wants within one creature to be able to have the generation of that good come out, just as one seed is enough in order to multiply by thousands upon thousands the generation of that seed. So all the power, the virtue, the ability that is needed for a creative virtue is in forming the first seed. Once the first is formed, it is like yeast in order to form the generation of it. In the same way, one soul alone is enough for me, who would give me absolute freedom to enclose in her the good I want, and to form in her the Son of the Supreme Fiat, in order for this sun to beat down its rays on the surface of the earth, and form the generation of the children of my will. Now you must know that all our greatest works carry within themselves the image of the divine unity, and the more good they are destined to do, the more good they enclose of this supreme unity. See, also in the creation, there are similes of the divine unity, works that, while being single works, do so much good that the multiplicity of our other works altogether do not do as much. Look under the vault of the heavens. One is the sun, but how many goods does it not contain? How many does it not do to the earth? It can be said that the life of the earth depends on the sun. While the sun is one, with its light, it embraces everyone and everything. It carries everything on its lap of light, and it gives a distinct act to each one, according to the variety of things it invests. It communicates fecundity, development, color, sweetness, beauty. Yet the sun is one, while the stars are many, but do not do the great good that the sun does to the earth, though being one. The power of one single act, animated by the creative power, is incomprehensible, and there is no good that cannot come from it. It can change the face of the earth, from arid and deserted into a flowery springtime. The sky is one, and therefore it extends everywhere. Water is one, and even though it seems to be divided in many different points of the earth, forming seas, lakes, and rivers, yet in descending from heaven, it comes down in one form, and there is not one point of the earth in which water does not reside. So the things created by us that carry within themselves the image of the divine unity are those that do more good. They are the most necessary, and the earth could not have life without them. Therefore, my daughter, do not think that you are alone. It is the unity of a great work that I must carry out within you, or that you have no external dignity and authority. This says nothing. My will is more than anything. Its light seems to be mute, but in its muteness it invests the intelligences and makes one speak with such eloquence as to stun the most learned, reducing them to silence. The light does not speak, but allows one to see. It makes one know the most hidden things. The light does not speak, but with its meek and sweet warmth, it warms, it softens the hardest things, the most obstinate hearts. The light contains no seed, no matter. Everything is pure in it. One can see nothing but a wave of refulgent silvery light, but it can penetrate so much as to make the most sterile things generate, develop, fecundate. Who can resist the power of the light? No one. Even the blind, if they do not see it, they feel its warmth. The mute, the deaf, feel and receive the good of the light. Now, who shall be able to resist the light of my eternal Fiat? All of its knowledges shall be more than rays of light of my volition, that shall beat down on the surface of the earth, and penetrating into the hearts, shall bring the good that the light of my will contains and can do. However, these rays must have their sphere from which to start. They must be centered in one single point, from which to arise, in order to form the dawn, the day, the afternoon, and the sunset within hearts, to then rise again. The sphere, the single point, is you. The rays centered in it are my knowledges, that shall give fecundity to the generation of the children of the kingdom of my will. This is why I always repeat to you, be attentive, so that not one of my knowledges may be lost. You would cause a ray to be lost from within your sphere, and you cannot even comprehend all the good it contains, because each ray contains its own specialty of good that it must do to the children of my will. And you would deprive me of the glory of that good for my children, and would deprive yourself also of the glory of spreading one more ray of light from your sphere. December 24th, 1926. Laments and sorrows because of the privation of Jesus. Pains of Jesus in the maternal womb. The one who lives in the divine will is like a member bound to the creation. I felt all in restlessness because my sweet Jesus was not coming. But while I was raving, I would speak nonsense. And in the intensity of my sorrow, I kept repeating, Jesus, how you have changed. I would never have believed that you would reach the point of depriving me of yourself for so long. But while I was pouring out my sorrow, sweet Jesus came as a little child, and throwing himself into my arms, he said to me, My daughter, tell me, and you, have you changed? Do you perhaps love someone else? Do you no longer want to do my will? These questions of Jesus cut me to the quick. And sorry, I said, Jesus, what do you mean by this? No, I have not changed, nor do I love or know any other love. And I would love to die rather than not do your most holy will. And Jesus sweetly added, So you have not changed. Well then, my daughter, if you, who have a nature subject to changing, have not changed, could I myself change, who am unshakable? Your Jesus does not change, be sure of this, nor can he change. I remained confounded, and did not know what to say. And he added, all goodness, Do you want to see how I was in the womb of my sovereign mamma, and what I suffered within her? Now, while he was saying this, he placed himself inside of me, in the middle of my breast, lying flat, in a state of perfect immobility. His little feet and hands were so stretched and immobile as to arouse pity. He lacked the space to be able to move, to open his eyes, to breathe freely. And what was most harrowing was to see him in the act of dying continuously. What pain to see my little Jesus die. I felt myself placed together with him in that same state of immobility. Then, after some time, little baby Jesus, squeezing me to himself, told me, "My daughter, my state in the maternal womb was so very painful. My little humanity had perfect use of reason and of infinite wisdom. Therefore, from the very first instant of my conception, I comprehended all my sorrowful state, the darkness of the maternal prison. I had not even a glimmer of light. What a long night of 9 months! The narrowness of the place that forced me into perfect immobility, always in silence. Nor was it given to me to wail or to sob, so as to pour out my pain. How many tears did I not shed in the sacrarium of the womb of my mamma, without making the slightest movement. And this was nothing. My little humanity had taken on the commitment to die so many times in order to satisfy divine justice for as many times as creatures had made the divine will die within them, committing the great affront of giving life to the human will, making a divine will die in them. Oh, how these deaths cost me! To die and to live and to die. This was the most harrowing and continuous pain for me. More so, since even though my divinity was one with me and inseparable from me, in receiving these satisfactions from me, it would take the attitude of justice. And although my humanity was holy and pure, it was the little lamp before the immense sun of my divinity, and I felt all the weight of the satisfactions that I was to give to this divine sun, and the pain of decayed humanity that was to rise again in me at the cost of so many deaths of mine. It was the rejection of the divine will by giving life to one's own will that formed the ruin of decayed humanity. And I was to keep my humanity and my human will in a continuous state of death, so that the divine will might have continuous life in me, in order to extend in me its kingdom. From the moment I was conceived, I thought about and occupied myself with extending the kingdom of the supreme Fiat within my humanity, at the cost of giving no life to my human will, in order to make decayed humanity rise again, so that once this kingdom would be founded within me, I might prepare the graces, the necessary things, the pains, the satisfactions that were needed, in order to make it known, and to found it in the midst of creatures. Therefore, everything you do, that which I do in you for this kingdom, is nothing other than the continuation of what I did from the moment I was conceived in the womb of my mamma. So if you want me to carry out the kingdom of the eternal Fiat within you, let me be free and never give life to your will. After this, I continued my acts in the eternal volition, and sweet Jesus added, "My daughter, my will is the soul, and all creation is the body for it. And just as the soul is one in the body, one is its will, while the body has many different senses, and like many different keys, each one of them performs its own little sonata, and each member exercises its distinct office. However, there is such order and harmony among them that when one member exercises its office, all the other members are all intent on the operating member, and they suffer together if that member suffers, and they enjoy if that member enjoys, because one is the will that moves them. One is the strength that they possess. Such is the whole creation. It is like a body animated by my will. And even though each created thing does its distinct office, they are so united among themselves as to be more than members to the body. Since it is my will alone that animates them and dominates them, one is the strength that they possess. Now, the one who does my will and lives in it is a member who belongs to the body of creation, and therefore she possesses the universal strength of all created things, excluding not even that of her Creator. Because my will circulates in the veins of all creation as more than blood within the body, a blood that is pure, holy, vivified with light, and that reaches the point of spiritualizing the body itself. The soul is all intent on all creation, to do what it does, to be in communication with all of its acts, and all creation is intent on her, to receive her acts, because the office, the little sonata of this member in the midst of it, is so beautiful that all are intent on listening to her. Therefore, the living in my will is the most happy and indescribable destiny. Her acts, her point of origin, are always toward heaven. Her life is in the midst of the spheres. December 25th, 1926. How the little baby made himself seen, newly born, by his mamma. The light that the little baby sent forth, that gave to everyone the greeting of his coming upon earth. Difference between the grotto and the prison of the Passion. I was anxiously waiting for little baby Jesus, and after many sighs, finally he came. and throwing himself as a little baby into my arms, he said to me, "My daughter, do you want to see how my inseparable mamma saw me when I came out of her maternal womb? Look at me and see." I looked at him, and I saw him as a tiny little baby, of a rare and enrapturing beauty. From the whole of his little humanity, from his eyes, from his mouth, from his hands and feet, came out most refulgent rays of light that not only enveloped him, but extended so much as to be able to wound each heart of creature, almost to give them the first greeting of his coming upon earth, the first knock, to knock at the hearts, to have them open, and ask for a shelter in them. That knock was sweet but penetrating. However, being a knock of light, it made no clamor, and yet it made itself heard strongly, more than any sound. So on that night, all felt something unusual in their hearts, but very few were those who opened their hearts to give him a little accommodation. And the tender infant, in feeling himself unrequited in his greeting, and that no one was opening at his repeated knocking, began his crying, with his lips livid and shivering with cold. He sobbed, wailed, and sighed. But while the light that came out of him was doing all this with creatures, receiving the first rejections, with his celestial mamma, as soon as he came out of her womb, he threw himself into her maternal arms to give her the first embrace, the first kiss. And since his little arms could not reach to embrace her completely, the light that came out of his little hands surrounded all of her in such a way that mother and son remained invested with the same light. Oh, how the Queen Mamma requited her son with her embrace and kiss, in such a way that they remained so clasped to each other as to seem fused, one within the other. With her love, she compensated for the first rejection that Jesus received from the hearts of creatures. And the dear and charming little baby placed his first act of being born, his graces, his first sorrow, in the heart of his mamma, so that what was seen in the son could be seen in his mamma. Then after this, the gracious little baby came into my arms, and as he squeezed me so very tightly, I felt him entering into me, and I into him. And then he said to me, "My daughter, I wanted to embrace you, as I embraced my dear mamma as newly born, so that you too may receive my first act of being born, and my first sorrow, my tears, my tender wailings, that you may be moved to compassion for my sorrowful state at my birth. Had I not had my mamma, in whom I could place all the good of my birth, and fix in her the light of my divinity, that I, word of the Father, contained, I would have found no one in whom to place either the infinite treasure of my birth, or to fix the light of my divinity, that shone forth from my little humanity. Therefore see how necessary it is that when the Supreme Majesty decides for a great good to be done for creatures that can serve as universal good, we choose one to whom to give so much grace, that she may be able to receive within herself all the good that all others must receive. In fact, if others do not receive all of it or part of it, our work does not remain suspended and without its fruit, but the chosen soul receives all of that good within herself, and our work receives the return of its fruit. So my mamma was the depository, not only of my life, but of all my acts. Therefore, in all my acts, first I looked to see whether I could deposit them in her, and then I did them. In her I deposited my tears, my wailings, the cold, and the pains that I suffered. And she echoed all of my acts, and with incessant thanksgivings she received everything. There was a contest between mother and son, I in giving, she in receiving. As this little humanity of mine made its first entrance upon earth, my divinity wanted to shine forth from it, in order to make its round everywhere, and make the first sensible visit to all creation. Heaven and earth all received this visit of their Creator, except for man. They had never received so much honor and glory as when they saw their King, their Maker, within their midst. All felt honored, for they were to serve him, from whom they had received their existence. Therefore all made feast. So my birth was of great joy and glory for me, on the part of my mamma and of all creation. But it was for me of great sorrow on the part of creatures. This is why I have come to you, to feel the joys of my mamma being repeated in me, and to place in you the fruit of my birth. Then after this, I was thinking about how unhappy was that grotto in which little baby Jesus was born, how exposed it was to all winds and to cold, to the point of making one numb with icy cold. Instead of men, there were animals to keep him company. So I thought, which prison was more unhappy and sorrowful, the prison of the night of his passion, or the grotto of Bethlehem? And my sweet baby added, my daughter, the unhappiness of the prison of my passion cannot be compared with the grotto of Bethlehem. In the grotto I had my mamma near me, soul and body. She was with me. Therefore I had all the joys of my dear mamma, and she had all the joys of myself, her son, that formed our paradise. The joys of a mother who possesses her child are great. The joys of possessing a mother are even greater. I found everything in her, and she found everything in me. Then there was my dear father, Saint Joseph, who acted as father to me, and I felt all of his joys that he felt because of me. On the other hand, in my passion, our joys were all interrupted, because we were to give place to sorrow. And between mother and son, we felt the great sorrow of the nearing separation, sensible at least, that was to occur with my death. In the grotto, animals recognized me, and honoring me, they tried to warm me with their breath. In the prison, not even men recognized me, and in order to insult me, they covered me with spit and opprobrium. So there is no comparison between the two of them. December 27th, 1926. How one who does not do the divine will would want to cut through the light and form darkness for himself. How true good must have its origin in God. How the soul who lives in the supreme will receives its balance within herself and is present in the whole creation, living life together with it. While my mind was swimming in the sun of the eternal volition, my beloved Jesus told me, "My daughter, the affront that a creature commits by not doing my will is great. My will is more than solar light. It invades everyone and everything, nor can anyone escape from it, from its endless light. Now by doing her will, the creature wants to cut through this light, and she forms darkness in it. But my will rises and follows its course of light, leaving the creature in the darkness of her will. If someone cut through the light of the sun and formed a long night for himself, would he not be called insane and doer of great evil? Poor one, he would die of cold, no longer receiving the heat of the light of the sun. He would die of boredom, no longer being able to operate, because he would lack the good of the light. He would die of hunger, having neither light nor heat, in order to make his little field, covered by the darkness of his will, vegetate and fecundate. It would be said of him, "It would be better if a being so unhappy had never been born." All this happens to the soul who does her will. Therefore, the most deplorable evil is to not do my will, because once my will is removed, she dies of coldness for all the celestial goods. She dies of boredom, of tiredness, of weakness, because my will is missing. That makes the joy, the strength, and the life of the divine operating arise. She dies of hunger because its light is missing, that makes the little field of the soul vegetate and fecundate in order to form the food on which she must live. Creatures think that not doing my will is not a great evil, while instead it encloses all evils together. Then after this he added, "My daughter, every good, in order to be a good, must have its origin in God. Therefore, love, the doing good itself, suffering, the heroism of those who rush headlong into achieving an intent, the study of sciences, sacred and profane, in sum, anything that does not have its origin in God, inflates the creature. It empties her of grace. And all these goods that do not have their origin in God, but start with a human origin, are like works swept away by a mighty wind, that with its power reduces cities, villas, sumptuous houses to dust, and makes of them a heap. How many times a mighty wind destroys and knocks down the most beautiful works of art and of ingenuity, making fun with its fury of those works so praised and admired. How many times the mighty wind of self-esteem, of self-glory, the furious wind of pleasing creatures, knock down the most beautiful works, and I feel the nausea of that very good. Therefore, there is no remedy that is more effective, more appropriate, more healing, and that blocks the fury of these winds within the soul, than the power of the light of my will, and the eclipse formed by it. Wherever this power, this eclipse, formed by divine light, is present, these winds are prevented from blowing, and the creature lives under the vital influence of a divine will, in such a way that the seal of the Fiat can be seen in all of her acts, both small and great. So her motto is, God wants it, I want it. If he does not want it, neither do I want it. In addition to this, my will maintains perfect balance in the whole creation. It maintains the balance of love, of goodness, of mercy, of fortitude, of power, and even of justice. Therefore, when you hear of chastisements and of troubles, it is nothing other than the effect of my balanced will, that as much as it loves the creature, is not subject to becoming unbalanced. Otherwise, it would be defective and weak if it lost its balance. Indeed, all the order and the sanctity of it is here in its perfect balance, always the same, without ever changing. Now, my daughter, firstborn of my will, Listen to something beautiful about my supreme Fiat. With the soul who lives in it and allows it to reign in order to let it form its kingdom, my will, by locating itself, transfers its perfect balance into her. So the soul feels balanced in love, in goodness, in mercy, in fortitude, power, and justice. And since creation is extremely vast, in which my volition exercises its distinct act of balance in each thing, as the soul possesses this balance, my will elevates her and expands her so much as to make her find in all of her acts the balance of both one and the other, unifying them and rendering them inseparable. So the creature finds herself in the sun to do the balanced acts that my will does in it. She finds herself in the sea, in the heavens, in the little flower that blooms to give off its fragrance together with it, in the little bird that sings to cheer the whole creation with a balance of joy. She finds herself in the fury of the wind, of the water, of the storms, for the balance of justice. In sum, my will cannot be without this creature. They are inseparable, and they live life together. And do you think it is trivial that the soul can say, I am stretched within the heavens to preserve them for the good of my brothers. I am present in the sun to germinate, to fecundate, to give light, and to prepare the food for all mankind. And so with all the rest. Who can ever say, I love my God as he loves himself, and I love everyone, and I do all the good that my Creator does to the whole human family? Only the one who receives this balance of the divine fiat and allows it to reign within herself. December 29th, 1926. How the new creation of the kingdom of the Supreme Will was formed in the humanity of our Lord. My sweet Jesus, on coming, made himself seen, carrying a son in the center of his breast, holding it very tightly in his arms. Drawing near me, he took that son from the center of his breast with his hands and placed it in the center of mine. Then he took my hands in his and crossed them very tightly over that son, saying to me, This son is my will. Hold it tightly. Never let it escape you, for it has the power to convert you and all your acts, everything, into light, in such a way as to incorporate you completely into it, forming one single sun. Then afterwards I was thinking about everything that my sweet Jesus had done in his coming upon earth for the redemption, so as to unite myself to his acts and ask him, for love of his own acts, to make his will known in order to let it reign. And my adored Jesus added, My daughter, as my humanity was conceived, So I began a new creation, in order to lay the kingdom of my will over all the acts that my humanity did. All the acts I did, both inside and outside of my humanity, were animated by a divine will that contained the creative power. Therefore, my acts underwent the new creation and converted into acts of divine will, and I extended its kingdom in my interior and in all of my external acts. In fact, who destroyed and rejected this kingdom of my will in man? His human will, that rejecting mine from itself, did not let itself be dominated and animated by it, but let itself be dominated and animated by its own. And so it formed in it the kingdom of miseries, of passions, and of ruins. Now, before anything, my humanity was to redo and to call back this kingdom of the supreme will within myself, within my human nature, that I might be all set to form the redemption, and therefore able to give mankind the remedies in order to be saved. Had I not placed this kingdom in safety within me, had I not given to it its rights of dominion, I could not have formed the good of redemption. My divine will would have been inexorable in not conceding its goods to me, had I not had the prime right to form its kingdom in me. Only then, as second act, it would grant to me the remedies to save creatures. So my supreme will lined itself up within all of my acts. It dominated, and, triumphant, it invested my tears, my baby moans, my sighs, heartbeats, steps, works, words, pains, in sum everything, with its creative power. And as it invested them, it pearled them with its endless light, and formed the new creation of its kingdom in all my acts. Therefore, in every additional thing I did, the divine Fiat expanded the boundaries of its kingdom within my humanity. Now, if the creation was called from nothing, and was formed on the foundation of my creative word that spoke and created, it commanded, and all things took their place of order and harmony. In the creation of the kingdom of the supreme will, instead, it was not content with forming it from nothing, but it wanted, as guarantee of safety, the basis, the foundations, the walls, and all the acts and pains of my most holy humanity, in order to form the creation of its kingdom. See then how much this kingdom of my will cost, with how much love I developed it within me. Therefore, this kingdom exists. There is nothing left but to make it known, so as to let all the goods it contains go out into the field. So what I want from you is that just as my humanity left my will free to form its kingdom, you may leave me free without opposing in anything, so that finding no opposition in you, my acts may flow in you, and taking their place of honor, they may line up, all in order, to continue in you the life of the kingdom of my will. After this, my sweet Jesus escaped me like a flash, and I wanted to follow him, but to my highest bitterness, in that flash, I saw that contagious diseases were to come, that shall spread almost in all nations, not excluding our Italy. It seemed that many were dying of it, to the extent of depopulating homes. In several nations, the scourge would rage more strongly, but almost all of them shall be touched. It seems that they hold hands in offending the Lord, and our Lord touches everyone with the same scourges. But I hope that he may want to placate himself, so the peoples shall suffer less. January 1st, 1927. The will of the soul as present for baby Jesus. How his whole life was the symbol and the calling of the divine will. How the knowledges are the means in order to hasten the coming of the kingdom of his will. Luisa writes in parentheses the following: I was meditating on the old year that was setting and the new one that was rising. And then she continues, my state continues in the flight of the light of the divine will, and I was praying the pretty little baby that just as the old year was dying, never to be born again, so he would make my will die and live no more. And as a present for the new year, he would give me his will, just as I gave him the gift of mine, so as to place it as footstool at his tender little feet, that it might have no other life but his will alone. Now, while I was saying this and other things, my sweet Jesus came out from within my interior and told me, daughter of my will, how I love, want, yearn that your will may end in you. Oh, how I accept your present. How pleasing it shall be for me to keep it as soft footstool at my feet. In fact, as long as it remains in the creature, outside of its center, that is God, the human will is hard. But when it enters again into the center from which it came, serving as footstool at the feet of your little baby Jesus, it becomes soft, and I use it to amuse myself. Is it not right that, little as I am, I have an amusement? And in the midst of so many sorrows, privations, and tears, I have your will to make me smile. Now you must know that the one who puts an end to her will returns into the origin from which she came, and the new life, the life of light, the perennial life of my will begins in her. See, when I came upon earth, I wanted to give many examples and similes of how I wanted the human will to end. I wanted to be born at midnight, so as to break the night of the human will with the refulgent day of mine. And even though at midnight the night continues, it does not finish. It is yet the beginning of a new day. And my angels, to give honor to my birth, and to point out to everyone the day of my will, from midnight on gladdened the vault of the heavens with new stars and new suns, such as to turn the night into more than daylight. This was the homage that the angels gave to my little humanity, in which resided the full day of the sun of my divine will, and the calling of the creature into the full day of it. Still little, I submitted myself to the so very cruel cut of circumcision that made me shed bitter tears for the pain. And not only me, but with me cried my mamma and dear Saint Joseph. It was the cut of the human will that I wanted to make, so that creatures might let the divine will flow within that cut, and so that a broken will might have life no more, but only mine, that had run within that cut in order to begin its life again. Still little, I wanted to flee to Egypt. A tyrannical and iniquitous will wanted to kill me, symbol of the human will that wants to kill mine. And I fled in order to say to all, flee the human will, if you do not want mine to be killed. My whole life was nothing other than the calling of the divine will into the human. In Egypt, I lived like a stranger in the midst of that people, symbol of my will that they keep as though estranged within their midst, and symbolizing that whoever wants to live in peace and united with my will must live as though estranged from the human will. Otherwise, there shall always be war between the two of them. They are two irreconcilable wills. After my exile, I returned to my fatherland, symbol of my will that after its long exile of centuries upon centuries, shall return to its dear fatherland, into the midst of its children, in order to reign. And as I went through these stages in my life, I kept forming its kingdom in me, and I called it, with incessant prayers, with pains, and with tears, to come to reign in the midst of creatures. I returned to my fatherland, and I lived hidden and unknown. Oh, how this symbolizes the sorrow of my will, that while living in the midst of the peoples, lives unknown and hidden. And with my hiddenness, I impetrated that the supreme will be known, that it might receive the homage and the glory that are due to it. There was nothing I did which did not symbolize a sorrow of my will, the condition in which creatures put it, and a call I made in order to return its kingdom to it. And this is what I want your life to be: the continuous calling of the kingdom of my will into the midst of creatures. Then after this, I was making my round through the whole creation in order to bring the heavens, the stars, the sun, the moon, the sea, in sum, everything, to the feet of little baby Jesus together with me, so as to ask him altogether that the coming of this kingdom of his will upon earth might come soon. And in my desire I was saying to him, "See, I am not the only one who is praying you, but the heavens are praying with the voices of all the stars, the sun with the voice of its light and of its heat, the sea with its murmuring. They are all praying you that your will may come to reign upon earth. How can you resist listening to so many voices that pray you? It is innocent voices, voices animated by your very will that are praying you." Now, while I was saying this, my little Jesus came out from within my interior to receive the homage of all creation and to listen to their mute language. And squeezing me to himself, he told me, "My daughter, the easiest means in order to hasten the coming of my will upon earth are the knowledges about it. The knowledges bring light and heat, and form within themselves the prime act of God, in which the creature finds the first act on which to model her own. If she does not find the first act, the creature does not have the virtue of forming the prime act. Therefore, the acts, the things that are most necessary in order to form this kingdom, would be missing. See then what one additional knowledge about my will means. By carrying the prime act of God within themselves, they shall bring with them a magnetic force, a powerful magnet, in order to draw creatures to repeat the prime act of God. With their light, they shall bring the disillusionment of the human will. With their heat, they shall soften the hardest hearts to bend before this divine act, and creatures shall feel captivated to wanting to model themselves on this act. Therefore, the more knowledges I manifest about my will, the more quickly is the kingdom of the divine Fiat drawn upon earth. January 4th, 1927. How each new act of divine will brings a new divine life. How one who wants to hear the truth, but does not want to execute it, remains burned. Hardship of the divine will within souls. My poor heart was now moaning, now agonizing, because of the pain of the privation of my dear and beloved Jesus. Hours seem centuries to me, and nights interminable without him. Sleep escapes from my eyes. Could I at least sleep, my intense sorrow would fall asleep. Maybe this would bring me a little relief. But no, instead of sleeping, I become all eyes, and open eyes, not closed. Eyes my thoughts, which want to penetrate, to see where is him whom I look for and do not find. Eyes my hearing, to hear, who knows the soft treading of his steps, the sweet and gentle echo of his voice. My eyes look, who knows, they might see at least the flash of his fleeting coming. Oh, how his privation costs me. Oh, how I long for his return. Now, while I was amid the yearnings of wanting him, my sweet Jesus moved in my interior and made himself seen inside of me, sitting at a little table of light, all occupied and intent on looking at the whole order of what he had manifested about his most holy will, whether everything was marked, whether anything was missing, and the point he was to reach in order to complete everything that regards his most holy will. Everything that regarded his volition, the words, the knowledges, assumed the image of a ray of light in the hand of Jesus that he was ordering on that desk of light. And he was so engrossed and occupied that as much as I spoke and called him, he would not pay attention to me. So I kept silent, contenting myself with being near him and with looking at him. Then, after a long silence, he said to me, "My daughter, when it comes to things that regard my will, heaven and earth remain silent and reverent, to be spectators of a new act of this supreme will. Each new act of it brings to all one more divine life, one strength, one happiness, one enrapturing beauty. Therefore, the divine will operating, that issues an act from itself, is the greatest thing that can exist in heaven and on earth. New heavens, more beautiful suns, can come out of one more act of my will. Therefore, when it comes to it, you and I must put everything aside and occupy ourselves only with the eternal Fiat. This is not about reordering a human will in you, or just any virtue, but it is about reordering a divine and operating will. Therefore it takes very much. And this is why, being occupied with things that regard me more, and that shall bring the great good of a new act of this supreme will, I do not pay attention to your calls. Because when it comes to doing the greatest, minor things are put aside. After this, I was following my passionate Jesus in the Passion, and as I arrived at the point when Herod stormed him with questions, and he remained silent, I thought to myself, if Jesus had spoken, maybe he would have converted. And Jesus, moving in my interior, told me, "My daughter, Herod did not question me in order to know the truth, but out of curiosity, and to make a fool of me. And if I had answered, I would have made a fool of him. Because when the will to know the truth and to execute it is missing, the humor, in order to receive the heat that the light of my truths brings with itself, is missing in the soul. Not finding the humidity in order to make the truths germinate and fecundate, this heat burns even more, and makes the good it can produce wither. It happens as to the sun. When it does not find humidity on the plants, its heat serves to wither and burn the life of the plants. But if it finds humidity, it makes prodigies. So the truth is beautiful. It is lovable. It is the reviver and the fecundator of souls. With its light and heat, it forms prodigies of development, of graces, and of sanctity. But for those who love to know it in order to execute it. On the other hand, with those who do not love to execute it, it is the truth that mocks them, rather than remaining mocked itself. In addition to this, while I was writing, I felt such exhaustion of strength that I did it with difficulty. Nor did I feel I was being fed the words by Jesus to make it easier for me, or the fullness of the mental light that, like sea, forms in my mind, such that I have to content myself with taking a few drops of light to write them on paper. Otherwise, if I wanted to put everything, I would act like a person who goes into the sea and would want to hold all the water of the sea in his hand. As much as he takes, it all escapes him. But if he takes a few drops, he can manage to carry them with himself. So everything was hardship in me, in the soul, in the body, in everything. Feeling so ill, I thought to myself, maybe it is no longer will of God for me to write. Otherwise he would have helped me, like the other times. Instead, the hardship, the effort I have to make, is so great that I cannot go on. Therefore, if Jesus does not want it, neither do I want it. But while I was thinking this, my sweet Jesus came out from within my interior and told me, "My daughter, the one who must possess the kingdom of my will, must not only do it and live in it, but must feel and suffer what my will feels and suffers within souls. What you feel is nothing other than the condition in which it finds itself in creatures. With what difficulty it flows. What efforts does it not have to make in order to subdue creatures, to make them do its will? How repressed they keep it within their own will. They take away from it the best of its life within them. That is its energy, its joy, its strength. And it is forced to act under the pressure of a human will, melancholic, weak, and inconstant. Oh, in what a heavy, bitter, crushing nightmare creatures keep my will. Do you not want, then, to take part in its pains? My daughter, You must be a key, and whatever sound my will wants to produce, you must lend yourself to form the sound it wants to make. And when it has formed in you all the sounds it possesses, sounds of joy, of strength, of goodness, of sorrow, and so forth, its victory shall be complete, having formed its kingdom in you. Therefore think, rather, that this is a different and distinct sonata which it wants to play in you. It is one more key that it wants to add in your soul. Because in the kingdom of the Supreme Fiat, it wants to find all the notes of the musical concert of the celestial fatherland, so that not even music may be missing in its kingdom. January 6, 1927. The soul who lives in the divine will is always equal to herself. The order of providence in the incarnation and in the manifestations of the holy Magi. I was doing my usual acts in the supreme volition, and my sweet Jesus came out from within my interior, and stretching out his arms to me, he embraced me, but he clasped me so tightly to himself that I remained completely covered with Jesus. And he said to me, "My daughter, I am not content if I do not see you completely covered with me, and so dissolved in me as to no longer be able to recognize yourself in you, but only me in you." Then he added, "My daughter, the one who lives in the divine will is always equal to herself. Her acts are symbolized by light that diffuses equally to the back and to the front, to the right and to the left. At the most, if it contains greater intensity of light, it expands more, but it diffuses always equally in expanding the circumference of light around itself. Now, as for the acts done in my will, symbolized by light, as the act of the creature enters into my will, it embraces past, present, and future. And not lacking the fullness of light, it expands everywhere, and as though in one blow, it takes everyone within the circumference of its endless light. Therefore, no one, as much good as he might do, can say to the one who lives in the divine Fiat, "I am similar to you." But she alone can say, "I am similar to he who created me. Whatever he does, I do." One is the light that invests us. One is the strength. One is the will. Then after this, I was thinking about the holy Magi, when they visited the little baby Jesus in the grotto of Bethlehem. And my always lovable Jesus told me, "My daughter, see the order of my divine providence. For the great portent of my incarnation, I chose and made use of a virgin, humble and poor. And as my custodian, who acted as father to me, the Virgin Saint Joseph, who was so poor that he needed to work in order to support our lives. See how, in the greatest works, and the mystery of the Incarnation could not be greater, we make use of people whose outward appearance attracts no one's attention, because dignities, scepters, riches, are always fumes that blind the soul and prevent her from penetrating into the celestial mysteries in order to receive a great act of God, and God Himself. But in order to manifest to the peoples the coming of myself, word of the Father, upon earth, I wanted and made use of royal authority, of learned and erudite men, so that by their authority they might diffuse the knowledges of the God now born, and eventually also impose themselves on the peoples. But in spite of this, the star was seen by everyone. Yet only 3 of them move, pay attention, and follow it. This says that, among all, these alone possessed a certain dominion of themselves, such that, as it formed a little empty space within their interior, beyond the appearance of the star, they felt my call echoing in their interior. And heedless of sacrifices, of gossip, of mockeries, because they were leaving for an unknown place and they had to hear much talking, disregarding everything and dominating themselves, they followed the star that was united to my call. That more than speaking star resounded in their interior, enlightened them, attracted them, and spoke many things about Him whom they were to visit. And drunk with joy, they followed the star. See then how in order to give the great gift of the Incarnation, a virgin was needed who would have no human will, who would be more of heaven than of the earth, as well as a continuous miracle that would dispose her to this great portent. So we had no need of external things and of human appearances that might draw the attention of the peoples. However, in spite of this, also to manifest myself, I wanted men who would have dominion of themselves, who would form a little empty space within their interior, to let the echo of my call resound in it. But what was not their surprise in seeing the star stop, not above a royal palace, but above a vile hovel? They did not know what to think, and were persuaded that there was a mystery, not human, but divine. When they animated themselves with faith, and entered the grotto, and kneeling, adored me, as they bent their knees, I revealed myself, and I let my divinity shine forth from my little humanity. And they recognized me as the King of Kings, He who was coming to save them. And promptly they offered themselves to serve me, and to lay down their lives for love of me. But my will made itself known, and sent them again into their region, to let them be, in the midst of those peoples, the criers of my coming upon earth. See then how necessary are the dominion of oneself and the empty space in one's heart, in order to let my call resound, and to be fit for knowing the truth, and for manifesting it to others. January 9th, 1927. How the one who does the will of God possesses the balance of it, and possesses an act of light for everything. How a note of sorrow was placed, and this is why the divine will and the human will scowl at each other. How the first fruits are the things that are liked the most. I was making my round everywhere, according to my usual way, to follow the divine will in all creation. And my sweet Jesus, moving in my interior, told me, "My daughter, how amazing is the operating of the soul in my will. Just as the Fiat maintains the balance in the whole creation by echoing my balance, she forms the balance in all creatures and lays within them the kingdom of my will. She is like light that descends from above, and fixing herself in everyone, lays within everyone the kingdom of the love of my will, of the adoration, of the glory, and of everything it possesses. But while descending like light to let nothing escape her, like light she ascends and brings the balance of all the acts of the creation, of all times, and of all hearts, to her Creator. With the balance of all the human acts, in which the soul has let the act of the divine will enter, on her part, she empties all the human acts, and lets the divine will flow as prime act. And the divine will lays its kingdom within them, because there is a soul who has taken to heart that there be no human act in which she does not want to fix her light, so that what is human may be knocked down, and the divine will alone may reappear in all things. This is why, my daughter, I almost make you touch everything with your own hand. I want you to extend yourself to everyone and in everything, to make you extend the kingdom of my will. This is what I want, that my will flow in everything, which is such that while it invests everything like light, it remains above all, and everything becomes my will. However, it may be that someone escapes from this light, just as someone escapes from the light of the sun. But this says nothing for the sun, because by possessing the balance of the light, it contains its act of light for everyone and for everything. So, while giving light to all, the sun maintains the balance of the glory of all the acts of light for its creator. Therefore it remains in the perfect order, while those who escape the light go out of the order. In the same way, the soul, by possessing the unity of the light of the supreme Fiat, possesses all the acts of light of it. Therefore, she can give her act of light of divine will to the human acts, so that on her part she may extend its divine kingdom everywhere. If creatures escape, this says nothing. The light of my will diffuses anyway, and I see in my chosen one that my kingdom follows its way. It extends. It is established. Therefore, I want to see your acts in my will over each thought of creatures, in each word, heartbeat, step, and work, in everything. For now, let us think about forming our kingdom. Once it is formed, we shall think about those who escape and those who remain in the net of the light of my will. After this, I felt so very exhausted, because I had had a fever for many days, and I had just barely written that little that is written above. So not feeling the strength to continue writing, I stopped, and I began to pray. And my sweet Jesus, coming out from within my interior, clasped me all to himself, and he compassionated me, saying to me, "My daughter is sick. My daughter is sick. You must know that on the part of creatures, a note of sorrow was placed in the kingdom of my will. A note that no one, for many centuries, has ever thought of healing. A note too sorrowful for the supreme Fiat, and the cause for which the divine will and the human will scowl at each other. Now, the firstborn daughter of my will must balance all parties before she comes to our fatherland. She must fill all the voids in order to establish my kingdom in the midst of creatures. Now, being sick, my daughter shall form the kingdom of divine pain within it, that, flowing like a wave of light and of heat, shall serve to sweeten this sorrowful note. Don't you know that light and heat have the power to convert the most bitter things into most sweet nectar? It is given to you, my daughter, who lives in our volition, to let your sorrows, your fever, your intimate pains of my privation, which make you die without dying, flow within our endless boundaries, in order to invest this note, so sorrowful, of the divine Fiat, and form in this note a most sweet and harmonious sound, in such a way that the two wills shall no longer scowl at each other, but shall be reconciled." Then he added, "My daughter, you cannot comprehend what I feel for you, the joys, the happiness I feel, because I find in you the first fruits of the kingdom of my will. I find the delights of the early fruits, the first fruits of the music that only the creature who lives in it can produce, because she takes all of our notes that are in our will, makes them her own, and forms her beautiful music in my kingdom. And I, oh, how I delight in listening to her! I find the first fruits of order, the first fruits of true love, that my will has conceded to her. I find the first fruits of beauty, that enraptures me so much that I cannot detach my gaze. So I find all of your acts as first acts, that no one before you has given to me. The first fruits are always the things that are liked the most, that attract, and that are enjoyed the most. And if other similar things come after the first fruits, it is by virtue of the prime act that other similar acts could be formed. So all the glory is of the prime act. Therefore, you shall always have the first fruits in the kingdom of the divine Fiat. There shall be nothing done in it that shall not start from your prime act. So all shall be turned toward you. To you, the beginning of the glory. Therefore, I want everything to begin from you in order to form my supreme kingdom. January 13th, 1927. Jesus prays her to write. How his word is happiness. How the one who lives in the divine will is looked upon as one from the celestial fatherland. She prays together with the whole creation. How Jesus promises her that everything shall be granted to her. Continuing with a fever, I could manage to write with such difficulty that I had decided to write no more until I would find myself in the condition of being able to do it with less difficulty. Also, to be able to write more extensively what blessed Jesus manifests to his little daughter. In fact, because of the difficulty, I try to condense as much as I can. Now, while I was not thinking at all that I would have to write, given my decision, my always lovable Jesus moved in my interior, and as though praying me, told me, "My daughter, write a little bit. I am content with little, rather than nothing. When you can, then you shall write more. And in the little you shall write, I shall help you. I shall not leave you alone. And when I see that you cannot go on, I myself shall say enough, because I love you very much, and also your nature, for it also is mine, and I do not want you to tire yourself out beyond your strengths. But do not take away from me this pleasure of maintaining the ever new correspondence of writing what I want to tell you. You know that in the whole world there is not one point for me in which I can share my happinesses and receive return for them. So the point of my happiness in the world is you, and this happiness of mine is formed by my speaking. When I can speak with a creature, make myself understood, it is happiness for me, and full and superabundant happiness for the one who listens to me. More so, since in speaking with you, you being in my will, I speak to you within my will itself, not outside of it, and I am sure of being understood. More so, since in speaking to you about my volition, I feel in you the happiness of my kingdom, the echo of the happiness of the celestial fatherland. Do you know, my daughter, what would happen? Since I keep you in the supreme Fiat, I look upon you as one from my celestial fatherland. What would you say if someone who already lives in heaven did not want to receive my new joys that I naturally release from my womb to make all the blessed happy. In fact, it is my nature to give ever new beatitudes. This someone would be a hindrance to my happiness. She would close inside my womb the joys that I want to issue. So it would happen with you. You would be a hindrance to my happiness, to the ever new joys that my will possesses. More so, since I feel happier when I render the little daughter of my will happier, who finds herself in the low exile only because of us. For nothing else, to give us the field, in order to form our kingdom in the midst of creatures, and to restore for us the rights and the glory of the work of the whole creation. Do you think that my heart can tolerate not making my little daughter happy? No, no, it would be the greatest pain for me. Is my word perhaps not the greatest happiness for you? And I, certainly, O Jesus, and if you knew how you render me unhappy when you deprive me of it, how I feel the void of a happiness without end, that nothing else, as beautiful and as good as it might be, shall be able to make up for. And Jesus, therefore, my daughter, while my word makes you happy, I do not want my happiness to remain in the void of yourself alone, but I want it to serve to establish my kingdom. And therefore, as confirmation of my word and of my happiness that comes from me, I want it to be written on paper. Also, as confirmation of our correspondence. Then after this I began to pray, bringing all creation together with me before the Supreme Majesty, that is, the heavens, the stars, the sun, the sea, in sum, everything, so that my prayer might be animated by all the acts that the Supreme Fiat exercises in the whole creation. My sweet Jesus placed himself near me, leaning his head against mine, extending his arm around my neck, almost to sustain me. And I said to him, "My love Jesus, I am not the only one praying you, but together with me, there is your will operating in all creation, praying that your kingdom come. It itself wants its rights, all whole and complete, over everyone and everything. And only with the coming of the kingdom of the Supreme Fiat upon earth shall all of its rights be given back to it. Listen, O Jesus, how touching is the voice of your Fiat in the whole azure of the heavens. How eloquent it is in the sun. How attractive and strong it is in the sea. Everywhere can your Fiat be heard resounding, wanting the rights of its kingdom. Oh, please, listen to your own Fiat. Listen to your little daughter, who, making all of its acts her own, prays you, supplicates you, that your kingdom come. And even though I am just newly born, I too want my rights. And do you know, O Jesus, what they are? that I give back to your will all the glory and the honor, as if no one had offended it, as if all had fulfilled it, adored it, and loved it. If I am its daughter, I want that its rights be given back to it. And I want also that my first father Adam be given back the honor as if he had never withdrawn from your will. And my most sweet Jesus, all moved, said to me, "To my little daughter who takes to heart so much the rights of my divine fiat, and who makes use of its very power in order to breach her way over my heart, everything shall be granted. How not to content you, my daughter? To you everything shall be given. Even more, we shall adjust together what regards my will and what regards the creatures. Aren't you happy? Look, my daughter, from the moment my will went out into the field in creation, it has always been firm and unshakable in doing good, in spite of the many volubilities of creatures and the offenses. Triumphing of everything, it has followed its course of always, always doing good. See, in order to make the creature ascend again into the firmness, into the perennial good, into the unshakability of my will, I want to establish my kingdom in their midst. See then in what point I have placed you, in the firmness and unshakability of the fiat, so as to allow you to lay this kingdom of mine within it. And just as my will triumphs of everything with its firmness, so shall you triumph of everything with its firmness and in the unshakability of its acts. And you shall reorder the divine order between the two wills. The divine will shall be reintegrated in its glory, and the human will shall place itself again in the order established by God. After I wrote this, I was thinking to myself that what is written above was not necessary. More so since, continuing to be feverish, I write with difficulty, and I write just a little to make Jesus content. And my sweet Jesus, moving in my interior, told me, "My daughter, in order to live in my will, the soul must ascend, and in order to ascend in it, she must leave that which does not belong to my will. She must leave her miserable rags, her vulgar habits, her vile foods, her miseries. Everything she must leave to make use of royal garments, of divine habits, of precious and nourishing foods, of infinite riches. In sum, of everything that belongs to my will. What you have written serves you for now. It serves the kingdom of the supreme fiat. Then it shall be the rule for those who must live in it, how they must make use of all the operating acts of my will in order to maintain themselves within the boundaries of my kingdom. Therefore, that which to you does not seem to be necessary is necessary for the formation of my supreme kingdom. January 16th, 1927. How, in the kingdom of the Fiat, all things are complete, up to the shades of all colors. The one who lives in it takes everything as though in one blow. I continue to plunge myself into the supreme volition, and my sweet Jesus made himself seen, leaning his head upon mine. And since I was suffering, I said to him, "My love, see, I am in your lovable will, and since I want to come to heaven with you, it is your very will, not I, that asks you to take me with you. Therefore make your own will content, that being everywhere, praise you everywhere, in the heavens, in the sun, in the sea, that you no longer keep its little daughter in the exile, far away from you, but that after so many hardships and privations of you, you let her land in your celestial fatherland. Oh, please have compassion on me, and on your will that praise you." And Jesus, all compassionating me, told me, "Poor daughter, you are right. I know how much your exile costs you, and to persuade me, you make me be prayed by my own will. More powerful device you could not find. But know, daughter, that the Supreme Fiat wants something else from you. It wants that, on your part, all the beauties, all the varieties of multicolored colors, all of their shades, be formed in its kingdom. The beauties are there. The colors, in all their varieties, are there in order, but all the shades are missing. And I want nothing to be missing on your part, for the decorum and the beauty of my kingdom. If you knew how one more shade stands out more, how embellishing it is. And do you know how these shades can be formed? One additional saying of mine can be one more shade in the varieties of colors. One little round of yours in my will. One little pain of yours. One offering. One prayer in the Fiat are as many other shades which you shall add, and which my volition shall delight in administering to you. In it, things are all complete, nor would it tolerate that its first daughter would not take all of its complete acts, as much as it is possible for creature, in order to form its divine kingdom. After this I continued my flight in the supreme volition, and my sweet Jesus, moving in my interior, told me, "My daughter, the one who lives in the divine will takes everything together, as though in one blow. In fact, since my will is everywhere, there is nothing that can escape it. Its life is eternal. Its immensity knows no limits, nor circumferences. Therefore the soul who lives in it takes the eternal God, all the heavens, the sun, everything that exists, the Virgin, the angels, the saints, in sum, everything. And as she prays, palpitates, breathes, loves, her act becomes common to all. So all palpitate from her heartbeat, all breathe with her breath, all love with her love. Because wherever my will extends, it moves all to do the act of the one who lives in it. From this, it happens that since the sovereign queen has the first place in the divine fiat, she feels the little daughter who lives in it close to herself, and associating herself with her, she repeats what she does together with her, and places her seas of grace, of light, of love, in common, because one is the will of the mamma and of the little daughter. Even more, the height of the sovereign of heaven feels honored in her with acts of a divine will. She feels that this little daughter enters into her seas, and stirring them with her acts, she makes them swell, to double them and expand them. But to do what? To let her Creator receive doubled divine glory and love from her very seas of love, and to place the seas of her celestial mamma as though in a bank, so that she may receive doubled glory. Therefore, though little, this creature moves everything. She imposes herself on everything. All let her do. All feel the power of the good that she wants to give to all. So she is little and strong. She is little, and she is present everywhere. She is little, and her prerogative is littleness. Therefore she possesses nothing, not even her will, because voluntarily she has given it to he who had right over it. And the divine will gives her everything. There is nothing that it does not entrust to her. Therefore, the prodigies of the living in my will are indescribable and innumerable. Oh, if all knew what it means to live in my will, and the good they receive. Even more, there is no good that they do not take, there is no good that they cannot do. They would all compete and yearn to live in my holy and adorable volition. January 20th, 1927. How the communion of the divine will is not subject to being consumed. Its veils are intangible. She longs for heaven, and therefore she is melancholic, and puts all creation in melancholy. Having received communion, I remained afflicted and distressed, because the fits of coughing were such and so many that I felt I was suffocating, and I could neither think nor be with Jesus according to my usual way. Then, after 1 hour and more of intense coughing, I calmed down and I thought to myself, it has already been 1 hour and more since I received Jesus, and I have not been able to recollect myself to be all alone with him. The accidents of the host are now consumed. Jesus has left, and I do not know where else to find him again. So today for me it has been as if I had not received Holy Communion. But after all, also in this, I kiss, I adore, and I bless the supreme Fiat. Now, while I was thinking of this, my sweet Jesus came out from within my interior, leaned his head upon my shoulder, and sustained me with his arms to give me strength. For I was so exhausted that I felt myself dying. And all goodness, he said to me, "My daughter, do you not know that there is a communion that is eternal, so great and not subject to either diminishing or being consumed? Its veils that hide it in the midst of creatures are not subject to perishing like the veils of the sacramental host. It gives itself in every instant, at each breath, at each heartbeat, and in all circumstances. Even more, one must be always with one's mouth open to be able to receive them all. That is, with the will of always wanting to receive this communion so great and continuous, that as much as it gives itself, it is not subject to either diminishing or being consumed. Otherwise, many times they remain outside of the soul, without entering into her. You have already understood what this communion so great and continuous is. It is my divine Fiat that flows as life within your soul, as heat to fecundate you and to make you grow, as food to nourish you. It flows in the blood of your veins, in the beating of your heart, in everything. It is always in the act of giving itself to you, if you just want to receive it. It would drown you with communions, so many it wants to give you. With reason, with justice, and by right, the communion of my will was to be without limits and not subject to being consumed, because it is origin, means, and end of the creature, and therefore she was to be able to receive it in such a way that it could never, never be lacking to her. In fact, something that is origin, means, and end must be in continuous act of giving itself and of being received. If it were not so, her origin of living and the means to sustain herself would be lacking for the poor creature, and she would lose the end that she must reach. Therefore, my infinite wisdom could never allow that the communion of my will be limited for them. On the other hand, the sacramental communion was not given as origin of creatures, nor as end, but it was given as means, help, refreshment, and medicine. And the means, the helps, and so forth, are given in a limited way. They are not perennial. This is why the veils of the sacramental accidents are subject to being consumed. More so, since if creatures love to receive me continuously, there is the great communion of the eternal Fiat that is in act of giving itself continuously to them. Yet you were afflicting and almost troubling yourself as you were thinking that the sacramental species were consumed. You had no reason to afflict yourself, because inside and outside of you, there is the communion of my will that is not subject to undergoing any consummation. Its life is always in its fullness, nor could my love tolerate that the little daughter of our will be unable to receive our divine life, always new and continuous. Then after this I continued to feel sick, and while praying the round in the creation to follow the acts of the Supreme Will, I felt a note of sadness within me, because obedience had imposed on me to obey in letting my sickness be taken away, while I was longing for heaven. I would have wanted to make a jump from the middle of creation in order to reach my yearned-for fatherland, praying the heavens, the stars, the sun, and all created things to accompany me. In fact, since one was the Fiat that gave us life, I had my rights that they should not leave me alone, but should all follow me up to the eternal gates, waiting for that very will that had possessed me on earth to receive me in heaven first. And then, after my entrance into the beatific celestial will, they could withdraw, each one to its place. But since I could not do this, I felt melancholic, and so I was praying my round throughout the whole creation. Now while I was doing this, a loud, harmonious, and silvery voice made itself heard from the center of creation, saying, "Your sad note has communicated itself to all created things. So today you have put us all in melancholy. Be sure that we shall all accompany you to heaven. It is right that the one who has been in our midst, who has kept us company, may not enter heaven without our company. But all creation shall remain without the one who puts gaiety in it, who keeps it in feast. Your echo shall no longer resound in our midst, by which, rendering us as though speaking, we magnify, love, and praise that divine will that created us and preserves us. We shall lose the one who visits us and keeps us company." The voice kept silent, and I myself felt I was breathing a melancholic air. So I thought I had committed sin for having put the whole creation in melancholy with my sadness. And so I yearned for my sweet Jesus, to tell him of the evil I had done, to tell him that the reason he had made me write so many things regarding the divine will was so that these might reach into the midst of creatures in such a way that by living of this divine fiat, they might possess a kingdom so holy. Then, while I was thinking of this and other things, my beloved Jesus moved in my interior and told me, "My daughter, you are right in wanting to come, but before all the knowledges of my will come out and do their course, it shall take time. And this is why the creation is right in saying that it shall be left in its silence once again. However, I do not want you to oppress yourself. Abandon yourself in me, and let your Jesus do everything. And I, my love, when you take me to heaven, I pray that you take me quickly, quickly, so that they may not have the time to give me this obedience. But while I was saying this, I seemed to see the heavens, the sun, and all creation bowing around me to pay homage. And Jesus added, "My daughter, when you die, the whole creation shall invest you, and you shall pass into heaven in a flash." Aren't you happy? January 23rd, 1927. How the divine fiat is powerful magnet that draws God to the creature. How the human will is more than earthquake, and how it is exposed to all thieves. As I continued to be more sick than usual, my sweet Jesus made himself seen, not himself alone, but together with the three divine persons. They all surrounded me, and I remained in their midst, nor could I see anything but their supreme height and the immense light that surrounded them. And all three of them said to me, "We have come to make a visit to our daughter who is sick." Our will, more than powerful magnet, drew us and called us from heaven to make us come to you. Nor could we do without coming to cheer the one who is firstborn daughter of our will, and to keep her a little company in her sufferings. The strength of our fiat is irresistible for us, and surrendering to its strength is happiness to us. Now who can say what I felt and comprehended while being in their midst? I do not have the words to express myself. Then, since obedience had told me that I should have something to eat, while I was unable to take anything, in order to obey, before Jesus came, I had taken a few spoonfuls of broth, and I felt it inside my throat, unable to go down into my stomach. I told Jesus to let me obey, and Jesus, all goodness, passed his holy hand from my throat to my stomach, making it go down to my stomach so that I could digest it, in such a way that I did not bring it up as I usually do every day, that whatever I take, I bring up. Infinite goodness of Jesus for me, who am the littlest and poorest creature. Then after this, I remained afflicted, because I thought that they would take me with them. And since they didn't, I felt sad. And Jesus, to cheer me, placed himself with his face in front of my chest. And as he breathed over me, a light came out of his breath that served not only for my soul, but also to recompose my whole body. As the breath would cease, my body would fall apart. And Jesus, to cheer me, said to me, My daughter, courage. Don't you see that the mere breath and light of my will recomposes also your body? So if I stop my breath, your body shall fall apart, and you shall immediately take the way to our celestial fatherland. And I, my love, I am useless and I am good at nothing. Would it not be better for you to get rid of me by sending me to the celestial Jerusalem? And Jesus, all goodness, added, My daughter, everything is useful to me, even the little stones, the rubble, in order to build. The same for you. Everything that forms your body is like rubble, but vivified by the vital fluid of the eternal Fiat, everything becomes precious and of incalculable value, in such a way that I can build the strongest and most impregnable cities over that precious rubble. You must know that as man withdrew from the divine will by doing his own, it happened as when a strong earthquake strikes a city. The strong tremor makes chasms open in the earth, and in some places it swallows the houses. Someplace else it tears them down to pieces. The power of the tremor opens the coffers most securely locked, and puts out diamonds, coins, precious things, in such a way that thieves can enter and steal whatever they want. So the poor city is reduced to a heap of stones, ruins, rubble, and wreckage. Now, if a king wants to build that city again, he uses those very heaps of stones, wreckage, and rubble. And since he makes it all new, he forms it in modern style, giving it such sumptuousness of art and beauty that there may be no other city equal to it. And so he makes it the capital of the kingdom. My daughter, the human will was more than earthquake for man, and this earthquake is still lasting, sometimes stronger, sometimes a little less so, in such a way that it puts out of him the most precious things that God placed in the depth of man. So this earthquake of his own will renders him all messed up. The key of the supreme Fiat that kept everything in custody and secured no longer exists for them. Therefore, since they have no more doors nor keys, but collapsing walls, the thieves of their passions go looting, and they remain exposed to all evils, and many times shattered into wreckage and rubble, such that one can hardly recognize them as the cities once built by their Creator. Now, since I want to build again the kingdom of my will in the midst of creatures, I want to use your wreckage and rubble, and by investing them with the vital fluid of my creative will, I shall form the capital of the kingdom of the supreme Fiat. This is how you are useful to me. Aren't you happy? January 25th, 1927. Jesus pushes her to write. The one who lives in the divine will breathes the all. The soul who lives in it copies God within herself, and she remains copied in God. Feeling in suffering, I felt I was incapable of writing what blessed Jesus manifested to his little daughter. So I remained quite a few days without writing. In my interior, Jesus incited me to do it, but I would refuse to do it because of the great weakness I felt. Finally, this morning, coming out from my interior, he said to me, "Tonight my daughter must write, because even if she were dying, I want her to give the last flashes of light, strong and dazzling, of the knowledges about the supreme Fiat, so that all may know that my will has kept her always occupied for itself and for its kingdom, and her last breath shall be nothing other than a strong flash of light that shall remain as the last attestation of love and of manifestation for the kingdom of my will. Therefore, while you write, I shall help you, and the little daughter of my will shall refuse nothing to her Jesus, and to that Fiat, which with so much love keeps you on its lap, to entrust to you its secrets." So after this, I made up my mind to write, even just a little, because my sweet Jesus is content with anything. Then my sweet Jesus said to me, "My daughter, the one who lives in my divine will breathes the all, and just as the breath is taken and is given, and one receives it to then give it back with no time in between, the one who breathes the all, that is God, in emitting her breath, gives the all that she has breathed. So she takes all, and she gives all. She gives the all to God, giving God to God, and she gives the all to creatures, to then breathe God again, and everything that God does. It is natural that the one who takes all can give all. Only in the divine will is the life of the Supreme Being bilocated continuously on the part of creatures. And I, my Jesus, I feel I am doing nothing, and you tell me that in your Fiat I take all and I give all?" And Jesus added, "My daughter, when the all operates, the nothing remains in its place. It only makes itself available to receive the all. And besides, do you not feel within yourself the strength of this all, that making you embrace and invade everything, heavens, stars, sun, seas, and earth, and embrace all the acts that my Fiat exercises in the whole creation, makes you bring them to your Creator, as though in one breath, to give everyone and everything back to Him? Has there been anyone until now who has given and has been able to say, 'I give everything to God, even God Himself, because since I live in His will, God is mine, the heavens are mine, the sun and everything that this supreme fiat has done is mine. So since everything is mine, I can give everything, and I can take everything. Now, it happens as a consequence that the one who lives in my will has the possession of the all, and this forms and draws the kingdom of the divine will upon earth. Because in order to form a kingdom, it takes the strength of the power of the all. After this, he made himself seen as a little child, staring at me so much as to remain as though impressed within me. And he wanted me to look at him, but so much as to remain myself impressed in him. Then all love and tenderness, he told me, "My daughter, this is the true image of the living in my eternal volition. The soul copies the divine will within herself, and the supreme will copies the soul, in such a way that your Creator keeps the copy of your image impressed within his womb. He holds her so dear because he sees her exactly as he issued her from her origin. She has lost nothing of her freshness and beauty. His paternal features are impressed in this copy, and this copy, in the paternal womb of God, sings for him the praises of all creation with all his works, and whispers continuously to his ear, "You made everything for me. You loved me, and love me so very much. And I want to convert everything into love for you." This copy is the portent of God in his womb. She is the memory of all his works. This is the copy of the soul in God, and the copy of God in the soul, and the carrying out of the divine life in the creature. How beautiful is the kingdom of my will! The nothing dissolved in the all fused in the nothing, the lowliness of the creature rising up into the divine height, the divine height descending into the depth of the creature. They are two beings clasped together, inseparable, transfused, identified, such that it can barely be recognized that they are two lives palpitating together. All the magnificence, the sanctity, the sublimeness, the prodigies of the kingdom of my will shall be precisely this: the faithful copy of the soul in God, and the copy of God, whole and beautiful, in the soul. Therefore, the children of the kingdom of the divine fiat shall be as many images of little gods in my kingdom. January 28th, 1927. How our Lord shall have three kingdoms. The kingdom of the supreme fiat shall be the echo of creation. How poverty and unhappiness shall be banished. How in our Lord and in the Virgin there was voluntary poverty, not forced. How the divine will is jealous of taking care of its daughter. I was all abandoned in the supreme fiat, following its acts in the creation, and my sweet Jesus came out from within my interior and told me, "My daughter, Look at how beautiful is the order of the heavens. In the same way, when the kingdom of the divine will shall have its dominion on earth in the midst of creatures, also on earth there shall be perfect and beautiful order. Then I shall have 3 kingdoms, one in the celestial fatherland, another in the creation, and the third among creatures. And each one shall be the echo of the other, each one the reflection of the other. All created things have their place of honor, and while they are all ordered and in harmony among themselves, one has no need of the other, because each one of them not only abounds, but overabounds in the goods with which God endowed it in creating it. In fact, having been created by a being who is happy and immensely rich, and whose riches never decrease by giving them, all created things carry the mark of happiness and the abundance of goods of their Creator. Just as all created things, so shall all the children of the kingdom of the supreme Fiat have their place of honor, of decorum, and of dominion. And while possessing the order of heaven, and more than celestial spheres, being in perfect harmony among themselves, the abundance of goods that each one shall possess shall be such and so great that one shall never have need of the other. Each one shall have within himself the source of the goods of his Creator and of his perennial happiness. Therefore, poverty, unhappiness, needs, and evils shall be banished from the children of my will. It would not be decorous for my will, so immensely rich and happy, to have children who would lack something, and would not enjoy all the opulence of its goods that arise continuously. What would you say if you saw the sun poor in light, barely sending a few glimmers to the earth? And if you saw a hem of heaven at one point, with just a few stars, and all the rest without the enchantment of the azure heavens? Would you not say, the one who created the sun does not possess the immensity of the light that arises, and therefore he has the earth lighted by just a few glimmers? He does not possess the power to extend a heaven everywhere, and therefore he has laid just a hem of it above our heads. So you would make for yourself the idea that God is poor in light, and that he does not have the power to extend everywhere the works of his creative hands. But instead, by seeing that the sun abounds so much with light, and that the heavens extend everywhere, you are persuaded that God is rich and possesses the source of light, and therefore he has lost none of his light by endowing the sun with so much light, nor has his power decreased by extending the heavens everywhere. In the same way, if the children of my will shall not abound with everything, one could say that my will is poor and does not have the power to make the children of its kingdom happy. That shall never be. On the contrary, because it shall be the image of the kingdom that my will has in the creation, just as the heavens extend everywhere and abound with stars, and the sun abounds with light, the air with birds, the sea with fish, the earth with plants and flowers. In the same way, since the kingdom of the supreme Fiat echoes the creation, The children of my kingdom shall be happy and shall abound with everything. Therefore, each one shall possess the fullness of goods and full happiness in the place in which the supreme will has placed him. Whatever the condition and the office they shall occupy, all shall be happy of their destiny. And since the kingdom of the supreme Fiat shall be the perfect echo of the kingdom that my will possesses in the creation, one sun shall be seen up high, and another sun down below in the midst of the creatures who shall possess this kingdom. The echo of the heavens shall be seen in these fortunate children, that they shall populate with stars with their acts. Even more, each one of them shall be a heaven and a distinct sun, because wherever my will is present, it cannot be without heaven and without sun. Rather, as it takes possession of each of its children, it shall form its heaven and its sun, because it is its nature that wherever it has its stable possession, its sanctity, its endless light, it is like heaven and sun that it forms and multiplies everywhere. But this is not yet all. The creation, echo of the celestial fatherland, contains music, the royal march, the spheres, the heavens, the sun, the sea, and all possess order and perfect harmony among themselves, and they make their round continuously. This order, this harmony, and this making their round without ever stopping, form such admirable symphony and music that it could be said to be like the breath of the supreme Fiat blowing into all created things like many musical instruments, and forming the most beautiful of all melodies, such that, if creatures could hear it, they would remain ecstatic. Now, the kingdom of the supreme Fiat shall have the echo of the music of the celestial fatherland and the echo of the music of creation. The order, the harmony, and their continuous making their round around their Creator shall be such and so great that each one of their acts, words, and steps shall be a distinct melody, like many different musical instruments that shall receive the breath of the divine volition, in such a way that everything they do shall be as many distinct musical concerts that shall form the joy and the continuous feast of the kingdom of the divine Fiat. For your Jesus, there shall no longer be difference between remaining in the celestial fatherland and descending to stay in the midst of creatures in the kingdom of the supreme Fiat upon earth. Then our work of creation shall sing victory and full triumph, and we shall have 3 kingdoms in one, symbol of the sacrosanct Trinity, because all our works carry the mark of He who created them. After this, I was thinking to myself, though the true children of the supreme Fiat shall be happy and shall abound with everything, yet my Queen Mamma and Jesus himself, who was the very divine will, were poor on this low earth. They suffered the pains and the hardships of poverty. And my sweet Jesus added, "My daughter, true poverty is when a creature is in need. One wants to take, but has nothing to take, and is forced to ask others for a bare means of living. This poverty is of necessity and almost forced. Instead, both in me and in the celestial Mamma, in whom there was all the fullness of the eternal Fiat, it was not poverty of necessity, and even less forced, but it was voluntary poverty, spontaneous poverty, squeezed by the press of divine love. Everything was our own. At one wish of ours, sumptuous palaces would have been raised, and banquets prepared with foods never before seen and tasted. And in fact, when it was needed, at a little wish of ours, even the birds served us, bringing us fruits, fish, and other things in their beaks, making feast because they were serving their Creator and their Queen. With their trilling, singing, and warbling, they played for us the most beautiful melodies, so much so that in order not to attract the attention of creatures with our uniqueness, we had to command them to depart, to continue their flight under the vault of the heavens, where our will was waiting for them. And obedient, they would withdraw. Therefore, our poverty was of love. It was a poverty of example, to teach creatures detachment from the low things of the earth. It was not poverty of necessity, nor could it be so, in an absolute way, because wherever the fullness, the life of my will reigns, all evils end, as though under one single blow, and they lose life. Then, since most Reverend Father de Francia had heard that I was with a fever, he let me know that, if I were in need, I could take whatever I needed from the money he had left with me for one of his works. And my lovable Jesus, on coming, almost smiling, said to me, "My daughter, let Father know, in my name, that I thank him, and I shall reward the goodness of his heart for the care he has for you. However, let him know that the daughter of my will has no need of anything, for my will makes her abound with everything. Even more, it is jealous that others might offer something to her, because it alone wants to give everything to its daughter. In fact, wherever my divine will reigns, there is no fear that natural means and abundance of goods might do harm. On the contrary, the more means she has, and the more abundance she enjoys, the more she looks at the power, the goodness, the richness of the supreme Fiat in them, and she converts everything into most pure gold of divine will. So the more my will gives to her, the more it feels glorified in carrying out its life in the creature, in offering its own things to the one who lets it dominate and reign. It would be absurd if a very rich father had poor children. Such a father would deserve to be condemned. And besides, what would be the purpose of his riches, if the birth that came from his own body, his very children, conducted a life of hardships and miseries? Would it not be a dishonor for this father, and an unbearable bitterness for these children, to know that, while the father is extremely rich, they lack everything and can hardly satisfy their hunger? If this would be absurd and a dishonor for a father in the natural order, much more so in the supernatural order of the supreme Fiat. The supreme Fiat is more than Father, for it contains the font of all goods, and therefore, wherever it is present, happiness reigns, and it makes one abound with everything. More so, since, with the soul who has the possession of the divine will, it administers, to soul and body, a sharp and penetrating sight, in such a way that she penetrates into the natural things that hide it as a veil, and tearing these veils, in the natural things, she finds the noble queen of the divine will reigning and dominating within her. So natural things disappear for her, and in all things she finds that adorable will that she possesses. She kisses it, she adores it, and everything becomes divine will for the soul. Therefore, each additional natural thing is one new act of divine will for her that she possesses. So natural things are means for the one who is child of my will, in order to make known more what my will does, can do, and possesses, and to what excessive point it loves the creature. Do you want to know, then, why creatures lack natural means, and many times these are snatched away from them, and they reduce themselves to the most squalid misery? First, because they do not possess the fullness of the supreme Fiat. Second, because they overwhelm natural things, and put nature in the place of God. Nor do they look at the supreme will in the natural things, but greedy, they become attached to them, to form a vainglory for themselves, an esteem that blinds them, an idol for their hearts. Given this, it is necessary that natural means be lacking, in order to put their souls in safety. But for the one who is child of my will, all these dangers do not exist, and therefore I want them to abound with everything, and to lack nothing. J. M. January 30th, 1927. Why Jesus did not write. How in these manifestations there are neither threats nor frights, but the echo of the celestial fatherland. When this kingdom shall come. How the pains of the most holy Virgin and those of our Lord were pains of office, and how they possessed true happiness. Power of voluntary pains. Happiness of the kingdom of the supreme Fiat. I was thinking to myself, my sweet Jesus told me many times that I was to imitate him in everything, yet he never wrote. Only once it is said in the Gospel that he wrote, and not even with a pen, but with his finger. As for me, instead, he wants me to write. So he wants to make me go out of his imitation. He did not write it all, and I must write so much. Now, while I was thinking of this, he came as a gracious little child, and placing himself in my arms, drawing his face close to mine, he told me, "My daughter, give me your kisses, and I shall give you mine." Then, after I kissed him various times, he incited me to kiss him again, and then he said to me, My daughter, do you want to know why I did not write? Because I was to write through you. It is I who animate your intelligence, who feed you the words, who give motion to your hand with mine, to make you hold the pen and write the words on paper. So it is I who write, not you. You do nothing but pay attention to what I want to write. Therefore, all your work is attention. The rest I do all by myself. Do you yourself not see how many times you do not have the strength to write, and you decide not to do it? And in order to make you touch with your own hand that it is I who write, I invest you. In animating you with my own life, I myself write what I want. How many times have you not experienced this? Now, since an age was to pass before making known the kingdom of the supreme Fiat, to allow some time in order to first make known the kingdom of redemption, and then the other one, of the divine Fiat, I decreed not to write at that time, but to write together with you, through you, when this kingdom would be nearer. Also to give a new surprise to creatures of the excess of love of this will of mine, what it has done, what it has suffered, and what it wants to do for love of them. Many times, my daughter, novelties bring new life, new goods, and creatures are very much drawn to novelties, and let themselves be as though carried by the novelty. More so since the novelties of the new manifestations about my divine will, that have a divine strength and a sweet enchantment, and that shall rain down like celestial dew upon souls burnt by the human will, shall be bearers of happiness, of light, and of infinite goods. There are no threats in these manifestations, nor any fright. And if there is anything about fear, it is for those who want to remain in the maze of the human will. But then, in all the rest, one can see nothing but the echo, the language of the celestial fatherland, the balm from on high that sanctifies, divinizes, and makes the down payment of the happiness that reigns only in the blessed fatherland. This is why I delight so much in writing what regards the divine Fiat, because I write things that belong to my fatherland. Too perfidious and ungrateful shall be those who shall not recognize in these manifestations of mine the echo of heaven, the long chain of love of the supreme will, the communion of goods of our celestial Father that he wants to give to creatures. And as though wanting to put aside everything that has passed in the history of the world, he wants to begin a new era, a new creation, as if the new history of creation were just now beginning. Therefore let me do, because whatever I do is of highest importance. After this I said to him, "My love, it seems that more than anything you love this kingdom of the eternal Fiat very much. In it you concentrate all your love, all your works, and you almost boast that they shall serve this kingdom. If you love it so much, when shall it come? Why don't you hasten in making it come?" And Jesus added, My daughter, when the knowledges about my divine will have done their course, in view of the great good that they contain, goods that no creature has thought about until now, that the kingdom of my will shall be the outpouring of heaven, the echo of the celestial happiness, the fullness of terrestrial goods. So in view of this great good, unanimously they shall yearn, they shall ask that my kingdom come soon. And so does the whole creation in its mute language, mute only in appearance, because inside of it there is my will, asking for its rights, with loud and eloquent voice, to be known, to dominate, and to reign over all. Therefore one shall be the echo from one end of the earth to another, one the sigh, one the prayer that shall be unleashed from all beings. May the kingdom of the supreme Fiat come. Then triumphantly it shall come into the midst of creatures. From here the necessity of the knowledges. These shall be incitements, and shall whet the appetite of creatures for tasting of food so delicious. And they shall feel all the will, the yearning, to live in a kingdom so happy, so as to free themselves from the tyranny and the slavery in which their own wills have kept them. And as they advance in the knowledge of all the manifestations of the goods contained in the supreme Fiat, they shall find your norms, how you have turned heaven and earth upside down, praying your round everywhere, and asking that this kingdom might soon become known. They shall find what you have suffered to obtain for them such a great good, how they must conduct themselves, and what they must do in order to have free access to live in it. Therefore it is necessary to make everything known, so that my kingdom may be all complete, and nothing may be lacking to it, either the greatest or the smallest things. So certain things that to you seem to be small may be a divine rock transformed into most pure gold, that shall form part of the foundations of the kingdom of my supreme will. After this I was thinking to myself, my sweet Jesus sings so much the praises of the happiness of the kingdom of the supreme Fiat, yet he himself, who is the very divine will, and my celestial mamma, who possessed it as whole, were not happy on earth. Rather, they were the ones who suffered the most on earth. And even myself, he says that I am the firstborn daughter of his will. Yet he has kept me 43 years and more, confined in a bed. And Jesus alone knows what I have suffered. It is true that I have also been a happy prisoner, and I would not exchange my happy destiny, even if they offered me scepters and crowns, because what Jesus has given me has rendered me more than happy. Yet apparently, to the human eye, this happiness disappears. Therefore it seems that this happiness, spoken by Jesus, clashes, if one thinks of his pains, of those of the sovereign queen, and of my own state, the least of his creatures. But while I was thinking about this, my sweet Jesus, surprising me, told me, "My daughter, there is an immense difference between the one who must form a good, a kingdom, and one who must receive it in order to enjoy it. I came upon earth to expiate, to redeem, to save man. And in order to do this, I had to receive the pains of creatures and take them upon myself as if they were my own. My divine Mamma, who was to be co-redemptrix, was not to be dissimilar from me. Rather, the 5 drops of blood that she gave me from her most pure heart in order to form my little humanity came out of her crucified heart. For us, the pains were offices that we came to fulfill. Therefore they were all voluntary pains, not impositions of a fragile nature. However, you must know that in spite of so many pains of ours that we had in order to carry out our office, highest happiness, unending and ever new joys, continuous paradise, were inseparable from me and from my Queen Mother. It was easier for us to separate from our pains, because they were not things intrinsic to us, things of nature, but things of office, than to separate from the sea of the immense happinesses and joys that the nature of our divine will, that we possessed, produced in us, as things that were our own and intrinsic to us. Just as the nature of the sun is to give light, and that of water to quench one's thirst, that of fire to warm and to turn everything into fire, and if they did not do so, they would lose their nature. So it is the nature of my will to make happiness, joy, and paradise arise wherever it reigns. Will of God and unhappiness does not exist, nor can exist, or its complete fullness does not exist. And this is why the rivulets of the human will form bitternesses for the poor creature. For us, because the human will had no access into us, happiness was always at its peak. The seas of joys were inseparable from us. Even when I was on the cross, and my Mamma was crucified at my divine feet, perfect happiness never dissociated from us. And if this could happen, I would have had to go out of the divine will, dissociate myself from the divine nature, and act only with the human will and nature. Therefore, our pains were all voluntary, chosen by our very selves as the office that we came to fulfill. They were not fruits of the human nature, of fragility, or of the imposition of a degraded nature. And besides, don't you remember that your pains too are pains of office? Voluntary pains? In fact, when I called you to the state of victim, I asked you if, voluntarily, you would accept. And you, with full will, accepted and pronounced the fiat. Some time passed, and I repeated to you my refrain, if you would accept to live in and with my divine will. And you repeated the fiat that, regenerating you to new life, made you its daughter, to give you the office and the pains that befit it for the fulfillment of the kingdom of the supreme fiat. My daughter, voluntary pains have such power over the divinity as to have the strength, the empire, to tear the womb of the Celestial Father, and from this tearing that they form in God, make seas of graces overflow, forming the triumph of the supreme majesty and the triumph of the creature who possesses this empire of her voluntary pains. Therefore, both for the great portent of redemption and for the great prodigy of the kingdom of my Fiat, voluntary pains were needed, pains of office that were to be animated by a divine will, and holding empire over God and over creatures, they were to give the great good that their office enclosed. Therefore, my praised happiness of the kingdom of the divine Fiat does not clash, as you say, just because I was the divine will itself, and I did suffer, and just because I have kept you in a bed for so long. The one who must form a good, a kingdom, must do one thing: suffer, prepare the necessary things, and conquer God in order to obtain it. Those who must receive it must do something else. That is, receive it, appreciate it, and be grateful to the one who has battled and suffered, and after winning, gives them his conquests to make them happy. Therefore, the kingdom of my will in the midst of creatures shall bring the echo of the happiness of heaven, because one shall be the will that must reign and dominate in both one and the other. And just as my humanity was formed from the most pure blood of the crucified heart of the sovereign queen, and redemption was formed from my continuous crucifixion, and on Calvary I placed the seal of the cross on the kingdom of the redeemed ones, in the same way, the kingdom of the supreme Fiat shall come out of a crucified heart, as my will, crucifying yours, shall issue its kingdom and happiness for the children of its kingdom. This is why, from the time I called you to the state of victim, I always spoke to you about crucifixion. And you thought it was the crucifixion of hands and feet, and I let you run in this crucifixion. But it was not this one. It would not have been enough to make my kingdom come out. The complete and continuous crucifixion of my will in your whole being was needed. And this was precisely what I intended to speak to you about. That your will would undergo the continuous crucifixion of mine in order to issue the kingdom of the supreme Fiat. February 3rd, 1927. How in the kingdom of the divine Fiat, one shall be the will. How one saying about the divine will can be a key, a door, a path. How the supreme will forms many breasts in all created things, from which to let its children suckle its knowledges. My always lovable Jesus, drawing me all to himself, told me, "My daughter, the kingdom of the divine Fiat shall have one single will as its center, the divine. Therefore one shall be the will of all, that diffusing to all and embracing everything shall give happiness, order, harmony, strength, and beauty to all. So it shall be the kingdom of one single will, one will for all, and all for one will." What renders the celestial fatherland happy, if not the will of God and will of all? Oh, if another will that were not that of God could enter into heaven, which cannot be, the saints would lose their perennial peace, and would feel the disorder of a will that is not divine, that does not contain all goods, and that is not holy, and bearer of happiness and of peace. And so, all unanimous, they would cast it out. Therefore, the kingdom of the Fiat shall have only my will, and it alone, as law, as regime, as dominion. And by virtue of it, all shall be happy, of one single happiness. There shall never be contentions, but perennial peace. After this, in feeling the great effort I was making in writing, and the hardship I experienced, I felt undecided whether I should continue writing or not. And my beloved Jesus, inciting me, told me, "My daughter, each additional word about my will can be one more key in order to open the kingdom of the supreme Fiat. Each knowledge about it can be a new door that is formed to give more ease, more entrances, to let the children of its kingdom enter. Each simile about my will is one more path that is formed in order to facilitate the communications of this kingdom. The littlest thing that regards my Fiat is a heartbeat of it, that it wants to form in the midst of the children of its kingdom. And to suffocate this heartbeat, my daughter, is not appropriate. This heartbeat shall bring a new and divine life, bilocated from this heartbeat, to be enjoyed by those who shall have the fortune of possessing this kingdom. Don't you know that in order to be able to say that a kingdom exists, first it is necessary to form it, and then say it exists? Therefore, it is necessary to form the paths, the security doors, the keys of gold, not forged with some other metal, in order to make the entrance into the kingdom of my will easy. One path less, one key that is missing, one door that is locked, can render the entrance into it more difficult and less smooth. Therefore, everything I say to you serves not only to form this kingdom, but also to make it easier for those who shall want to possess it. So the firstborn daughter of my will must have the care of rendering what regards the kingdom of the eternal Fiat easier. Then I was continuing my acts in the supreme volition, and finding myself outside of myself, I was praying my round around the whole creation, to follow the divine will in each created thing. But while I was doing this, the veil of each created thing was torn, and I could see the holy will dwelling in them, doing each act that each created thing contains, always operating, without ever stopping. And my sweet Jesus, coming out from within my interior, told me, "My daughter, look at the exuberant love of my will, always stable, always operating, always in the act of giving, without ever drawing back from what it established to do when the supreme Fiat echoed in the creation. My will took on the commitment to perform all arts, to carry out all offices, to execute all servitudes, to take on any shape in order to render man happy. Even more, it acted as more than a most tender mother, disposing all created things, almost like many breasts, within which it hid, to let itself be suckled by man. So it made itself sun, to let him suckle its light. It made itself heaven, to let him suckle the vital love of immutability. It made itself stars, to let him suckle the variety of goods that its work contain. It made itself water, plants, and flowers, to let him suckle the water of grace, quenching his thirst, and to let him suckle its sweetness and its chaste fragrances. My will took on all shapes, of bird, of lamb, of dove, in sum of everything, in order to reach the mouth of man and let itself be suckled by him, to give him the good that each created thing contained. Only a divine will, that created everything in an outpouring of its love, could take on so many shapes, perform so many offices, be so persistent, without ever ceasing to do its acts. Yet, who tries to penetrate into each created thing, to see who is she who offers her breast to him, in order to give her milk, to breastfeed the creatures, to amuse them, and to make them happy. There is a footnote referring to the word she, meaning the divine will, now referred to as mother. See also Volume 18, January 24th, 1926. Beginning again at the paragraph. Only a divine will, that created everything in an outpouring of its love, could take on so many shapes, perform so many offices, be so persistent, without ever ceasing to do its acts. Yet, who tries to penetrate into each created thing, to see who is she who offers her breast to him, in order to give her milk, to breastfeed the creatures, to amuse them and to make them happy? Almost no one. My will pours her very self out continuously. She gives her life in each created thing in order to give life, and they do not deign even to look at her, to see who is she who loves them so much and is life of their life. So the sorrow of my will is great, because of so many denials from creatures. Therefore, with divine and invincible patience, she is waiting for her children, who by knowing her may tear the veil from created things that hide her, may recognize the breast of their mamma, and grateful may suckle from those divine breasts as her true children. And so, the glory of all creation, of all redemption, of your Jesus, and of the eternal Fiat, shall then be complete, when the children of her kingdom shall attach themselves to her breast, to suckle from her breasts, recognizing her. They shall not detach from her breast, and she shall give them all goods, and shall have the glory, the contentment, to see all of her children happy. And these children shall have the honor, the glory, to copy within themselves the mother who with so much love keeps them on her lap to nourish them with her divine milk. Now, my will finds itself in the conditions of the sun when the clouds prevent the fullness of its light from investing the earth with all its vividness. So because of the clouds, the sun cannot display all the light it contains, as if the clouds were hindering the glory of the sun, of giving course to its light, always the same, always fixed, as indeed it gives it. In the same way, the clouds of the human will hinder all the course which the sun of my will would want to do toward them. And because it cannot communicate all the goods it contains, either through creation or directly, its glory is intercepted by the clouds of the human will. But when they shall know the supreme Fiat, and shall give themselves as its children, these clouds shall be removed, and my will shall be able to give the goods it possesses. Then shall our glory be complete in the midst of creatures. February 6, 1927. Wherever the divine will is present, there is everything. Nothing can escape it. How the one who possesses it lives in the communion of goods of her Creator. Love and happiness she receives. Love and happiness she gives. I was all immersed in the supreme volition, following its acts, in order to constitute myself act of each creature. And my sweet Jesus came out from within my interior, and stretching out his arms to me, he embraced me tightly, clasping me all to himself. Now, while Jesus was embracing me, all created things, the heavens, the sun, the sea, all of them, even the tiny little bird, placing themselves around Jesus, they all embraced me, wanting to repeat his act. They were as though competing among themselves. None of them wanted to be left behind. I remained confounded in seeing that the whole creation was running toward me to embrace me. And Jesus told me, "My daughter, when the soul lives in my will, and I do one act toward her, even a simple kiss, one little word, all creation, beginning with the sovereign queen, even to the least of the littlest being, they all put themselves in motion to repeat my act. In fact, since one is the will of the soul, mine, and their own. All have the right to associate themselves with me, to do the same thing I do. Therefore, it was not me alone, but all beings in which my will exists as whole were together with me in embracing you. So whenever I do one more act with the one who lives in my will, I give a new feast to the whole creation. And whenever there is a new feast, all move and stand at attention. When I am about to give you a gift or tell you a word, so as to concur together with me, repeat my act, receive the new feast, and make for you the feast of their acts. Was it not a feast for you to feel the embrace of the celestial Mamma, the embrace of the light of the sun, of the waves of the sea, and even of the tiny little bird that stretched out its wings to embrace you? My daughter, wherever my will is present, there is everything. Not one thing can escape it. Then I continue to follow its acts in the supreme volition. And my sweet Jesus added, My daughter, for the one who possesses my will, it is as if she had the sun centered within herself, but not the sun that can be seen up there in the heavens. Rather, the divine sun, that very sun that is centered in God. Extending its rays, it centers itself in the soul, and so she is the owner of the light, because she possesses within herself the life of the light, and all the goods and effects that it contains. Therefore, she enjoys the communion of goods of her Creator. Everything is in common with the one who possesses my will. Common is the love. Common is the sanctity. Common is the light. Everything is in common with her. Even more, since her Creator looks at her as a birth from his divine will. She is already his daughter, so he enjoys, loves, and wants that his goods be in common with her. And if this could not be, he would suffer as a father would suffer, who, being immensely rich, finds himself in the impossibility of giving his goods to his true and faithful children, and so, unable to give what he possesses, he is forced to see them poor. This father, in the midst of the opulence of his riches, would die of sorrow, poisoned in his own bitternesses, because the joy of a father is to give, and to make his children happy of his own happiness. If a terrestrial father, who were unable to place his goods in common with his children can suffer so much to the point of dying of sorrow? Much more would the eternal Creator suffer, more than most tender Father, if he could not place his goods in common with the one who possesses the divine Fiat, who, being his daughter, has her rights to possess the communion of goods of her Father. And if it were not so, it would clash with that love that knows no limits, and with that goodness, more than paternal, that is the continuous triumph of all our works. Therefore, as the soul comes to possess the supreme Fiat, the first act of God is to place his goods in common with her, and centering his Son in her through the current of its light, he makes his goods descend into the depth of the soul, and she takes whatever she wants. And through that same current of the light that she possesses, she makes them ascend again to her Creator as the greatest homage of love and of gratitude. And that same current makes them descend into her once again. So, these goods ascend and descend continuously as the certainty and the seal of the communion that exists between Creator and creature. Such was the state of Adam when he was created, until he sinned. What was ours was his. The fullness of light centered in him because his will was one with ours, brought him the communion of our goods. How we felt our happiness redoubled on the part of creation, for nothing else but because we saw Adam, our son, happy of our own happiness. In fact, since his will was one with ours, our will could pour our goods and our happiness in torrents upon him, so much so that, unable to contain it all, because he did not have the capacity of his Creator, while being filled to the brim, to the point of overflowing, he would make all the rest ascend again to him from whom he had received it. And what did he make ascend? His perfect love that he had received from God, his sanctity, his glory that he possessed in common with us, to give us as though tit for tat, of happiness, of love, of glory. Happiness we gave. Happiness he gave to us. Love, sanctity, and glory we gave him. Love, sanctity, and glory he gave to us. My daughter, to possess a divine will is something astounding. The human nature cannot comprehend everything. It feels, it possesses, and knows not how to express. February 9th, 1927. Incapacity of writing. Just as the sun always gives light, so the Supreme Volition wants to always give the light of its manifestations. When one neglects to write what Jesus says, I felt like I did not want to write, because I felt incapable. Not only this, but the prostration of my strengths was such and so great that I felt I could not do it. And I thought to myself, maybe it is no longer will of God that I write. Otherwise, he would give me more help and more strength. And besides, if Jesus wants, he can write by himself, without me. And my always lovable Jesus, moving in my interior, told me, my daughter, the sun always gives light, nor does it ever tire of following its course and of investing the surface of the earth. And its triumph is when it finds the seed in order to make it germinate, and to develop it in order to multiply it. The flower to give it color and fragrance. The fruit to give it sweetness and taste. By communicating its effects, the sun shows with facts that it is the true king of the earth. Therefore, it triumphs when it finds the one to whom it can communicate its effects, exercising its royal office over the whole nature. On the other hand, in certain lands, where it finds neither seeds, nor flowers, nor plants, nor fruits, it cannot communicate its effects. It keeps them all within itself, and therefore it feels without triumph. It is like a king without subjects, who cannot exercise his office. And so, as though indignant because it cannot communicate its effects, it burns that land so much as to render it sterile and incapable of producing a single blade of grass. Now, my daughter, the sun is the symbol of my will, and by its own nature, my will wants to follow its course of light in the soul in whom it reigns. And since its light possesses innumerable effects, it never tires, nor does it exhaust itself. Therefore, it wants to communicate its effects. And its triumph is when it finds the dispositions in you. Then more than to a seed, a flower, or a fruit, it can communicate its effects. The fragrance, the color, its sweetness, that converting into knowledges belonging to it, form the enchantment of its garden. And my divine Fiat, more than sun, feels like the king who is able to exercise his royal office. It feels it has not only its subjects, but also its daughter, to whom, as it communicates its effects, its manifestations, so it communicates the likeness of Queen. And this is all its triumph, to transform the soul into Queen, and to clothe her with royal garments. And since all of my manifestations about the supreme Fiat shall form the new garden of the children of my kingdom, it wants to always place its effects in you with its light, so as to make it rich and luxuriant with all species of celestial flowers, fruits, and plants, in such a way that, attracted by the variety of so many beauties, all shall feel as though enraptured, and shall strive to live in my kingdom. Now, if you lacked the dispositions to receive the communications of the effects of the Son of my will, and to put them out in order to write them, so as to make known the good it contains and its unheard of prodigies, my will would act like the sun. It would burn you in such a way that you would become like sterile and infertile land. And besides, how can I write alone without you? My manifestations must be tangible, not invisible. They must fall before the senses of creatures. The human eye does not have the virtue of seeing invisible things. It would be as if I said to you, write without ink, without pen, and without paper. Would it not be absurd and unreasonable? So, since my manifestations must serve for the use of creatures, formed of soul and body, I too need matter in order to write. And it is you who must lend it to me. So you shall serve as ink, as pen, and as paper for me. And with this, I form in you my characters. And you, feeling them within yourself, put them out and render them tangible by writing them on paper. Therefore, you cannot write without me, for you would lack the topic, the subject, the dictation from which to copy, and therefore would not be able to say anything. And I cannot write without you, for I would lack the main things to be able to write: the paper of your soul, the ink of your love, the pen of your will. Therefore, this is a work that we must do together and in mutual agreement. Then, while I was writing, I was thinking to myself, before I write certain little things that Jesus tells me, it seems to me that they are of very little importance, and therefore it seems that it is not necessary to put them on paper. But as I am in the act of writing them, the way in which Jesus orders them in my interior changes the scene, and though small in their appearance, they seem to be of great importance in their substance. Given all this, what an account shall those who have had, and those who have authority over me, have to give God, when they have not imposed themselves through obedience in order to make me write? How many things have I neglected when I received no command? And Jesus, moving in my interior, told me, "Daughter, indeed they shall have to give me an account. If they believe it is I, the account shall be very strict, because believing that it is I, and not taking into account even one word, is as if they wanted to suffocate a sea of good for the benefit of creatures. Because my word always starts from the strength of the creative power. In fact, I pronounced one fiat in creation, and I extended a heaven studded with innumerable millions of stars. Another fiat, and I formed the sun. I did not say 20 words to form so many things in creation, but one fiat was enough for me. Now my word still contains its creative power, and you or others cannot know if my word is directed to forming a heaven, a star, a sea, a sun for souls. Therefore, by not taking it into account, and by not putting it on display for creatures, they come to reject this heaven, this sun, stars, and sea, back into myself, while they could do so much good to creatures. And the harm that would follow would be ascribed to one who, not taking it into consideration, has suffocated it within me. If, on the other hand, they do not believe, it is even worse, because they are so blind as to not have the eyes to see the sun of my word. And incredulity leads to obstinacy and to hardness of heart, while belief softens the heart and disposes it to let itself be subdued by grace and to receive the sight in order to comprehend my truths. February 11th, 1927. Wherever the divine will reigns, Jesus places the strings of his attributes in order. How he must be able to say, "Here is my heaven." How the children of the Fiat shall be kings and queens, and only the one who possesses the divine Fiat has the right to ask for its kingdom. As I was in my usual state, my adorable Jesus made me see many strings in my interior, one close to the other, starting from a sphere that was in the middle of these strings. Under this sphere it was empty, and in that empty space there was my sweet Jesus, who very often touched those strings and played, but in such a harmonious and beautiful way that it cannot be described. Then, after he played his little sonata, he said, "My daughter, these strings are symbol of the soul in whom my will reigns. I myself delight in forming them and arranging them all in order. Look at them. How beautiful they are. Each string has its distinct color, invested with light, in such a way that, altogether, they form the most beautiful rainbow, all radiant with light. But do you want to know why each string has its distinct color? because each one of them symbolizes one of my divine qualities, that is, my attributes. So I placed everything in order. The string of love, the string of goodness, the string of power, of mercy, of strength, of wisdom, of purity. In sum, everything. I have not excluded even the string of justice. So, when I want to love and be loved, I touch the string of love. Oh, how sweet is its sound! Soft, penetrating, delightful, such as to shake heaven and earth, investing the inmost fibers of all the beings in which my will reigns. And I love, and am loved, because its sound draws and enraptures everyone to love me. And I myself, enraptured by my own love, love, and put out oceans of love. This sound is so melodious as to make me tolerate everything and bear the great evils of the poor world. This sound makes me move on to touch the string of goodness, and this sound calls the attention of all to receive the goods that my goodness wants to put out and give to creatures. Speaking voices can be heard in this sound. It makes all stand at attention. Sounds of surprise, of admiration, in hearing in the sound of voices the goods which I want to give. This sound, while making me put out my goods, disposes the creatures to receive them. Therefore, every time I want to place one of my attributes in office, I touch the string that belongs to it, and I place it in attitude. But do you know why I have disposed all these strings in you? Because wherever my divine will reigns, I want to find all of myself and all the things that belong to me in such a way that whatever I do in heaven, I must be able to do in the soul in whom my supreme Fiat dominates and reigns. I must have my throne, my melodies, so as to be able to vibrate the sound of mercy to convert souls, the sound of wisdom to make myself known, the sound of my power and justice to make myself feared. I must be able to say, "Here is my heaven." After this, I was praying my round in the creation, and while impressing my "I love you" on each created thing, I asked that, by virtue of that divine will that preserves them beautiful and whole, the kingdom of the supreme Fiat might come upon earth. But while I was doing this, I thought to myself, created things are inanimate. Therefore they do not have the virtue of asking for a kingdom so holy. But while I was thinking of this, my beloved Jesus came out from within my interior and told me, "My daughter, it is true that created things are without soul. However, inside each one of them runs the life of my will, and only by virtue of it do they maintain themselves beautiful. just as they were created. Now, created things are all noble and queens, all belonging to my royal family, and by virtue of my will that animates them, and of the acts that my will exercises in them, they have the right to ask for the coming of my kingdom, because it is also their kingdom. In order to ask, with right, for the coming of the kingdom of the divine Fiat, it is necessary to be one from our family, in whom our will has its first place, its throne, its life. This is why first I made you be born in it, so that it might have its rights of paternity over you, and you might have the rights of daughter, in order to have the rights to ask for its kingdom. And not you alone, but also by virtue of all created things. That is, of all those innumerable acts that our will exercises in all creation, to ask that our kingdom and yours may come. My daughter, who can aspire to have the right to be king, if not a son of a king? Even more, everyone sees in him the right that the kingdom shall be his. But if they see a servant, a peasant, aspiring to it, who does not belong to the royal family, and says that he has the right to be king, and that the kingdom shall be his, this one is considered insane, and he deserves all mockeries. In the same way, the one who wanted to ask for my kingdom, but my holy will did not reign in him, being in the condition of a servant, does not have the right to ask for my kingdom. And if he asks for it, it is without right, and a simple way of speaking. Now suppose that a king had, as his children, hundreds, thousands of children, all belonging legitimately to his royal family. Do all of them not have the right to occupy noble positions, not unseemly to their status, and to say, the kingdom of our father is our kingdom, because we carry his royal blood in our veins? Now, in all creation, in the children who shall belong to the kingdom of the divine Fiat, shall flow, more than blood, the life of it, which shall give them the right to belong to the royal and celestial family, in such a way that all shall be kings and queens. All shall occupy noble positions, worthy of the family to which they belong. Therefore, created things have more right that the kingdom of my will come, because they are all daughters of heaven, and are the acts of my very will that asks for it in them, than creatures themselves, who by doing their will have reduced themselves to the condition of servants. Therefore, when you, in the name of the heavens, of the sun, of the sea, and of all other created things, ask for the coming of the kingdom of my eternal Fiat, you force my will itself to ask for the coming of its kingdom. And do you think it is nothing that a divine will prays in each created thing, as you impetrate its kingdom? Therefore continue, and never draw back. Even more, you must know that it is my will itself that puts you on the way in all creation, to have its daughter together with it in all of its acts, to make you do what it does and wants from you. February 13th, 1927. Until the divine will is known and has its kingdom, the glory of God in the creation shall be incomplete. Example of a king. I was following the divine will in its acts in the creation, and a doubt arose in my mind. How can it be that Jesus says that until the kingdom of his will comes upon earth, the glory of creation and redemption shall be incomplete? How can this be? Does this supreme will perhaps not have the virtue of glorifying itself by itself? Indeed, it possesses this virtue, and it is more than enough for its glory. Yet he says that if his will does not extend its kingdom in the midst of creatures, its glory on the part of creation shall be incomplete. Now, while I was thinking of this, my adorable Jesus, surprising me with a most brilliant light that came out of him, told me, "My daughter, the thing in itself is most clear. Until my will is known, and has its first place of honor and dominion in each being that has come out of our creative hands, its glory shall always be incomplete. The reason is most clear. In fact, our prime purpose in creation was that, as we released from us this supreme will, that being bilocated in all creation, extended everywhere, in the heavens, in the sun, in the sea, in the flower, in the plants, even in the earth, and in each being come out of our creative hands, constituting itself life of everything in order to form its life in each being, and bilocating itself in each creature, it might have as many of its lives and kingdoms to dominate, for as many creatures as would come out to the light. Now, my will has not withdrawn. There is not one point to which its divine life does not extend. There is not one creature that is not invested by this supreme will. But while it extends everywhere and invests everything and everyone, it cannot form its life. How many divine lives are suffocated in creatures? How many deny to it the first place in their acts? How many place it after unworthy and vile acts, denying its dominion to it? And do you think that the destruction of so many divine lives of this will of mine in creatures is something trivial? Of so many of its acts, noble and sublime, that it feels as being destroyed, while they use it to form human lives, deplorable lives, monsters that shall serve for hell? And do you think this is trivial, my daughter? The detriment that our glory receives on the part of creation is great and incalculable, such that not even all the good of redemption could repay us, because even with redemption, man has not come back into the unity of our will, nor does it reign fully in the creatures. How many lives, which are said to be good, holy, are halved between divine will and human will. Therefore our glory in the creation is not complete, and only when the things created by us shall serve our own will as well as those who shall give it the first place of honor, shall recognize it in all things, and letting it reign in all their acts, shall constitute it absolute queen and dominating king. Then shall it be complete. Don't you think it is just and a right that since everything belongs to my will, and since my will is everywhere and is for all primary life of everything, all would recognize it and all would become divine will, since they all belong to it? Imagine a king who had his kingdom. All lands, villas, and cities are his exclusive property. There is nothing that does not belong to him, not only by the right that the kingdom is his, but also by the right of property that they belong to him. Now, because of his goodness of heart, this king wants to see his people happy, and so he distributes his farms, his villas, his lands to his people for free, giving them even housing in his cities, in such a way that all can be rich, with abundance, each one in his own condition. And he does all this great good to his people for the sole purpose that they would recognize him as their king, giving him absolute dominion, and recognizing that the lands occupied by them have been given to them for free by the king, that he might be glorified, recognized, and loved for the good he has done to them. Now this people, ungrateful, does not recognize him as its king, and it claims the right of property over the lands that it possesses, denying that they were gifts given by the king. Would this king, then, not be defrauded in the glory of the good he has done to his people? And if you add that they use his lands without benefit for themselves, some do not work them, some remove from them the most beautiful plantations, some render the most pleasant gardens squalid, in such a way as to procure for themselves their own unhappiness and misery. All this would add dishonor and a sorrow that no one could soothe, to the detriment of the glory of the king. This is nothing but the mere shadow of what my supreme will has done, and still does. No one has given us a cent for receiving the good of the sun, of the sea, of the earth. Rather, we gave them everything for free, and only to make them happy, and so that they would recognize my supreme Fiat, that loved them so much, and wants nothing but love and dominion. Now, who could repay that king for the detriment of the glory that his people have not given him, and soothe his intense sorrow? Suppose, again, that someone from that same people, investing himself with the just sorrow of his king, and wanting to repay him of his glory, begins at first to renovate the land he occupies, in such a way as to make of it the most beautiful and pleasant garden of the kingdom. Then he says to everyone that his garden is a gift that the king has given him because he loves him. And then he calls the king into his garden and says to him, "These are your dominions. It is right that they be all at your disposal." The king is pleased with this loyalty and says, "I want that you be king together with me, and that we reign together." Oh, how he feels his glory being restored, and his sorrow soothed by this one member of his people. But this man does not stop. He covers all the paths of the kingdom, and stirring everyone with his speaking, he calls a good handful of people to imitate him, and forms the loyal people who give the right of dominion to their king. And the king feels restored in his glory, and as reward, he gives them the title of children of his, and says to them, "My kingdom is yours. Reign, children of mine." This is my purpose, that in my kingdom there be no servants, but my children, and kings like me. This shall happen with my divine will. Oh, how it awaits to be given back its complete glory in the creation, and that it be recognized that everything belongs to it, so as to be able to say, "Everything is yours. Let us reign together." How it awaits for its knowledges on the supreme Fiat to cover the paths in order to stir, to call, to press creatures to come into my kingdom, so as to form my true children, to whom I can give the title of kings. This is why I have so much interest that these manifestations on my divine will be known, because this is about my greatest act, that is, the fulfillment of my glory and the complete good of creatures. February 16th, 1927. How the Fiat places everything in communication, wherever it reigns. Example of the spouses. The operating of the divine will is the fullness of the acts, and the triumph of the divine act in the human. I was making my round in the whole creation to bring all created things together with me before the Supreme Majesty as homages, praises, adorations, because they are the works of his creative hands, worthy of he alone who had created them, for they are animated by his divine will. But while I was doing this, I thought to myself, created things do not move. They stay in their place. They do not come with me. So it is useless to say that I bring them together with me, because they do not come. But while I was thinking of this, my sweet Jesus came out from within my interior, and at the same time he showed me my little soul, having many rays centralized within itself, that maintained the communication with each created thing, in such a way that they were in communication with me, and I with them. But the principal point of origin from which these rays started was God, who maintained the communications with everyone and with everything. And my lovable Jesus told me, "My daughter, wherever my will reigns with its light, that no one can resist because it is immense and penetrating, it places everything in communication. Each ray starts from the divine center, in which my will has its principal dwelling. The rays are nothing other than the acts which the divine Fiat issues from itself by which, investing each created thing, it forms its life, and as many secondary dwellings in each one of them. Now, it is a natural thing that, for the soul in whom my will reigns, as she forms her acts in my volition, all created things receive the communication of that act by virtue of the light that unites them, and along the flight of that same light, they unite together in order to follow the act that the soul in whom my will reigns does. In fact, one is the will that they possess. One is the strength. Therefore, one is the act they want to do. It is my will itself that moves everything and makes the act of one act of all. Therefore, be certain that even though created things remain at their place, they all follow you. My will itself puts them on the way to you, so that you may not be alone, but all of them may accompany you. It happens as in a wedding. The bride and the groom walk in the front by themselves, but behind them comes their retinue in great number of those who are invited. You are the bride with whom my will wanted to form its royal wedding. It wanted to knock down the division, the obstacles that existed between you and itself, in order to form the happiest couple that has ever existed. So these are days of celebration for you and for it. Your acts, animated by the divine Fiat, are continuous invitations that you make to all the things come out of our creative hands. Therefore, your invitation is extremely vast, nor is there anyone who can do without accepting, because it is a divine will that calls all of its works to its banquet, excluding not even my celestial mamma. And all feel honored and triumphant to attend the wedding and to participate in the nuptial banquet of this supreme will of mine. Therefore, they anxiously await your acts, your invitations, your calls, so as to come and sit at the banquet and celebrate the two spouses. Therefore, you go in the front together with my will before the Supreme Majesty. My works follow you behind. And this happens with justice, because in creating all things, it is to the creature that we gave supremacy over all our works. That is, to the creature in whom our divine Fiat was to reign fully, not to the creature degraded by her will. This one is the last of all, and has no right, nor communication, while the creature in whom my will reigns has the right to be the first one to call everyone, and to be followed by everyone. Therefore, the operating in my will is the greatest miracle, and the fullness of all acts united together, and the triumph of the divine act in the human act, because my will was as though sterile in the midst of creatures, and is now made happy by its first daughter, in whom it sees the many births from itself that shall come to light. So it shall live no more as a sterile mother in the midst of the people, but as a mother fecund with many children. It once was a widow, because in creating the first man, it espoused the human nature, dowering it with the immense riches of its will, as the seal of the marriage it formed with man. As he withdrew from it, it remained a widow for many centuries. But now it has removed the mourning of its widowhood, and marrying again, has taken on its garments of bride again, and has put out once again its dowries into the field. And the seal of the dowries are the knowledges about it, through which it gives the gift of the riches it possesses. Therefore, my daughter, be attentive in preserving your garments of bride, and enjoying the dominions that my will has given you as dowry. February 19th, 1927. Jesus invites her to fight. How Jesus fights through his knowledges, through the examples, through the teachings, while the soul fights by receiving them, and by following the acts of his will in creation and redemption. I was continuing my flight in the divine Fiat, and my sweet Jesus made himself seen coming out from within my interior, and braiding his hands with mine, inviting me to fight with him. I was so very little, and I did not feel capable and strong to fight with him. More so since a voice came out from within a light that said, "She is too little. How can she win this fight?" And Jesus answered, "On the contrary, it is because she is little that she can win, because all the strength is in littleness." I was disheartened, nor did I dare to fight with Jesus. And he, inciting me to the fight, told me, "My daughter, courage. Try. If you win, you shall win the kingdom of my will. Nor should you stop because you are little, because I have placed at your disposal all the strength of created things. So, together with you, fights all the strength contained in the heavens, in the sun, in the water, in the wind, in the sea. They all wage battle on me. They do it with me to make me surrender the kingdom of the divine Fiat. They do it with creatures, with the weapons that each created thing has in its power, to make them surrender to recognizing my will, so that creatures may let it rain as they themselves let it rain. And wanting to win, they all have placed themselves as though in order for battle. And seeing that creatures resist, wanting to win by all means, because they have with them the strength of that will that animates them and dominates them, with the weapons they possess, they knock down people and cities with such empire that no one can resist them. You cannot comprehend all the strength and power that all the elements contain. It is such that if my will did not keep them as though restrained, the battle would be so fierce that they would make a heap of the earth. Now, their strength is also yours. Therefore, you make your round in their midst, to put them in order for battle. Let your acts, your continuous asking for the kingdom of the supreme Fiat, call all creation to stand at attention. And my will, moving within it, places all of its acts in royal office in order to give and to win its kingdom in the midst of creatures. Therefore, it is my volition itself that fights, that wages battle with my very will for the triumph of its kingdom. So your fight is animated by it, which has sufficient and irresistible strength in order to win. Therefore, go ahead and fight, for you shall win. And besides, to fight in order to win the kingdom of the supreme Fiat is the holiest fight that can exist. It is the most just and most rightful battle that can be fought. This is so true that my will itself began this battle and this fight as it formed the creation, and only when it wins completely, then shall it surrender. But do you want to know when you fight with me, and I with you? I fight when I manifest to you the knowledges about my eternal Fiat. So each saying, each knowledge, each simile about it is one fight and one battle that I make with you in order to win your will, put it in its place created by us, and call it, almost by dint of fighting, into the order of the kingdom of my divine volition. And as I do it with you, in order to subdue your will, I start it in the midst of creatures. I fight with you when I teach you the way which you must follow, what you must do in order to live in my kingdom, and the happiness, the joys which you shall possess. In sum, I fight by dint of light that my knowledges contain. I fight by dint of love, and by the most touching examples, in such a way that you cannot resist my fight. I fight by means of promises of happiness and joy without end. My fight is persistent, nor do I ever become tired. But to win what? Your will, and in yours those who shall recognize mine in order to live in my kingdom. And you fight with me when you receive my knowledges, and placing them in order in your soul, you form the kingdom of my supreme Fiat within you. And fighting with me, you try to win my kingdom. Each one of your acts done in my will is a fight that you make with me. In each round you do, through all created things, to unite yourself to all the acts that my will does in all creation. You call all creation to wage battle in order to win my kingdom, moving my very will, dominating in all created things, so as to wage battle on my will itself in order to establish its kingdom. This is why in these times the wind, the water, the sea, the earth, the heavens are all in motion more than ever, waging battle against creatures as new phenomena occur. And how many more shall occur, destroying people and cities. Because in battles, it is necessary to dispose oneself to suffer losses, and many times also on the part of the winner. There have never been conquests of kingdoms without battle, and if there have been, they have not been lasting ones. You fight with me when investing everything I did and suffered in my humanity, that is, my tears, my most intimate pains, my prayers, my steps, my words, and even the drops of my blood. You impress in them your I love you. And for each one of my acts, you ask for the coming of the kingdom of my supreme Fiat. Who can tell you the fight you make with me? You move my very acts to wage battle on me, that I may surrender and grant you my kingdom. Therefore, I fight with you, and you fight with me. This fight is necessary to you in order to win my kingdom, and to me in order to win your will and to begin the battle in the midst of creatures, so as to establish the kingdom of my supreme will. I have my own will, and all of its very power, strength, and immensity, in order to win. You have my will itself at your disposal. All creation, and all the good I did in redemption, in order to launch a formidable army, to wage battle and win the kingdom of the supreme Fiat. See, each word you write is also a fight that you make with me. One more soldier that joins the army, that must win the kingdom of my will. Therefore, be attentive, my daughter, for these are times of fight, and it is necessary to use all means in order to win. February 21st, 1927. The reason for the great interest of Jesus in wanting to make the divine will known. My poor mind was wandering within the many knowledges about the supreme volition, and I thought to myself, why does Jesus have so much interest that this divine will be known, and that it reign in the midst of creatures? Now, while I was thinking of this, my always lovable Jesus came out from within my interior and told me, "My daughter, do you want to know why I have so much interest in making my will known, and that it reign in the midst of creatures? Because it alone is the means to be able to redo the creature, and it places me and her in the condition of being able, I to give, and she to receive, until my will returns, triumphant and dominating, into the midst of creatures. I shall not be able to give what I want, and they shall lack the capacity and the space to be able to receive that which I can and want to give. In fact, my will alone has this virtue, this power, that establishing order and balance between creator and creature, it opens all the ways of communication between them. God has his royal path in order to be able to send his gifts with no danger, descend whenever he wants, and bring, personally, his greatest goods to her. And the creature, possessing the same path, can receive him, or ascend, in order to go herself, to take that which her Lord wants to give her. As rich and powerful as a king might be, if he finds no one to whom to give, he shall never have the contentment, the satisfaction of being able to give. His riches shall remain idle, isolated, abandoned. Perhaps he shall live drowned within his own riches, but he shall never have the contentment, the happiness to give and to let others enjoy his goods, because he finds no one to whom to give them. This king shall be a king isolated, abandoned, without cortege. He shall have no one who smiles at him, who says to him a thank you. It shall never be feast for him, because the feast is formed by giving and by receiving. So, with all his riches, this king shall have a nail in his heart, abandonment, monotony. He shall be rich, but without glory, without heroism, without name. What sorrow for this king, with all his riches. Now, my daughter, the reason for which we issued the creation and created man was to give our riches, so that the external glory of our works may unite to the internal glory and the immense happiness that we possess. So, since the creature is not in our will, we feel her far away from us. There is no one who surrounds us with her thank you, nor anyone who smiles at us with delight for our works. Everything is isolation. We are surrounded by immense riches, but because our creatures are far away from us, we have no one to whom to give them. We have no one who admires our works in order to enjoy them. We are happy, but because of ourselves. Nor is there anyone who could slightly disturb our happiness. But we are forced to see the unhappiness of creatures, because, being disunited from us, they cannot take, and we cannot give. The human will has formed the fences and has locked the doors of communication. To give is liberality, heroism, love. To receive is grace. And the creature, by doing her own will, hinders our liberality, our heroism, our love. And if something is given, it is always restricted, and given by dint of strains, of intrigues, because since the order between them and us is missing, things do not run freely. We are not capable of sorrow. Our being is untouchable by all evils. But if we were capable of sorrow, the creature would poison our existence. This is, then, the reason for all our interest in wanting to make our will known, and that it reign in the midst of creatures. We want to give. We want to see them happy of our own happiness. And our will alone can do all this. Realizing the purpose of creation and allowing us to place our goods in common. O will of God, how admirable, powerful, and desirable you are! Oh, please, with your empire, conquer all, make yourself known, and make us all surrender to you. Deo gratias.